Part 2. The Histories. Property of the Imperial Library, University of Tolnedra. At Tolnedra, 5368. Footnote. This date is not a coincidence. Garion was born in 5354, so he is 14 at this point, and so is Tolnedra. This is the year when the quest begins with Garion, Polgara, and Belgariad, leaving Faldor's farm to join Silk and Barak. End of footnote. Note: excerpted from A History of the 12 Kingdoms of the West, being an account of their past, their development, their geography, their principal commerce, and the character of their people, compiled by the Imperial Historical Society at the command of His Imperial Majesty, Ran Baroon, the 23rd. A note on dating. By general consensus of the Council of Tolnedra, the 8 kingdoms agreed to make the Alorn mode of dating the standard for trade, commerce, diplomacy, and all other dealings among themselves. It was generally agreed that this mode provided a more coherent and continuous numbering system than the Tolnedran mode, which numbers the years of a Tolnedran dynasty, or the Arendish mode, which starts over again with each new king. A system made trebly confusing by the fact that there have, on occasion, been as many as 3 self-proclaimed kings of Arendia, or the mode of the Ulgos, who do not number years at all, but name them. Thus, the Tolnedran year 347 was the Arendish year 5, or 9, or 3, and was in turn the Ulgo year Marag. The Alorn year 3480 was more to the likings of merchants and traders, since it was a more stable form. The reckoning of Alorn years dates back to some mythic event in the Alorn past, apparently some catastrophe which they commemorate, but no reputable scholar has ever been able to obtain verifiable information about the event from Alorn priests or storytellers. General background and geography. Footnote. This brief section is really no more than a verbalization of the map cast in the fictionalized voice of the scholars at the University of Tolnedra. Note that we describe only half a continent at this stage. End of footnote. The Western Kingdoms comprise a large, rather heavily mountained area lying between the Great Western Sea and the Sea of the East, and extending from the tropical jungles south of the Kingdom of Nyissa northward all the way to the polar ice in the northernmost reaches of Cherek, Drasnia, and Nadrak. The area is roughly 2,000 leagues from the north to south, and perhaps 1,500 leagues from east to west. Footnote. We used the league, 3 miles, fairly consistently. End of footnote. Competent geographers generally agree that the mountains which form the central spine of the continent are one chain running from south to north and dividing at the headwaters of the Aldur River to embrace the high Algarian plains, and further to the north the steppes of Drasnia. The contending view that the mountains are 2 ranges running north to south and intersecting at the headwaters of the Aldur is generally discredited. Footnote. This is an absurdity, of course. Fun, though. End of footnote. The western coastline of the continent is a moist, fertile plain, extending inland for varying distances ranging from 100 leagues in Sendaria to 300 at the widest point in Arendia. The average, however, would be closer to 200 leagues. From this plain rise quite gradually the western foothills to the mountain range which bisects the continent. Portions of this coastal plain are heavily forested. For example, the great forest in the north of Arendia, the forest of Vordu in northern Tolnedra, the romantically named Wood of the Dryads in southern Tolnedra, and the extensive forests, more properly jungles, in Nyissa. To the south, the mountains dominate the entire landmass, ranging perhaps 1,300 leagues from the eastern coastline of southern Cthol Murgos westward to the headwaters of the river of the Serpent in Nyissa. Lying in the mountains of southern Tolnedra is a large, fertile basin, roughly 150 leagues by 40 leagues. This basin is dotted by the ruins of the Marag culture, and is, unfortunately, totally uninhabitable. Another interesting feature of the southern mountains is the wasteland of Murgos, a vast arid plain which appears to be a dry lake bed or sea bottom. The eastern coast of the continent is significantly less fertile than is the west. The coastlines of Cthol Murgos, Mishrak Thull, and Nadrak are rocky and tend to be backed by rolling steppes, only sparsely covered by rough grasses. The eastern foothills are but lightly timbered, with the exception of the vast forest of Nadrak in the north. In the central part of the continent, the mountains divide at the Vale of Aldur, and the division between them widens out into the plains of Algaria, a vast grassland 500 leagues square and watered by the Aldur River, which runs for 800 leagues north to empty into the Gulf of Cherek through the marshes, known as the Aldurfens, at its mouth. North of the Algarian plains, the Rin River runs westward out of the Drasnian hills to join with the river Atun to the west of Bakhtor. Across the Gulf of Cherek from Drasnia lies the Cherek Peninsula, hereditary home of the Alorn people. With the exception of a fertile, though hilly, basin south of Vale Alorn, the peninsula is largely mountainous, being an extension of the western range which lies to the south of the Gulf of Cherek. One distinctive feature of the Gulf of Cherek is the tidal bore between the southern tip of Cherek and the northernmost tip of Sendaria. This narrow place in the Straits of Sendaria is known as the Cherek Bore. Currents through the bore are so fierce that only the most experienced navigators will attempt passage. Westward, 100 leagues off the coast, lies the Isle of the Winds, a rocky, inhospitable island beaten by endless gales from the vast open ocean beyond, and approachable only at the port of Riva. The island is perhaps 100 leagues wide by 300 leagues long. It is a tribute to the human spirit that this most inhospitable place in all the world is in fact inhabited, however sparsely. The Empire of Tolnedra. Note to the imperial student. Footnote: the University of Tolnedra supposedly exists for the sole purpose of educating the crown prince. Also, we decided to distinguish between Your Highness and Your Majesty. Highness for a prince or princess, Majesty for a king or queen. This is not consistently followed in the royal courts of this world. End of footnote. Since this, Your Highness, is likely to be your first exposure to the plain truth about your country, it might be well to explain our motives in presenting what is, at times, so unflattering a picture. Our study of history has proved that he rules best who rules without illusions, and it is the desire of the entire faculty to make Your Highness the best ruler possible. In the next several years, Your Highness will study statecraft, diplomacy, politics, foreign relations, and economic theory. As your education proceeds, Your Highness will routinely receive copies of all but the most sensitive reports presented to your father, the Emperor. Your Highness will, in the classroom, make imperial decisions, which will then be compared with the actual decisions of the Emperor himself, and extensive critiques will be conducted to evaluate those decisions. It is therefore essential that now, at the very beginning of your studies, you receive the clearest possible understanding of the genuine realities which obtain in Tolnedra as well as in other kingdoms. This survey, which is periodically updated, is designed to provide those realities. Geography. Tolnedra, to state the obvious, is one of the larger of the western kingdoms. Its northern border is formed by the lower reaches of the river Arend, and proceeds easterly thence around the southern tip of Ulgoland, then southeasterly along the rim of the western Algarian escarpment, at the Vale of Aldur, to the by and large indistinct frontier with Cthol Murgos in the east. The border then proceeds southward to the lower reaches of the district of the Marags, that area once referred to as Maragor, which was assimilated by Tolnedra early in the 3rd millennium. Thence the border runs generally westerly, fronting still on Cthol Murgos to the northeastern tip of Nyissa, then to the lower reaches of the River of the Woods, and finally to the shores of the Great Western Sea. While it is a commonplace to speak in public pronouncements of the sacred and inviolable borders of Imperial Tolnedra, it must be understood that any boundary not marked by some natural feature, such as a river, is only an approximation. This is particularly true in mountainous country, where lack of human habitation, as well as lack of interest, makes efforts to demarcate precisely a useless pastime. At any rate, fully 2/3 of Tolnedra is wasteland of rock and ice and gloomy, endless forests, sighing in the chill mountain winds. The significant portion of Tolnedra is the western third, a fertile coastal plain, lying between the River Arendia to the north and the River of the Woods to the south. It is upon this plain that Tolnedra in fact exists. 4 of the 5 major cities lie there, as well as the bulk of agriculture and commerce. In antiquity, the central portions of this plain were periodically inundated by the vast floods of the Nedrain River. It was the labor of 2 early dynasties to dike the Nedrain from Tolhoneth to Tolhorb, providing not only the necessary flood control, but also that broad waterway that makes Tolhoneth, despite the fact that it lies 100 leagues inland, one of the major ports of the world. In the north, along the Arendish border, lies the forest of Vordu, where extensive logging operations provide sufficient hardwood lumber for the fine furnishings of which Tolnedrans are so fond. Softer woods, for construction, are taken from the mountains to the east, but the wood of the Dryads to the south remains inviolate for reasons which will become clear later. While there were extensive mines in the south-central mountains around Tolrain, the deposits of gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin have been exploited to the point where the depth of the mines makes the extraction of these useful and ornamental metals both difficult and dangerous. Tolnedra's 2 seaports of Tolhorb at the mouth of the Nedrain and Tolvordu at the mouth of the Arendia conduct between them a major portion of the world's commerce. Tolbarun on the south plain is the center of an enormous agricultural empire. Tolhoneth, the imperial capital, has been justly called the hub of the world. The people. Tolnedrans are shorter and somewhat darker in complexion than the blonde, rangy Alorns of the north. Racially, they are akin to the Arends, the Yissans, and the now-defunct Marags. Thus we observe 3 broad racial groupings in the 12 kingdoms: Alorns, Angaraks, and the southern peoples. The racial background of the Ulgos is, of course, a mystery. Footnote: the use of the word race is somewhat archaic. The Alorns are clearly Scandinavian. The Tolnedrans, Marags, Arends, and Yissans are Mediterranean. The Angaraks, with their angular eyes, were intended to suggest the Mongols of Genghis Khan or the Huns of Attila. End of footnote. Our people, through long habituation and perhaps by native inclination, are the most politically minded and acquisitive of any people in the 12 kingdoms. Commerce is the very soul and blood of Tolnedra, because, from time immemorial, we have engaged in trade and bargaining. Tolnedrans instinctively turn to policy in preference to war, as a means of gaining our national objectives. As Nedra, in his wisdom, said, "Where is the profit in making war on a customer?" And again, "An enemy may be pillaged once, but a customer is an endless resource." Perhaps because of this, Tolnedrans deal a bit sharper than other peoples, and a Tolnedran emperor must be eternally watchful, lest he be misled by the, and let us be honest, greed of his advisers, and the merchant barons who habitually besiege the imperial throne, with petitions designed almost inevitably to line their own purses. Lest this be construed as an unbridled condemnation of our people, let us hasten to point out the innumerable advantages which have accrued to our empire as a result of our single-minded pursuit of profit. Tolnedran society was never fractioned by the existence of clans, such as we observe in the Alorn Kingdoms. Adherence to clan is a symptom of a morbid fear of strangers, and Tolnedrans have ever welcomed contact with strangers as an opportunity to open new avenues for commerce. Similarly, we have never been burdened with the institution of serfdom, which has blighted the development of Arendia. As a wise Tolnedran noble once said, "Far better to pay a man for a job and wish him well than to feed him eternally in idleness." Nor are we obsessed with the kind of religious fanaticism which so dominates the lives of the Yissans, the Angaraks, and the Ulgos. Our Nedra is a tolerant god who is content with a few formalities on ceremonial occasions. The sole exception to this generalization is the monastic community which lies in the western reaches of the area that was once Maragor. These gentle souls devote their lives in poverty and humility to the expiation of our national crime, the destruction of the Marags. While many of our people find the mendicant members of this fraternity an aggravation, it must be pointed out that their continual propitiation of the wronged and sorrowful spirit of the god Mara, in all probability, averts his vengeance. One other anomaly exists in southern Tolnedra. This anomaly is, of course, the Dryads. Like the Ulgos, the Dryads predate the western migration of civilized men into the west. Their number have always been very small, and they are seldom seen out of the wood of the Dryads which lie along our southern border. A secretive people, they have managed to remain aloof from the mainstream of Tolnedran society. Their sole contribution to our culture perhaps was the marriage of a Dryad princess to a noble of the house of Barun. In exchange for this woman, the Dryads extracted a promise from the Baruns that their woods would remain eternally inviolate. This promise was formalized by the imperial decree of Ran Barun I, the son of the Dryad woman and a Barun noble, and the founder of the first Barun dynasty. While uncounted generations of timber barons have cursed the decree while eyeing the enormous oaks of the Dryad forest with unconcealed greed, it must be conceded that Tolnedra has benefited tremendously from the unlikely merging of this strange people and one of our noblest houses. The Barun dynasties have been among the most stable and enlightened in our history, and Barun emperors seem possessed of an uncommon good sense. The common people have a saying, "Blessed be the name of Nedra, that he has given us the Baruns," which perhaps sums it up best. Footnote: the emperor who commissioned this study was a member of the Barun family, so the scholar who wrote this was evidently trying to ingratiate himself. End of footnote. One curious characteristic of the house of Barun has been observed down the centuries. While the male children of the house show little physical difference from ordinary Tolnedrans, the female children always differ markedly from the other women of our race. They are all quite tiny, and their hair is inevitably a deep flaming red, a color which poets have rather extravagantly compared to that of the leaves of the oak tree in autumn. Their complexions are also significantly fairer than the olive skin of other Tolnedran women, and in certain light appear to have almost a faint greenish hue. Barun princesses, delicate and vibrant, may be justly considered the true jewels of the empire. Pre-dynastic history. As did the other peoples of the west, the Tolnedrans migrated from the east during the early centuries of the first millennium. They established themselves on the central plain and began construction of their first city, Tolhoneth, on the large island in the Nadrain River. The present glory of Tolhoneth belies the crude log and mud fortress which first stood on the site. Written records of the pre-dynastic era are tantalizingly brief, and few have survived down to the present. The documents, of the first Haunathite dynasty, however, provide us with some insight into what life must have been like in prehistoric Tolnedra, by virtue of those subjects which were of major concern to our first emperors. Fire, flood, pestilence, and civil war appear to have been endemic in those dark early years. It is perhaps not an exaggeration to state that the Tolnedran Empire was born out of fire, or at least that it rose from the ashes. All wooden structures are susceptible to fire, and the city of Tolhonath was no exception. Whatever the cause, in the first years of the 9th century, a great conflagration broke out, and the island city was consumed from one end to the other. A minor city official, surveying the damage, concluded that stone does not burn, and began the reconstruction of the city in that material while the embers were still smoldering. While a gang of woodcutters may construct a log palisade in short order, work in stone is a much harder and more time-consuming enterprise. The vast construction crews who labored for decades to raise the walls of Tolhonath provided the core, as it were, of the imperial legions. The standard 10-man gang, used to transport large single stones, became the elemental squad. The 10 gangs of 10, the 100, who moved the larger stones, became the company, and the 10 hundreds, the 1,000, who dragged the vast foundation stones of the walls and wharves of Tolhonath, became the legions. The cooperative effort and the discipline involved in the construction of the city welded these work gangs into the strong units which responded quite naturally to the commands of the overseer of the entire construction effort, the above-mentioned official. It was this official who became the legendary Ranhonath I, the founder of the dynastic system. When marauding brigands attempted to sack the fledgling city, the work gangs, under the direction of Ranhonath, dropped their tools, took up their weapons, and, because of their superior discipline, easily drove them off. Thus the idea of empire was born. Once the work gangs had tasted victory, the rest was simple. In a series of lightning moves, Ranhonath consolidated his control over the entire Tolnedran people and established order, peace, and security throughout the entire central plain. The first Haunathite dynasty, 815 until 1373, 558 years, 23 emperors. Footnote: the dynasties provided a convenient, methodical way to establish the chronology. That was their main purpose, but the frictions between the great families also proved very useful. End of footnote. The major efforts of the first Haunathite dynasty were directed at the extension of the northern boundary of Tolnedra to the river Arend, the establishment of the port fortresses at Tol Vordu and Tol Horb, and, of course, the building of the North Dyke on the Nadrain River. When the last emperor, Ranhonath the 23rd, died without issue, the empire was thrown into consternation. The first Vorduvian dynasty, 1373 until 1692, 319 years, 16 emperors. By the sheerest good fortune, the commander of the imperial garrison at Tol Vordu, and, incidentally, the primary civil official as well, was a strong-minded, talented man who, less from ambition than from a powerful sense of personal responsibility, marched to Tolhonath at the head of his legions to assume the throne. It was at that time that the procedure for orderly dynastic succession was established, thus saving the empire from disintegration. The Council of Advisors, a broad-based group of representatives from all districts of the empire, gathered in emergency session and concluded that the commander of the Tol Vordu garrison was going to be the next emperor with or without their consent, and they therefore carried his name to the Temple of Nedra, where the priests consulted with the god himself. Note: popular superstition has it that in the early years of the empire, Nedra was physically present in the temple, sustained and served by the priesthood. Modern theologians, however, have discounted this and hold the more rational view that, while Nedra has always been with us in spirit, his physical presence at any time in our long history is incapable of substantiation. When the priests emerged from the temple with the blessing of Nedra upon Ranvordu the first Vorduvian dynasty was established, and the orderly succession was preserved. The Vorduvians were vigorous and energetic emperors, and they soon turned their attention to the lands south of Nedrain. Early in the dynasty, our southern border was pushed to the banks of the River of the Woods, and the essential part of the empire was complete. Tol Barun was constructed in the center of the southern plain, and the remainder of the dynasty devoted its efforts to the construction of the South Dike on the Nedrain River. The Second Honathite Dynasty, 1692 until 2112, 420 years, 19 emperors. The years of this dynasty were a period of consolidation and development. It was also a period of our first significant contacts with other nations. As so frequently is the case in Tolnedran history, it was the merchants who led the way. The initial contacts with the Arends and the Yissans were peaceful and profitable, but the Marags steadfastly refused to permit the entry of strangers into Maragor. The Emperor Ranhoneth XVII attempted to solve this problem by the construction of Tol Rain on Maragor's western border. The purpose of Tol Rain was to provide a commercial center where the Marags could come to trade, but it soon had another, grimmer purpose. It quickly became evident that the Marags had considerable quantities of fine gold, and the accidental discovery of free gold in the streams of the border region set off a stampede of fortune hunters to Tol Rain. Creeping across the border into Maragor by night, these adventurers sought gold in every stream bed until the Marags became aware of their presence. It was only then that we learned the horrid truth about our eastern neighbors. It was in 2115 that a survivor of one of those groups of gold seekers stumbled back to Tol Rain with his tale of horror. His companions had been taken by a band of Marags, and, one by one, they had been ritualistically killed and then eaten. While human sacrifice in one form or another was not uncommon in certain religions, the cult of Mara was the only one we had ever encountered which practiced ritual cannibalism. The news spread throughout Tolnedra like a grass fire, growing with each telling, until the entire nation was aflame with it. Speeches by officials fanned the fury of the populace, and there were soon deputations in Tolhoneth demanding war. The Emperor, Ranvordu I of the Second Vorduvian dynasty, still only 3 years from the investiture of his reign and the beginning of his dynasty, submitted finally to the importunings of the people and began preparations for war. The Second Vorduvian dynasty, 2112 until 2537, 425 years, 20 emperors. It is to the eternal shame of the Vorduvians that it was during one of their dynasties that the extirpation of the Marags occurred. Although the fact that the Marags were cannibals was undeniably true, that fact might well have been ignored had it not been for the presence of gold in Maragor. The border could easily have been sealed and other means taken to persuade the Marags to abandon their revolting practice. But the war party in Tolnedra, thinking only of the gold, pushed the inexperienced emperor into the ultimate sanction of war. The campaign in Maragor lasted for 4 years and was marked with the kind of savagery seldom seen in the West. Tolnedran legions operating out of Tol Rain quickly encircled the relatively small nation, then turned and struck inward at the heart of Maragor. The Marags, still weakened after their disastrous expedition in Nyissa, were no match for the might of the legions. The commanders of those legions, imbued with a kind of religious fervor, systematically slaughtered the entire populace as they went, and only at the last, when the remnants of the Marags had been harried into a single valley in central Maragor, were they persuaded to relent. Unfortunately, it was not humanity which moved the Tolnedrans to mercy, but once again our national vice: greed. The surviving Marags were spared in order that they might be sold to Yissan slavers, who, like vultures, hovered on the outskirts of the battle. Thus perished Maragor, and with it no small measure of Tolnedran pride. The horde of Tolnedran gold-seekers and commoners greedy for land which had hovered on the border awaiting the conclusion of the war swept into Maragor like a wave, frantic lest some other find more gold or take more land. But, as we learned to our sorrow, the grief-stricken spirit of Mara, god of the Marags, still abode in the land. The wave which had descended broke and recoiled back as Mara took his vengeance upon the adventurers. The tales which return from that haunted land have fed nightmares in Tolnedra for over 3 millennia. The wailing of Mara is heard from one end of Maragor to the other by day, and by night the fearful shades of slaughtered Marags stalk the land shrieking, their blood-smeared faces glowing with a ghastly light. The weaker among the treasure-seekers soon went mad and cast themselves into rivers or hurled themselves off precipices. The stronger returned, shaken and ashen-faced, to Tolnedra without gold, without land, and often only marginally with their sanity. It was one of these survivors who devoted his fortune and the remainder of his life to the establishment of the great monastery at Mar Terran, where the monks for 3,000 years have sought to propitiate Mara and to comfort the spirits of the slain Marags. The simple courage of the monks of Mar Terran in the face of unspeakable horror is a testament to all that is best in the Tolnedran character. The remainder of the dynasty was uneventful until the reigns of the last 4 emperors. Trade was expanded with the Arends to the north, and to a lesser degree with the Yissans to the south, and the great shipyards at Tol Vordu and Tol Horb were erected. Tolnedran vessels began to ply coastal waters in search of trade, and by 2400 had reached as far north as the Sea of the Winds, off the northwest coast of what is now Sendaria. It was at that point that we first encountered the Chereks. In 2411, a Tolnedran commercial flotilla was set upon by a Cherek fleet, which emerged from the Cherek Bore. Tolnedran vessels, slow and wide, are built to carry cargo, and have never been a match for the swift, narrow warboats of the Chereks. The battle was short, and the loss of lives and goods appalling. Emperor Ran Vordu XVI quickly armed every available vessel and mounted a punitive expedition against Cherek. The results, of course, were lamentably predictable. Like wolves, the Chereks cut the fleet to pieces and sank every single ship. Advised of Tolnedra's presence by these 2 unfortunate encounters, Cherek pirates soon began to appear off the west coast of Arendia and Tolnedra. Footnote: this was significantly modified in Belgariad the Sorcerer. The notion that a race of pirates had never heard of the richest place on earth before is obviously absurd. As an aside here, note that in Beowulf, the original king of the Spear Danes, Gardina, is referred to as the Sheaf Child, an obvious derivation from the story of Moses. The people of the Dark Ages did have contacts with each other, and some Vikings stole the idea and shamelessly used it in Beowulf. End of footnote. The city of Tol Vordu was sacked and burned 8 times in those bloody centuries, and Cherek vessels, groaning under the weight of Tolnedran treasure, wallowed back to the north like some great sea caravan. Finally, in the first years of the 26th century, Ran Vordu XIX fortified Tol Vordu, building high walls to the seaward and increasing the garrison of his ancestral city tenfold. 3 expeditions of Chereks were beaten off, and they soon turned to easier prey. Tol Horb was sacked twice, and only the great iron chain across the Nadrain River prevented the Cherek fleet from ascending the river to the gates of Tol Honeth itself. At about this time, the last emperor of the second Vorduvian dynasty died without issue, and, in addition to its troubles with the pirates from Cherek, the nation was thrown into the turmoil which always accompanies dynastic succession. The First Barun Dynasty, 2537 until 3155. 618 years, 24 emperors. It had been generally assumed during the closing years of the reign of Ranvordu XX that the throne would once again pass to the Honathite family, and several worthy members of that numerous clan had already begun the expensive but necessary task of bribing various members of the Council of Advisors, which body incidentally had increasingly assumed certain legislative functions to relieve the emperor of that tedious task in the increasingly complex Tolnedran society. But by that very maneuvering, the Honathites effectively barred themselves from the throne when Ranvordu XX died, since the council found itself deadlocked, with no one noble of the Honathite family receiving a clear majority. After 11 months of bickering, the council was finally forced to turn elsewhere. When the name of a young Barun noble was put forward by those members of the council elected from his district, the Vorduvian and Horbite factions in the council quickly swung their votes in his favor, since it is unfortunately true that the Honathites had never been extremely popular with the nobility of other cities, given their propensity to be a bit overproud and their habit of dispensing imperial largesse preponderantly to the citizens of Tol Honath. The Honathites reacted with a vigorous campaign against the young Barun noble, making a very large issue of his questionable background. His mother was a dryad. But in the end, the coalition of Vorduvians, Baruns, and Horbites pushed the vote through the council, and the name of the young Barun was carried to the temple and presented to the priests of Nedra. Following the confirmation by the priests, Emperor Ranbarun I was crowned and assumed the golden throne in Tol Honath. The young emperor soon proved to be a happy choice. After examining the problem of Cherek depredations along the coast, he set the legions to work, constructing a highway along the coast between Tol Vurdu and Tol Horb. There was much grumbling among the legions about this, for the men had grown accustomed to garrison life in the cities, and were unhappy at being forced to lay aside their dress uniforms and the abundance of young and not-so-young women, who always find soldiers attractive. Powerful friends of legion officers protested to the emperor about this unseemly disruption of the social lives of the soldiers, but Ranbarun remained firm. The import of his plan soon became evident. The legions were spaced at intervals along the entire northwest coastline, with each legion assigned its own section of the road to complete. Thus, wherever the Cherek freebooters came ashore, there was a legion awaiting them. The benefits to the nation achieved by this single plan were enormous. A fine highway was constructed. The legions, softened by garrison life, were restored to fitness. The Chereks were persuaded to seek entertainment elsewhere, and the unhealthy influence of idle soldiery on the political, social, and moral life of the cities was removed. Following a wave of resignations by young officers and private soldiers who no longer found military life attractive, a new and tougher breed entered the legions, and the service was much improved. Since the benefits obtained from putting the legions to work were so obvious, the Barun emperors laid out a vast network of highways reaching to all parts of Tolnedra, which was to occupy the military for 1,000 years. It was also during the First Barun dynasty that the diplomatic service was instituted. At first, the service consisted mainly of merchants who regularly visited foreign nations, but they were soon replaced by genuine professionals whose skill in handling relations between Tolnedra and frequently difficult and much less civilized nations is legendary. Evidence of that skill is to be found in the fact that there was a full diplomatic mission in Vomimbra during the later years of the lengthy border dispute between the Mimbrate Arends, who sought control of the forest of Vordu, and the Empire, which insisted that its northern border was at the river Arend, Further proof of the brilliance of the service is found in the fact that Tolnedra maintained full diplomatic relations with all three Arendish factions throughout the entire Arendish civil war, with missions to Vo-Mimbra, Vo-Astur, and Vo-Wakun. The major thrust of Tolnedran policy, which is to say Barun policy, throughout the period of the Arendish civil war was to maintain, insofar as possible, a balance of power between the three contending duchies. So long as Arendia remained divided, Tolnedra's northern border remained secure. When a philosopher delivered a formal remonstrance to Emperor Ran Barun, the 22nd, about the immorality of fomenting war and untold human suffering in Arendia simply for Tolnedran advantage, the emperor replied blandly, "But this is politics, dear fellow, and has nothing to do with morality. One would always be wise to keep the two completely separate. Morality deals with what we might like to do, but politics deals with what we must do. There's no connection between them at all." The diplomats of the Baruns also made their way to the north and established relations with the Chereks and Drasnians at Val Alorn and at Bakhtor. The Chereks were eventually persuaded to cease their attacks on Tolnedran shipping in the Sea of the Winds, and a healthy three-way commerce soon developed as goods from Drasnia moved in Cherek vessels from Kotu, through the Gulf of Cherek and the Cherek Bore, to the port of Kamar, in what is now Sendaria, for transshipment to Tolnedran vessels. Profits to all three nations were enormous as a result of this arrangement, and the Chereks soon discovered that more could be made in honest trade than could be reaped by piracy. The question of trade with the Isle of the Winds, however, was much more difficult to settle. The Chereks continued their blockade of the port of Riva, unabated for reasons which are largely unclear. It was generally assumed that the isle was either a Cherek colony or a Cherek protectorate, but neither assumption now appears to be correct. Though the Rivans are Alorns, as are the Chereks, the Drasnians, and the Algars, it would appear that they are a separate people, independent of Cherek. The blockade, which frustrated generations of Tolnedran and Sendarian merchants, seems to have had some religious significance which was incomprehensible to Tolnedran diplomats. Finally, in the Accords of Val Alorn in 3097, as a part of the brilliantly wrought treaty which normalized relations between Cherek and Tolnedra, the blockade was lifted, and Tolnedran vessels began to call on the port of Riva. It had generally been assumed that the Rivans had been a tacit party to the Accords of Val Alorn, but this quickly proved not to be the case. Merchants landed on the rocky strand of that inhospitable isle, only to be faced with the grim and unscalable walls of the fortress of Riva itself. The gates of the fortress remained closed, and the Rivans refused to even acknowledge the presence of the merchants. It was the last Barun emperor who mounted the disastrous assault on the city, proving perhaps that even the noblest line deteriorates in time. 5 legions were dispatched to Riva to force the gates of the city, and a horde of merchant vessels hovered in the bay, awaiting the opening of the gates. There is, it may be observed at this point, something decidedly unhealthy in the Tolnedran character. While he is normally a solid, sensible man, the average Tolnedran grows positively frantic when his impulse to trade is frustrated. There have been occasions when imperial forces have been used to open relations with stubborn people, and it has been observed that some merchants, driven beyond sanity by their eagerness to be first, have actually dashed ahead at the forefront of the legions, waving their wares and importuning the startled opposing warriors. This impulse, this greed, if you will, is what raised the disaster at Riva to such colossal proportions. At the first assault of the legions upon the gates of the city, the Rivans emerged and systematically destroyed not only the 5 legions, but every vessel in the harbor as well. The loss of life and goods was incalculable. When the news was brought to Ran Barun, the 24th, in Tolhoneth, the last Barun emperor, in a fury, prepared to launch the full might of the Empire against the Rivens. He was, however, brought abruptly to his senses by a curtly worded note from the Cherek ambassador. "Majesty," it read, "know that Aloria will permit no attack upon Riva. The fleets of Cherek, whose masts rise as thick as the trees of the forest, will fall upon your flotilla, and the legions of Tolnedra will feed the fish from the hook of Arendia to the furthest reaches of the Sea of the Winds. The battalions of Drasnia will march south, crushing all in their paths, and lay siege to your cities. The horsemen of Algaria shall sweep across the mountains and shall lay waste your empire from end to end with fire and sword. Know that in the day that you attack Riva, in that day will the Alorns make war upon you, and you shall surely perish, and your empire also." Shaken by the awful finality of the note, Ran Barun reconsidered. A hasty reading of the document which had laid down the stipulations of the Accords of Alorn revealed a clause which had previously seemed mere ritualistic gibberish, but the import of which now became horrifyingly clear. The clause, "But Aloria shall maintain Riva and keep it whole," revealed the fact that the Alorn Kingdoms were bound into a kind of confederation or overnation. Thus, a treaty with Cherek was not a treaty with Aloria, and while Cherek had agreed not to make war on Tolnedra, Aloria had made no such promise. With difficulty, the legions might successfully pursue war against any one of the Alorn kingdoms, but if those kingdoms joined together, they would be invincible. Thus it was that the project of a punitive expedition against the Rivens was quickly dropped. In time, the Rivens relented and permitted the construction of a commercial enclave outside the walls of their city, and, though they grumbled about it, the merchants of the West were forced to be content with that single concession. Thus the First Barun dynasty drew to a close. Its accomplishments were literally staggering, and though it ended on a somewhat humiliating note, it is nonetheless one of the most towering dynasties in the entire history of the empire. The Third Honothite Dynasty, 3155 until 3497. 342 years, 17 emperors. The scramble for the throne at the end of the First Barun dynasty marked the nadir of Tolnedran politics. Simple bribery was no longer sufficient, and the contending candidates openly purchased the votes of the council. Further, it is widely suspected, and generally held to be true, that they even stooped to assassination as a means of achieving their goal. The votes in the council swung back and forth as members whose votes had been purchased by one or the other of the candidates sickened quite suddenly and died for no apparent reason, and their replacements were shamelessly bought as soon as they reached Tolhonath. The introduction of Yissan poisons into Tolnedran politics was gruesomely evident. In the end, the Honothites prevailed, not through any particular virtue, but rather because they were the wealthiest family and could afford to buy more votes. Perhaps the most telling indication of how incompetent the Honothites had become is revealed in the fact that during the entire period of the Third Honothite dynasty, there was not one single treaty or agreement with a foreign power to improve the position of the empire. Indeed, in view of the northern accords between Drasnia and Nadrak, which established the north caravan route with a virtual Drasnian monopoly at its western terminus, it might be convincingly argued that the position of the empire actually deteriorated during the reign of the dynasty. Instead of devoting themselves to foreign affairs and the improvement of domestic conditions in Tolnedra, as had the Barun emperors, the Honothites instead turned to shamelessly looting the imperial treasury and to selling positions of power to the highest bidder. Abroad, the horrendous civil war ground on interminably, and negotiations with Drasnia and Algaria proceeded at a snail's pace, due in large measure to the unbridled greed of a long succession of Honothite emperors, who inevitably sought personal advantage in any treaty proposal. The Second Barun Dynasty, 3497 until 3761. 264 years, 12 emperors. Thus, when Ranhoneth XVII died childless in 3497, the people of Tolnedra turned almost universally to the Baruns. When certain council members, recalling the vast fortunes which had been made during the unseemly struggle that had accompanied the previous dynastic turnover, advertised that their votes were for sale, they were promptly mobbed by the citizenry of Tolhoneth itself. A vast rabble gathered outside the council chamber and took up a thunderous chant, "Bo-roon, Bo-roon, Bo-roon," which gave the council a grim hint as to what would be its fate if any other name were carried to the Temple of Nedra. It was the first time in history that the common people had ever taken an active part in the selection of an emperor. True to their reputations, the Baruns immediately set about repairing the damage which had been done by the Honethites. Once again, the legions were put to work on roads and walls and upon long overdue repairs to wharves, jetties, and dikes. The usual grumbling came to an abrupt halt when 7 legion commanders were summarily executed for refusing to obey direct imperial orders to move out of their garrisons to the construction camps. Abroad, the Baruns brought the negotiations with the Drasnians to a speedy conclusion, and the agreement of Boktor was signed in 3527. Though it did not provide the advantage many had wished, it nonetheless gave Tolnedran merchants access to the thriving northern trade. In a move unheard of previously, the Baruns dispatched 20 legions to Sendaria to construct, as a gesture of goodwill, the network of highways which links Sendar and Kamar with Darin on the northern coast, which faces on the Gulf of Cherek. This action produced glum faces in Val Alorn, but the king of Cherek, which country nominally held Sendaria at that time, quickly perceived that the improvements in Sendaria would enormously increase the tax base in that district at no cost to the Cherek treasury. The legion-built highways effectively broke the Cherek monopoly in the transport of goods from Boktor to Kamar. The fact that Cherek vessels were the only ships in the world at that time able to negotiate the savage and treacherous currents of the Cherek Bore was no longer the dominating reality of the northern trade. It was now possible for Sendarian merchantmen to ply the coastal route from Kotu to Darin and then to transship overland to Kamar on the new highway. The increase in trade and the lowering of prices resulting from the development of healthy competition gave an enormous boost to the economies of all nations involved. The First Horbite Dynasty, 3761 until 3911. 150 years, 6 emperors. It is a tribute to the wisdom of the aged Ran Barun XII, the childless last emperor of the Second Barun Dynasty, that the transition of power to the Horbites at the end of his reign was so smooth. Always innovators, the Baruns for the first time took a direct hand in the choosing of their successors. The name of Ranhorb I was carried to the temple before the old emperor died. Although once again certain members of the council bewailed the loss of an opportunity to sell their votes, Ran Barun XII was so beloved by the people that none dared oppose him. Thus, in no small measure, we have the Baruns to thank for perhaps the greatest emperor Tolnedra has ever had. While Ranhorb I was surely a competent and vigorous emperor in the manner of the Baruns, it was his son, Ranhorb II, whose accomplishments staggered the imagination. Because Ranhorb I married late in life, Ranhorb II was a mere 17 when he ascended the golden throne. It was widely assumed that his youth would make him easy to beguile by the older and more sophisticated members of the court. Such quickly proved not to be the case. In 3793, the young emperor concluded the secret treaty of the plain with the Mimbrate Arends. Perceiving that the endless civil war in Arendia had become a hindrance to the development of the West, and a disruption of trade and commerce, the emperor sided with the weaker faction, the Mimbrates, and joined in the final destruction of the Asturian Arends. The emperor let it be known in Cherek and Algaria that the legions stationed in Sendaria for the maintenance of the highways built there by the Baroons would no longer hinder the movement of raiders upon northern Arendia. Thus, with their forces divided, the Asturians were no match for the assault by the Mimbrate knights across the southern frontier of Asturia, and the diversionary movement of a Tolnedran column along the coast. Then began in Arendia a war of attrition against the Asturians which lasted for almost 20 years. Meanwhile, imperial negotiators, urged on by the emperor, concluded the Algarian agreement with Chodorn the Old, chief of the clan chiefs of the Horse People. The agreement caused a wave of consternation among the merchant princes of Tolnedra, since virtually no trade advantage was gained. Although it was widely denounced in commercial circles, the one concession the emperor gained, which made the treaty perhaps more valuable than any other, was permission to construct the Great North Road across Algaria to the southern border of Drasnia. Thus, for the first time, a land route directly to Boktor was possible. The legions were permitted to enter Algaria for the purpose of constructing the road. As the emperor observed to one grumbling merchant, "I would trade off the Horse People, even if they were 10 times more numerous, for overland access to Boktor." When one balances the volume of trade coming out of the east into Drasnia, one can only agree with the wisdom of our most splendid emperor. In 3822, Voastur, seat of the Asturian Arendia, fell before the onslaughts of the Mimbrates, and, like Voakun, the city was destroyed. The Mimbrates, however, though they had won the victory and crowned their duke the first unchallenged king of Arendia, were exhausted by the final struggle. The restrictions imposed by the emperor in return for Tolnedran assistance in the destruction of the Asturians in many respects made the Arends virtually a subject people. Though it rankled the proud Mimbrates, they were too weak to protest, and the new king had other problems. Though they had been defeated and Voastur had been laid waste, there were still Asturian Arends in the north. They retreated into the trackless reaches of the Arendish forest, and began the guerrilla warfare which was to sap the strength of the Mimbrate kings for over 1,000 years. Nothing, of course, could have suited Tolnedran purposes better. The open battles and extensive military campaigns, which had made travel through Arendia so hazardous, were at an end, replaced by the hit-and-run tactics of the Asturians and the futile expeditions of the Mimbrates into the dark forest in pursuit. The emperor reached a secret agreement with the Asturians which guaranteed freedom of movement along the Great West Road, which the legions were constructing southward through their forest. At the same time, in accordance with the Treaty of Tol-Vordu, other legions were constructing the southern leg of the highway north from the river Arend. Although the Great West Road and the Great North Road were not to be completed for over a century, the concept was now clear. When these colossal projects were finished, it would be possible to travel overland from Tolhoneth to Kamar, from Kamar to Boktor, and, along the north caravan routes, from Boktor to Yarmarak, and Thull in the kingdoms of the Angaraks. This was the zenith of Tolnedran power. Ranhorb II was quite literally the most powerful man in the world. By imperial decree in 3827, he created the kingdom of Sendaria on the northwest coast. When certain northern merchants protested, he pointed out that it was more efficient and far less costly to allow the Sendars to govern themselves than it was to attempt to administer a country 500 leagues beyond our northern border. Let the Sendars enjoy the aggravation of administering their own country, he said. So long as we have the right trade agreements with them, we will lose little by our generosity. In the twilight of his life, Ranhorb II, then well over 80, concluded the Agreement of Fistor, formalizing trade relations with Nyissa, and in one of his most stunning moves, signed the Accords of Rakgoska, which established the southern caravan route through the mountains of Cthol Murgos. It would soon be possible for a man on a good horse to depart from Tolhoneth, ride north to Boktor, cross to the eastern sea at Yarmarok, then go south to Rakgoska and cross the mountains to return to Tolhoneth. In his dying words to his son, Ranhorb II said, "Keep the roads. So long as the roads are kept, Tolnedra rules the world." And so it was. The remainder of the Horbite dynasty was devoted to the completion of the system of highways which was to make Tolnedra supreme in the west. There was little else to be done. The First Ranite Dynasty, 3911 until 4001. 90 years, 7 emperors. The ill-fated First Ranite Dynasty ascended to power following the death of the last Horbite emperor. The verdict of history is perhaps unkind to these unfortunates. A hereditary ailment in their line struck them down inevitably in their prime. So it was that no one Ranite emperor lived long enough to achieve anything of any significance. History quite correctly regards the Ranites simply as caretakers. The Third Verduvian Dynasty, 4001 until 4133. 132 years, 3 emperors. At the turn of the 5th millennium, the Verduvians once again gained control of the imperial throne. Since Tol Verdu is a major seaport, the Verduvians have always felt that sea commerce is much preferable to overland trade, and during the century and more of their reign, the roads of Ranhorb II fell into disrepair, and the power of the empire declined. No sooner had the Verduvians been installed in Tolhoneth than one of the most cataclysmic events in the history of the West occurred. The Rivan king, Gorek the Wise, was assassinated at Riva by a contingent of Yissan merchants acting on the orders of Queen Selmisra of Nyissa. Ranvordu I stood by helplessly while the world quite literally collapsed around his ears. The horrid suspicion that had hovered in the most secret councils in Tolhoneth since the days of the last of the Baroons became a dreadful reality. The Alorns joined together to make war. Aloria did, in fact, exist. The campaign of the Alorns against Nyissa was short and savage. Viewing the ugly temper of our northern friends, Ranvordu wisely chose not to object to the technical violation of Tolnedran territory by the southward moving columns of Algars and Drasnians, nor the presence in our territorial waters of huge fleets of Cherek warships. When the war was over, and Nyissa had for all real purposes ceased to exist, all Tolnedra quite literally held its breath. The temper of the Alorns was ugly, and they had demonstrated a capability for a sustained and coordinated military campaign none had ever suspected. If they had chosen to turn north from ravaged Nyissa, all the might of the empire would not have been sufficient to stop them. The entire fate of the civilized world hung on the whim of the barbaric kings of Aloria. It was with enormous relief that Tolnedra watched the return of the Drasnian and Algarian columns through the mountains toward the Vale of Aldur, and the swift passage of the lean black warships of Cherek northbound along our coast. In the years following the war of the Alorns upon Nyissa, there was turmoil in the west. The Alorn kings seemed preoccupied and gathered frequently for council at Riva. Without the firm hands of their kings to control them, the rowdy Alorns frequently violated the provisions of many of their treaties and agreements with Tolnedra. Imperial ambassadors attempting to protest were frequently ignored or curtly dismissed. The Verduvian emperors seemed powerless to regain control of the situation. The Second Horbite Dynasty, 4133 until 4483. 350 years, 16 emperors. It was during the Second Horbite Dynasty that the full impact of the South Caravan route began to be felt in Tolnedran commerce. With an apparent sudden change of heart, The laconic Murgos became almost overnight keenly interested in trade with the West, and caravans soon were moving in both directions along the South Caravan route. Murgos, Thulls, and even occasional Nadraks became common sights in the streets of Tolhoneth. They also began to appear in Vomimbra, Kamar, and Sendar. This healthy expansion of east-west contact by way of the South Caravan route offset the decline in commerce resulting from the turmoil in the Alorn Kingdoms. The outstanding diplomatic achievement of the Second Horbite dynasty was the mission to Ulgoland and the ultimate concluding of the Treaty of Prolgu, although, to be candid, there has been only small commercial advantage in the severely limited trade with the Ulgos. The achievement can be measured more in terms of increased knowledge than in profit. It was, incidentally, the opening of contact with the mysterious Ulgos that sparked the theological debate, which has raged throughout the West for centuries. See the history of the Ulgos for further discussion. The Second Ranite Dynasty, 4483 until 4742, 259 years, 17 emperors. The Second Dynasty of the short-lived Ranites saw enormous increases in trade between Tolnedra and Cthol Murgos. Indeed, one merchant observed sourly, "You can't look anywhere anymore without seeing a Murgo." While this is perhaps an exaggeration, it is certainly true that Murgo merchants were to be seen on virtually all roads in the empire, and it was not uncommon to encounter them in Arendia, and even the remotest village in Sendaria. One curious fact was that no Murgo, insofar as we can tell, ever visited an Alorn kingdom, and that none even attempted to penetrate Ulgoland. Gradually, the situation to the north began to stabilize, and commerce once again proceeded normally. These perhaps were the golden days of the West. With the exception of the bickering of the Arends in the north of their country, conflict was almost non-existent. Trade flowed smoothly east and west along both the north and south caravan routes, and Tolnedra profited in almost every transaction. The Ranite emperors were too preoccupied with their own health problems to engage in any imperial adventures, and an able and conscientious bureaucracy developed to maintain roads and ports, standardize fees and bribes, and generally see to the day-to-day ordering of the thousand details upon which the stability of the empire rests. The Third Barun Dynasty, 4742, to date. 626 years, 23 emperors. When the last Ranite emperor died, Tolnedra turned once again to the Boruns. One can only conclude that, while in some of his choices for emperor, Nedra may have drowsed, in his choice of the Boruns to guide the empire through the troubled times of the last years of the 5th millennium, our God was surely with us. Through the reigns of the first 3 Barun emperors, the world proceeded normally, much as it had during the Ranite period. Ran Barun IV was crowned, and for 10 years all seemed well. Then, quite suddenly, in 4864, without explanation, the Murgos closed the south caravan route, and the Nadraks severely curtailed eastward movement along the north route. The following year, the reasons became painfully obvious. In the spring of 4865, the Angaraks invaded Drasnia. In the forefront of their assault were Nadraks, Thulls, and Murgos, and behind them, in a human sea that stretched from horizon to horizon, came the hordes of the Malloreons. In the center of the host, borne upon the shoulders of literally thousands, was the huge black iron pavilion, in which rode the dreaded Kaltorak himself. History is unclear concerning the precise relationship between Kaltorak and other Angarak kings, but there can be no question that Kaltorak of Malloreon ruled over them with almost godlike authority. The civilized world stood aghast at the destruction of Drasnia. Though the other Alorn nations attempted to aid their cousins, their efforts were fruitless. It quickly became evident that Kaltorak came not as a conqueror, but as a destroyer. The cities of Boktor and Kotu were literally pulled down, and the smaller Drasnian towns and villages were put to the torch. Worse still, the population of this prosperous northern nation was systematically exterminated, and what few captives were taken were turned over to the dark-robed, steel-masked Gromlin priests for the unspeakable human sacrifices which are such an integral part of the Angarak religion. A few battered and bloody elements of the superb Drasnian army escaped southward into Algaria, and a few others were taken off the islands at the mouth of the Aldur River by Cherek warships. But the bulk of the army was simply smothered by the uncounted hordes of Malloreons who swept across the land. Members of the general populace who were not slain or captured fled northwest into the empty reaches of the Drasnian steppes or into the vast marshes at the mouth of the Marin River. Some few survivors who fled to the north eventually made their way across the river Dusid in the far north and thence down the coast to Vale Alorn in Cherek. For those who sought refuge in the fens and marshes, however, there was scant hope for survival. Once Drasnia had been crushed, the Angaraks turned southward and struck into Algaria. Here, of course, they met a different foe. Algar horsemen, the finest cavalry on earth, continually savaged the flanks of the horde, littering the Algarian grasslands with Angarak dead. In retaliation, or perhaps as part of a preconceived plan, the Angaraks slaughtered the Algarian herds, both horses and cattle, and glutted themselves on the meat. Finally, fed to the point of satiety, they simply killed the animals and left them to rot where they fell. The sky over Algaria grew black with vultures and ravens as the Angaraks passed. The occupation of Drasnia was one thing, but the occupation of Algaria was quite another. With the exception of the reindeer herders of the far north, the Drasnians live in cities and towns like other civilized people. The Algars, on the other hand, are nomadic horsemen. The central Algarian plain is a vast, empty grassland. To speak of occupying such an expanse is much like speaking of occupying the ocean. The Algars simply permitted the hordes of Kaltorak to pass, and then fell upon their rear in the vicious hit-and-run attacks which are so famous in Algarian legend and song. Although the hordes suffered hideous casualties in their march southward, Kaltorak did not falter. He laid siege to the stronghold, the traditional seat of the Algarian king and the closest thing to a city in all Algaria. The stronghold of the Algars is one of the most unassailable land fortresses in the world, not because of any particular difficulty of the surrounding terrain, but quite simply because of the unbelievable height and thickness of its walls. Because those walls reach higher than the tallest tree, scaling ladders cannot be built to permit assault over the top of them, and because the walls are 30 feet thick, no siege engine can breach them. The Angaraks hurled themselves at this man-made mountain for 6 months, until they realized the futility of their attacks and settled down for a protracted siege. That siege was to last for 8 years, 4867 until 4875. The impregnability of the Algarian stronghold gave the West the time needed to mobilize. In the late spring of 4875, disgusted by the futility of his efforts against the stronghold, Kaltorak turned west and began his march toward the sea. Once again, he was pursued by Algar horsemen and vengeful Drasnian infantry units. In the mountains, he encountered yet another problem. By night, the Ulgos came forth from their caverns and butchered the sleeping Angaraks by the thousands. It was a diminished horde that came down upon the plains of Arendia, but a horde nonetheless. It has been estimated by reliable witnesses that Kaltorak mounted his attack upon Vomimbra with at least 250,000 men. If the report from Drasnia during the early days of the Angarak invasion may be believed, the horde numbered in excess of 500,000. If these figures are at all accurate, then we may assume that the campaigns in Drasnia and Algaria and the trek across Ulgoland cost Kaltorak nearly half his army. This, of course, does not take into account occupying forces left behind in Drasnia and the substantial number of Malloreons who were to maintain the siege of the Algarian stronghold. Thus the stage was set for the titanic and bloody struggle, which men have come to call the Battle of Vomimbra. Stopping only briefly to rest and regroup after the perilous passage through the mountains of Ulgoland, Kaltorak proceeded immediately down the river Arend to the city of Vomimbra. It was immediately apparent that his intention in Arendia was the same as it had been in Drasnia, the total destruction of the nation and its peoples. Horrid evidence of this marked his trail down the river Arend. Atrocities too ghastly to describe here were his common practice. As the horde drew near the city of Vomimbra, the West prepared to close with the Angaraks in the ultimate battle. The preparations had been long and difficult, and had been accompanied by grave doubts as to the eventual outcome. Kaltorak seemed invincible. Moreover, though it was assumed that his intent was to strike south toward Tolhoneth, no one could be certain exactly where he would emerge from the mountains. Thus it was necessary for the forces of the West to hold themselves in readiness until Kaltorak committed himself to battle. During the 8 years of the siege of the stronghold of the Algarians, the generals of the West had studied 100 possible battlefields and prepared a strategy for each. It was during these preparations at the Imperial Military College in Tolhoneth that it became evident that Brand, the warder of Riva, was a tactical genius. Assisted by the oddly assorted pair who advised him, he devised tactics that took advantage not only of terrain features, but also of the contrasting strengths of the widely varied armies of the West. Note: at the time, certain discreet inquiries were made as to the identity of Brand's advisors, but without success. The man appeared to be aged but vigorous, and had an almost encyclopedic knowledge of not only the West, but of the Angarak Kingdoms as well. The woman, a strikingly handsome lady with a silver lock at her brow, had the uncanny gift of instantly perceiving the weaknesses and strength of any given situation. Although her imperious manner offended many of the generals, they soon came to respect her intuition in such matters. It has been widely assumed that the two were Rivan nobles, but sketches of them, made surreptitiously during the extensive meetings, reveal that they have none of the racial characteristics of Rivans. Unfortunately, their identities are forever locked in the vault of time. Footnote: this is one of those internal footnotes I mentioned earlier. End of footnote. In the early summer of 4875, the Angaraks deployed for the assault on Vomimbra. This was the commitment for which Brand and his armies had waited. Though Tolnedran strategists had long believed that a second Angarak force would strike west along the south caravan route out of Cthol Murgos, and had built a line of fortifications in the mountains to meet that threat, their fears proved groundless. As the woman who advised Brand pointed out, vast armies cannot fight in the mountains. They require open spaces. And Torak is too arrogant for subterfuge. He will smash you, not trick you. Thus, virtually at the last moment, Emperor Ranborun IV withdrew the bulk of his forces from the eastern mountains of Tolnedra and returned his legions to Tolhoneth. Footnote: this was modified later. Kaltorak, Torak himself, did have a second army, but it came from the south, not the east, and it was bogged down in the desert of Araga by that unnatural blizzard. End of footnote. Then it was that, for the first time in history, a huge land army was transported by water to the scene of a battle. A huge Cherek fleet arrived at Tolhoneth, and the legions embarked. The swift Cherek vessels conveyed the legions down the Nadrain, north along the coast, and thence up the river Arend to a point some 10 leagues west of Vomimbra. The 200-league forced march from Tolhoneth to Vomimbra would have taken more than a week, and the legions would have arrived exhausted on the battlefield. The Chereks deposited fresh troops on the north bank of the river Arend, almost within sight of the battle, in 2 days. On the morning of the 3rd day of the battle, the forces of the west closed with the Angaraks. The Battle of Vomimbra has been analyzed in great detail, and the study of the moves, counter-moves, deployment, and so forth will, of course, be presented by the faculty of the Department of Military Arts and Sciences. For historians, a rough sketch is adequate. Upon a prearranged signal, the Mimbrate Knights issued from the city and attacked the Angarak horde from the front. Then, when the Angaraks were concentrating on this direction, Algarian cavalry, Drasnian infantry, and the Ulgo irregulars attacked Kaltorak's left. The Tolnedran legions, accompanied by Cherek berserks, assaulted his right. Attacked on 3 sides, Kaltorak committed his reserves. Then it was that the Rivans, the Sendars, and the Asturian archers came upon him from the rear. The battle raged for hours, and the issue was still in doubt when Brand issued his challenge to Kaltorak to meet him in a single combat. This duel was the decisive incident in the battle. The loss of either leader would so confound and demoralize his army that the victory would fall easily to the survivor. In the end, though he seemed the stronger of the two, Kaltorak faltered, and Brand, taking advantage of his foe's momentary confusion, struck him down. The leaderless Angaraks, surrounded and demoralized, were then systematically cut to pieces by the combined armies of the West. The few elements which escaped fled back across the mountains, raised the siege of the Algarian stronghold, and struggled into the wilderness of the mountain range, which marks the boundary between Algaria and Mishrak Thull. The occupation forces in Drasnia withdrew back into Gar Og Nadrak, and the war was over. The Malloreons had been destroyed in the battle, and the Nadraks, Thulls, and Murgos were so decimated that they would never again pose a threat to the west. It was at this point that Tolnedra's greatest peril arose. The other nations of the west, overwhelmed by the enormous victory Brand had given them, hovered for a time on the verge of crowning the Rivan General Emperor of the West. It was only through the extraordinary efforts of Murgon, Tolnedran ambassador to the court at Vomimbra, that this disaster was averted. At length, he restored the balance of good sense, and the proposal was dropped. In return, however, the Western kings imposed a humiliating condition upon the empire. While Brand himself indicated no desire for such a fortuitous marriage, the assembled kings decreed that the Rivan king should have the hand of an imperial princess in marriage. This, of course, is an absurdity, since the line of the Rivan kings died with Gorek the Wise when he was assassinated in 4002, but the kings were adamant. Thus it is necessary for every Tolnedran princess to make the arduous and often dangerous journey to the fortress at Riva upon her 16th birthday, and to await there for 3 days a bridegroom who will never come. Ran Barun was infuriated by this humiliation, but Murgon pointed out that the combination of Alorns, Ulgos, Arends, and Sendars could easily overthrow the legions and impose their will on Tolnedra from the throne room in Tolhoneth itself, if they chose. In his last act as Overgeneral of the West, Brand directed that the lines of Asturia and Mimbra be joined by marriage to bring the Arendish civil war to a final conclusion. It was impossible for even the brilliant Murgon to head off this wedding, and Tolnedran policy in Arendia took a disastrous defeat. Since that policy for 2 millennia had been to keep Arendia divided and therefore weak, one can well imagine how the news of the unification of the houses of Mimbra and Astur was greeted in Tolhoneth. Murgon, however, advised the emperor that the Alorns were feeling burly following the battle, and that wisdom would seem to indicate that graceful acquiescence might be a course preferable to forced acceptance. Ran Barun agreed, and Riley observed that a united Arendia might prove troublesome at some future date, but a united Aloria with an army in the field not 200 leagues from the gates of Tolhoneth was all the trouble that he needed at that particular moment. The years following the Battle of Vomimbra ushered in a period of economic disaster in the west. The destruction of the Algarian herds by marauding Angaraks forced the Algars to suspend their customary annual cattle drive to Murgos in Sendaria for the decades required to rebuild their herds. The vengeful Drasnians closed the north caravan route against Nadrak merchants, and the Murgos sealed their border, cutting off all trade along the south caravan route. Thus, in addition to a meat famine in the west, trade with the east became impossible except along those secret trails far to the south, known only to Yissan slave traders. And so it was that, while it was distasteful, Tolnedra had no alternative but to increase its trade with the snake people. By virtue of her monopoly of eastern trade, the unwholesome influence of Queen Salmisra increased enormously in the west. Dull-eyed Yissan merchants began to appear in the major ports along the west coast, and their dealings, always deceitful, began to color virtually all aspects of commerce in the west. Nyissa prospered enormously, and the luxury, even opulence, of Thistor soon began to rival even that of Tolhoneth itself. The recovery from the years of economic depression which followed the Angarak War was slow and painful. It took the efforts of 3 Barun emperors to finally persuade the Drasnians to reopen the north caravan route, and in the first years the resulting trade was disappointingly meager. The Algarian herds began to arrive at Murgos again, but in nothing like their former numbers, since the Algars steadfastly held back their finest animals for breeding stock. The reduction in the supply of beef, however, provided an opportunity for the development of a new industry in Sendaria. The raising of hogs became a national preoccupation. The hog, of course, has one enormous advantage over the cow in terms of trade. His meat may be cured. Thus, while cattle must be driven enormous distances to their ultimate markets, hogs may be slaughtered and cured on the farm of their origin, and the tasty hams and succulent bacon may be shipped quite easily without fear of spoilage. Fortunes were made in Sendaria, and many a Sendar noble began his upward climb to position and respectability as a hog baron. And then, perhaps 100 years ago, the grim-faced Murgos suddenly relented and reopened the south caravan route. Amazingly, these harsh and warlike people seem to have developed an almost insatiable urge to trade. The caravans from the east were long and literally piled high with those very goods for which the rapacious Yissans demanded their highest prices: silks, spices, curious tapestries, and the fine Malloreon carpets that are almost never seen in the west. The resumption of trade along the south caravan route has begun the recovery of the Tolnedran economy. Gone, however, are the days of absolute dominance in commerce. The merchants of other nations have increasingly come to demand their share of the markets that were formerly exclusive Tolnedran preserves, and kings and their governments have more and more realized that the strength of a nation is measured more in the health of its commerce than in the size of its army. Governments, therefore, have increasingly become involved in trade negotiations. Those fine old days when the kings of the West played their childish games of war and conquest, while the empire alone concentrated on the serious business of commerce, are forever gone. The other nations have, in a very real sense, grown up, and, while we may lament our loss of advantage, we must welcome them into the marketplace and cheer the tremendous growth of healthy competition from which all mankind must benefit. Today, in the great commercial centers, Tolhoneth, Kamar, Murgos, and Bakhtor, the marketplaces literally seethe with merchants from all parts of the known world. Sendar and Tolnedran, Murgo and Drasnian, Nadrak and Arend, Yissan and Cherek, and occasional Algar, brutish Thulls, and even of late grey-cloaked Rivans, vie with each other for the customer's attention, and bargain endlessly with each other. Tolnedra currently faces the inevitable turmoil of dynastic succession. Our present emperor, Rambaroon the 23rd, a vigorous man in his 50s, is a widower with only one female child of 13, and has quite firmly stated his intention not to remarry. The contending families have already begun maneuvering in the Council of Advisors in their quest for the throne. We must hope that Nedra, in his wisdom, will guide us in the selection of a dynasty to lead us through the years ahead, which, while they may be fraught with uncertainties, are likely also to be rich with opportunities. Footnote: this history is a scant 40 pages, or so, in length, but it gave a grand overview of about 5,000 years of history, which proved to be invaluable. End of footnote. Universal weights and measures. Footnote: these little details add the necessary sense of reality to a story. Note that most of them are the same as they are here in the real world. End of footnote. Distance: 1 league, 3 miles. 1/2 league, 1.5 miles. Inch, standard. Span, 9 inches. Yard or pace, 3 feet. Chain, 66 feet. Fathom, 6 feet. Fluid measure: ounce, pint, gill, quarter pint, 4 ounces. Try to avoid using gallon and quart. Dry measure: ounces, pounds, 16 ounces equals 1 pound. Peck, 16 pounds. Bushel, 164 pounds. Stone, 14 pounds. Hundredweight, 100 pounds. Tolnedra. Coinage. Footnote: these values are arbitrary and have little relationship to the current value of precious metals. End of footnote. All coins and bars are marked with the emperor's likeness. Because of her dominance in trade, Tolnedra's coinage is the standard by which other currency is measured. The basic unit is the mark. A mark is 1/2 pound of metal. Gold. 1. Gold mark: 8-ounce bar worth approximately $1,000. 2. Half gold mark: 4-ounce bar worth approximately $500. 3. Quarter gold mark: 2-ounce gold coin worth approximately $250, called an imperial. 4. Noble: 1-ounce gold coin worth approximately $125. 5. Crown: 1/2 ounce gold coin worth approximately $62.50. The names of gold coins include the word gold, thus a gold noble. Silver: silver is worth 1/20th of the value of gold. Thus, 1. Silver mark equals $50. 2. Silver half mark equals $25. 3. Silver imperial equals $12.50. 4. Silver noble equals $6.25. 5. Silver crown equals $3.12. 6. Half crown. The half crown is a 1-ounce brass coin worth $1.56. 7. Penny. Copper. 100 pennies make a half crown. Questionable coins or bars are taken to the temple for verification by the priests of Nedra. Each temple has a set of verified scales. The priests charge a 1% fee. Costume. Men. The upper classes wear a toga-like mantle. These garments are color-coded to show rank. The military uniform is Roman. Merchants wear belted gowns with deep, wide pockets. They are also color-coded to show rank. Menials and craftsmen wear tunics, just below the knees and sleeves to the elbows. Leggings in winter. Leather aprons. Women. Gowns of a Grecian cut. Color coding is legally required, but the law is largely ignored except on formal occasions. The hair is worn in the Grecian manner. Weaponry. The short sword, about 2 feet long, lances, javelins, the short bow. Heavy siege weapons, catapults, etc. Tolnedrans customarily wear daggers, the sign of a free man, but the daggers are largely ornamental. Rank. Title. The Emperor. Addressed as Your Majesty. Color code, gold. Title. The Imperial Family. Addressed as Your Highness. Color code, silver with gold trim. Title. Grand Dukes. Addressed as Your Grace. Color code, blue with gold trim. Footnote. The color coding to indicate rank is largely implicit in the books. End of footnote. The heads of the major families, Baroons, Ranites, etc. Title. Members of his family. Addressed as varied. Color code. Blue with silver trim. Title. Count. Addressed as My Lord John. Color code. Green trim. Title. Baron. Addressed as Baron John. Color code. White trim. Title. Noble. Addressed as Sir John Brown. Color code. No trim. Commercial rank. Commercial rank is based on yearly income. Title. Grand Master Merchant. Income. 1 million gold marks. Color code. Red gown. Title. Master Merchant. Income. 500,000 gold marks. Color code. Blue gown. Title. Grand High Merchant. Income. 100,000 gold marks. Color code. Green gown. Title. High Merchant. Income. 50,000 gold marks. Color code. White gown. Title. Merchant. Income. 10,000 gold marks. Color code. Brown gown. The commons. Artisans are identified by color code on their tunics. Grand Master Carpenter, Cobbler, etc. Red trim. Master Cobbler, etc. Blue trim. Grand High Cobbler, etc. Green trim. High Cobbler, etc. White trim. Cobbler. Usually a one-man shop. Brown trim. Freemen. Workers. They wear no trim. Wages are standardized, about $800 per year. Slightly less for farm workers. Prices of staples are fixed by law. Note. Rank in the priesthood is equivalent to rank in the nobility. Rank in the bureaucracy is equivalent to commercial rank. Academics rank with artisans. Doctors and lawyers have the equivalent of commercial rank. Populations. Tolhoneth, 250,000. Tolvordu, 100,000. Tolhorb, 90,000. Tolrain, 40,000. Tolborun, 10,000. 7 to 8 million Tolnedrans, mostly in villages or on farmsteads. Major holidays. Midwinter, Erastide, the world's birthday. Feasting, jollity, parties, and gifts. Midsummer, the festival of Nedra. Prayers, religious observances. Various, the current emperor's birthday. Early fall, Ranhorb's Day, celebration of the birthday of the greatest emperor. Military parades, patriotic speeches. Late fall, Mara's Day, a day of guilt. Offerings to Mara. Pay all debts. Processions of penitence. Religious observances. The priesthood is comfortable and not very devout. Religion is formal and perfunctory. Prayers are largely for luck and profit. The monastery at Mar Terran, cloistered. Mendicant monks, beggars. Most Tolnedrans aren't very religious. Appendix on Maragor. The kingdom of the Marags, which once lay in that pleasant vale in the southeast quarter of what is now Tolnedra, is, as all men know, no longer in existence. The destruction of Maragor is, of course, our national shame. That is not stated out of some desperate need for guilt, which we observe among some of our less stable colleagues, but is, rather, a cold and incontrovertible fact. The Marags were not by any means an admirable people, but their annihilation, as we now know, was an unnecessarily extreme response to a cultural aberration, which might have rather easily been rechanneled. Geography. The Vale, which was once Maragor, is a mountain-surrounded and fertile valley at the headwaters of the River of the Woods, measuring 100 leagues by 25 leagues. It is dotted with lakes and watered by the sparkling rivers which form the upper tributaries of the River of the Woods. Those hardy souls who have traversed it report that it is truly one of the loveliest spots in the known world. The horror which dwells there, of course, makes Maragor totally uninhabitable. It is also, unfortunately, non-exploitable for precisely the same reason. The free gold still glitters on the bottoms of the streams, but none dare risk their sanity to claim it. The people. The Marags were a short, olive-skinned people of the same racial stock as Tolnedrans, Yissans, and Arends. The single characteristic which all the world thinks of when the Marags are mentioned is, of course, the fact that they were cannibals. How extensive this practice was is the subject of much debate among scholars. The savagery with which the Tolnedran legions extirpated the Marag culture left little in the way of documentary evidence behind, and one may be certain that if no Tolnedran willingly would now enter Maragor for gold, he would be much less likely to go there in search of records or fragments of parchment. The archives in the monastery at Mar Terran, however, do contain some few fragments which provide a sketch outline of the Marag culture. They were, it appears, a secretive people with little desire for contact with outsiders. They were also, insofar as we are able to determine, largely matriarchal, and the institution of marriage among them was strangely underdeveloped. No stigma seems to have been attached to out-of-wedlock birth, and casual liaisons appear to have been commonplace. Beyond these few tantalizing hints, little is known of the Marags. History. We must assume that the Marags migrated to the west during the first millennium, as did the other peoples of the west, although there is no way to substantiate this. Cities and temples of stone were erected in the Vale, but when they were constructed and by whose order, we have no way of knowing, only that the legions which destroyed the country did attest their existence. The cities appear to have been oddly constructed assortments of stone buildings, without protective walls around them, and the temples, standing alone on the plain, were vast constructions of enormous stones, erected with incredible amounts of primitive labor. The only body of historical documents we have relate to the 19th century war between Maragor and Nyissa. The causes of that war are unclear, but the Marags mounted an invasion of the jungle country of the Snake People and pressed rapidly on to the Yissan capital at Thistor. The reports of the field commanders of this invasion provide certain chilling hints about the nature of Marag religious practices. The conclusion of each report of the capture of a Yissan city or town lists, by name, those luckless inhabitants who were assumed for the greater glory of Mara. We can only shudder at the thinly veiled meaning of that term. The Marag invasion, of course, came to grief after the occupation of Thistor. The cunning Yissans had, before evacuating the city, poisoned everything edible in their vicinity. Marag soldiery sickened and died in appalling numbers, and the desperate field commanders frantically appealed to their superiors back in Maragor for food. Ultimately, they were forced to abandon the city and flee back through the jungles to the mountains and thence across to Maragor. The trail of dead and dying soldiers they left behind them gives mute testimony to the virulence of Yissan poisons. The only other contact between the Marags and outsiders came just prior to the destruction of the entire people. Tolnedran merchants attempting to enter Maragor in search of trade were driven out of the country. No amount of official remonstrance on the part of the imperial court could persuade the Marags to relent, and eventually the city of Tolrain was constructed on Maragor's western boundary to provide a suitable site for trade. The few Marags who took advantage of this commercial opportunity paid handsomely for the wares they purchased in fine gold. It was the discovery of this gold which sealed the fate of Maragor. The events leading up to the Tolnedran invasion and the details of that ruthless campaign have already been discussed and need not be repeated here. When the campaign was over, the few pitiful survivors were sold to Yissan slave traders, who promptly chained them together and drove them in long columns across the mountains into the jungles of Nyissa. Their ultimate fate is mercifully hidden from us. Thus perished Maragor, the living Maragor at any rate. The horrid reality of the dead Maragor remains to haunt us fully 3 millennia after our ill-advised adventure there. Reports of the exact nature of the shades which haunt the Vale, which was once Maragor, are hardly verifiable, since most who have been there and survived hover on the verge of madness. All confirm that the spirit of Mara shrieks and wails throughout the land, but reports of the hideous phantoms who haunt the land vary widely. Curiously, all the more coherent accounts indicate that the ghosts are female, which seems to make their mutilated shades that much more horrifying. This latter observation is confirmed in part by the monks of Mar Terran, who, though madness stalks their ranks also, provide us with the most authoritative accounts of the ghosts who have made Maragor not only uninhabitable, but unapproachable as well. Let Imperial Tolnedra resolve most firmly that never again will we allow ourselves to be pushed by our greed into such shameful acts, and let perished Maragor, an eternal rebuke, stand forever between Tolnedra and a repetition of this most monstrous crime. Coinage. No coinage. Marags had a barter economy. The costume was Greek. Men, short tunics and sandals. Women, short silk dresses. Social organization. Footnote. In Belgariad, the sorcerer, Belgariad spends some time in Maragor after Poledra's apparent death. This paragraph on Marag's social organization served as the basis for that sojourn. End of footnote. Houses and land belonged to the women. Men were athletes, hunters, and soldiers. The society was very loose and considered immoral by other races. The men lived in semi-military dormitories, when they weren't guests in the house of this or that woman. Men had no property. The Marags were very enthusiastic about athletic tournaments. Religious observances were orgiastic in nature. The society tended toward a lot of nudity, because the Marags had a great admiration for the human body. Their temples doubled as athletic stadiums. The cannibalism. This came about as the result of a misleading of one of their sacred texts. It was ritualistic in nature, and those consumed were all non-Marags. Manners. Marags were good-natured and happy-go-lucky. The men were not interested in trade, which made the Tolnedrans crazy. The Marags were total pagans with virtually no inhibitions. The women were very generous with both their property and their personal favors. There were probably no more than 1 million Marags. The Alorn Kingdoms. Note, the 4 kingdoms of the Alorn peoples, Cherek, Drasnia, Algaria, and the Isle of the Winds, are a direct outgrowth of the kingdom of Aloria, which existed in antiquity and which was divided during the reign of the legendary Cherek Bearshoulders at about the end of the 2nd millennium. The Isle of the Winds. Geography. The northwestmost of the 12 kingdoms, the Isle of the Winds is a rocky, almost uninhabitable island to the west of Sendaria and Cherek and to the north of Arendia. Perpetual gale-force winds sweep off the ocean to beat against the island's west coast. Because of reefs and high cliffs, the island is totally unapproachable except at Riva, the island's only city. A limited fishery exists at Riva, and there appears to be some mining in the mountains of the island, mostly in useful metals such as iron and copper, although there do appear to be deposits of gold and silver which do not seem to be extensively exploited. The people. Although they call themselves Rivans, after their legendary first king, the inhabitants of the island are basically Alorn, and descendants of a fairly substantial migration, which appears to have occurred at about the beginning of the 3rd millennium. Curiously enough, the migration to the island by the Rivans seems to have occurred as one single expedition, significantly unlike the customary migratory pattern of other peoples, which is characterized by succeeding waves and periods of consolidation. The Rivans are markedly different from their Alorn cousins in Cherek, Drasnia, and Algaria. They are generally called the Grey Cloaks, from their national costume, by the common people of other kingdoms, although until recently they were seldom seen off the island. The Rivans are sober, even grim, and close-mouthed to the point of rudeness. Reported to be savage warriors, they are fanatically loyal to their ruler, called simply the Rivan Warder, and wholly committed to the defense of their capital at Riva. The history of the Rivans. As previously discussed, the Rivans migrated to the Isle sometime in the early years of the 3rd millennium. Amazingly, the line of Rivan royalty appears to have descended in one unbroken line from the legendary Riva Iron Grip to the last Rivan king, Gorek the Wise, who was assassinated in 4002 by agents of the Yissan Queen. This unbroken succession marks the longest dynasty in the history of all the 12 kingdoms, apparently enduring for nearly 2,000 years. Perhaps in keeping with their national character, the Rivans have formed no alliances with any of the other kingdoms, and have steadfastly refused to sign even the most rudimentary trade agreement with the representatives of the Tolnedran Emperor. This rigid stubbornness was a source of unending frustration to whole generations of Tolnedran diplomats, and a continuous irritation to 2 complete Tolnedran dynasties. Following the Accords of Vale in 3097, efforts were made to establish normal trade relations with the Rivans, but without success. And finally, in 3137, Ran Barun, the 24th, mounted the disastrous expedition to the Isle to force the gates of Riva. The adventure, of course, was an unmitigated disaster. Preparations were then made for a full-scale invasion of the Isle, until the now famous note from the Cherek ambassador persuaded the emperor to abandon the entire project. In time, the Rivans grudgingly consented to the construction of a commercial enclave outside the city walls, and visiting merchants were forced to be content with that single concession. By custom, no merchant or emissary is ever permitted inside the walls of the city itself, and most certainly not within the fortress at the center of the city. Footnote: this xenophobic restriction was significantly relaxed during the actual writing. End of footnote. There are but 2 exceptions to this. The first is the Alorn Council, which occurs once each 10 years, and during which the kings of Algaria, Drasnia, Cherek, and sometimes of Sendaria, when the king of Sendaria chances to be in Alorn, journey to Riva and are conveyed, alone, to the Rivan throne room, where, it is rumored, they report to the Rivan Warder concerning the search for the heir to the Rivan throne. The other exception to this rule is in accordance with the humiliating agreement of Vomimbra, which requires that each Tolnedran imperial princess present herself in her wedding gown before a Rivan throne for a 3-day period on her 16th birthday. Note: Tolnedran princesses for the past 500 years since the great battle at Vomimbra have reported that the entire city of Riva is little more than a walled defensive position, with individual houses forming salients, redoubts, bastions, and the like, and that the streets are laid out in such fashion that they are overlooked by and exposed to overhead attack by each succeeding row of thick-walled houses. Moreover, the roofs of Rivan houses are all of slate, and there is nothing exposed within the city which will burn. The fortress is a sheer tower with enormously thick walls, and but one very narrow iron door. The throne room is reported to be a very large chamber, musty and unused, in which sits the Rivan throne, a large seat of black basalt, with a rusted sword embedded, point downward in the back, and having a large grayish-colored pommel stone, possibly some artifact or souvenir out of the dim reaches of the Rivan past. For the first 1,000 years of its history, the Isle of the Winds was deliberately isolated, cut off from all contact with the civilized world. For reasons which are largely unclear, Cherek warships maintained a continual blockade of the port of Riva, allowing no vessels of any nation to land there. Convinced that there was enormous wealth on the island, Tolnedran and Sendarian merchants pressured the emperor at Tolhoneth for several generations to force the Cherek Alorns to lift their blockade. This was finally accomplished in the Accords of Vale of 3097, and a horde of Tolnedran and Sendarian ships descended on the harbor at Riva, only to be met by unscalable walls and a silent, locked gate. The details of the efforts to persuade the Rivans to trade were discussed elsewhere. See the History of Tolnedra. The controversy ultimately was resolved peacefully, although for a time the West hovered perilously near the brink of open and general war. The single most significant event in Rivan history was the assassination of King Gorek the Wise by a party of Yissin merchants, apparently upon the instruction of the Yissin Queen in 4002. The incident is marked by confusion, and a factual, detailed account of what actually took place has never been forthcoming. It appears that the royal family was invited to the commercial enclave to receive a special gift from the Queen of Nyissa. Upon their arrival at the Yissin compound, they were attacked by 7 Yissin merchants armed with the traditional poisoned knives of their race. The king, the queen, the crown prince and his wife, and 2 of their 3 children were killed, but no trace of the remaining prince was ever found. 2 of the Yissin merchants survived the assault by the Rivan guards and were at length persuaded to reveal their connection to the Yissin queen. The resulting war between the Alorn Kingdoms and Nyissa was perhaps one of the most brilliant military campaigns in the history of the West, which fact raises serious doubts about the customary dismissal of the Alorns as barbarian berserks. A series of hit-and-run raids on the Yissin coast by Cherek raiders diverted the attention of the Snake People, while a vast force of Drasnian infantry and Algarian cavalry made the seemingly impossible trek across the mountains of western Tolnedra and attacked down the upper reaches of the River of the Serpent. An expeditionary force of Rivans ascended the River of the Woods and made a swift overland attack on the Yissin capital of Thistor, entering the city while a majority of the Yissin army was in the east attempting to hold off the invading Algarians and Drasnians, and the remainder of their force was trying to repel a major landing of the Cherek fleet at the mouths of the River of the Serpent. Before she died, Queen Salmisra, the 107th, was persuaded to reveal to the leader of the Rivan force precisely what had been behind the assassination. But the leader, Brand, who was later chosen to the post of Warder of Riva, did not reveal that information to anyone but the Alorn kings. Footnote: this account differs markedly from the one in Belgariad, the sorcerer. End of footnote. The Tolnedran emperor attempted to intercede, but the Alorns proceeded to systematically destroy the entire kingdom of Nyissa, pulling down the city of Thistor, burning towns and villages, and driving the inhabitants into the jungles. So savage was this Alorn extermination that for 500 years the entire country appeared depopulated, and only after that length of time were the frightened Yissins persuaded to come out of the trees and begin the process of rebuilding their capital. In some measure, due to the enormous volume of trade which was being destroyed and the tremendous loss of revenue resulting, a Tolnedran force moved south to restrain the Alorn barbarians. but they were met at the River of the Woods by an overwhelming force of Drasnians, Algarians, and Cherek berserks. It was not until that point that it was fully realized in Tolhoneth the actual size of the Alorn army on our southern border. The commander of the Tolnedran legions prudently decided not to interfere with the Alorns, but merely positioned his force along the north bank of the River of the Woods to protect the integrity of Tolnedran territory. The 1,200 years which followed the destruction of Nyissa was spent by the Rivans in their endless and futile quest for the heir to the Rivan throne. Persistent rumors based on the sketchy and confused testimony of witnesses to the assassination maintain that the youngest son of the crown prince, a boy of 9, escaped the knives of the Yissans by plunging into the sea. Footnote: Garin becomes a boy of 6 in Belgariad the sorcerer, and Polgara the sorceress. End of footnote. Had this in fact been the case, the child would surely have perished, for the Sea of the Winds at Riva is bitterly cold throughout the year. Rumors persist, however, long after reason despairs, and the Rivans have painstakingly tracked down each vague hint or clue. Scores of impostors have emerged over the centuries, but the Rivans would appear to have some ultimate test, which none yet has passed. The quest for the heir to the Rivan throne was interrupted only by the Angarak invasion of the west under Kaltorak in 4865. It was the 31st warder of Riva, who was the overgeneral of the western forces, and who led the assault upon the rear of the main force of Kaltorak before the walls of Vomimbra in 4875. And it was this same 31st warder, traditionally named Brand, although the warder is selected rather than ascending to his position by birth, who met and defeated Kaltorak in single combat. See the prose epic, The Battle of Vomimbra, for a colorful though basically accurate description of that duel. Following this amazing display of prowess, the assembled rulers of the West pledged allegiance to the Rivan throne in an outburst of enthusiasm over the crushing of Kaltorak, and only the presence of mind of Murgon, the Tolnedran ambassador to the court at Vomimbra, forestalled the immediate installation of Brand the 31st as Emperor of the West. The concession wrung from Murgon in exchange was the aforementioned Agreement of Vomimbra, which specified that upon his return the Rivan king will be given to wife an imperial Tolnedran princess. Upon the completion of the battle, Brand the 31st returned to Riva, and since that time Rivan traders have been seen throughout the known world. Although they are shrewd bargainers, it is commonly believed in the highest governmental circles at Tolhoneth that these merchants are in fact agents of the Rivan warder, engaged in that centuries-long and obviously futile search for the heir to the Rivan throne. Whatever their motives, the Greycloaks are a welcome addition to the world of commerce, and it is to be hoped that in time the Rivans will outgrow their secretive ways and assume their proper place in the family of nations. Riva. Coinage. Gold. 1. A 1-ounce gold coin called a Rivan gold penny, equal to a Tolnedran noble. 2. A half-ounce gold coin called a Rivan gold halfpenny, equal to a Tolnedran crown. Silver. 1. A 2-ounce silver coin called a Rivan silver double penny. 10 double pennies equal a gold penny, equal a silver imperial. 2. A 1-ounce silver coin, a silver penny. 20 equal 1 gold penny. 3. A half-ounce silver coin called a silver halfpenny, equal a Tolnedran silver crown. Brass or copper, called a brass or a copper. Theoretically equal, but in practice a brass is worth 2 coppers. 100 brass equal a silver halfpenny. 200 coppers equal a silver halfpenny. Costume. There are no class distinctions in Rivan costume, but the nobles and the wealthy wear slightly finer clothing. The standard is a tunic, long-sleeved, belted, and reaching to mid-thigh. Long, fairly wide sleeves. Also leggings, wrappings, laced around with thongs or cord. The standard gray cloak is a heavy, sleeveless mantle with a hood. Riven clothing is gray, undyed wool. Riven sheep have a curious gray color and extremely fine, thick wool. On state or formal occasions, a blue linen tunic with discreet silver embroidery is worn by all ranks. Shoes, a soft leather half-boot, felt in the winter. Armor, chainmail, and pointed steel helmets. Rank, the distinction between noble and commons is generally indicated in the weaponry. The customary weapons of the Rivens are a 4-foot broadsword and an 18-inch dagger. The sword belts of the nobility are gold or silver-studded. Those of the commons are plain. Women wear linen gowns, long-sleeved and sober, and decorous. Belting is a concession to vanity, and the gowns are cross-tied to accentuate the bosom. The hair, usually blonde, is worn long and flowing, with elaborate braiding around the temples to give a coronet effect. Commerce. Bread, again a standard, costs slightly more in Riva than in Tolnedra, but the Rivens are thrifty and industrious, so there is virtually no poverty on the island. Fairs are held in the meadows along the river of Vales, behind the city of Riva, and there is a great deal of barter as opposed to cash transactions. Trade items, wool, sheep, a few cattle, hogs, produce. Useful goods, shoes, pots, pans, etc. Rank. The warder. Selected by the nobility in conclave at Riva. Invested with the name Brand, and wears an iron circlet on state occasions. The barons. 20 only. Each represents a district in the city of Riva and is responsible for its maintenance and defense. The residents of a district are the baron's men. Some Rivens live in the outlands, a few shepherds, some farmers, etc. This is a largely self-contained society, with a remarkably stable population. Modes of address. My Lord Brand, to the warder. Sir John, to the barons. Friend John, to the commons. Not unusual for a lower-class Riven to call a baron Friend John as well. Population. The population of the city of Riva is about 100,000, another 500,000 or so in villages and on farmsteads. Religious observances. Temple of Balar in the city of Riva. Religious observances standard Alorn. See Cherek. Honor is also paid to Aldur. Religion. See Cherek. Major holidays. Erastide, the world's birthday, a week-long celebration in midwinter. Riva's birthday, early summer, patriotic rededication to the defense of the orb. Gorek's Day, or a day of national mourning over the death of Gorek the Wise, early September. Festival of Balar, spring, a religious holiday, feasting, some drinking. Brand's Day, celebration of the victory at the Battle of Vomimbra, military games, midsummer. Cherek. Cherek is a mountainous peninsula on the northwest coast, extending northward to the polar ice. With the exception of the valley of the Alorn River and the fertile basin south of Val Alorn, Cherek is too mountainous to be arable. There is some fishery in the Gulf of Cherek, and fairly extensive mineral deposits in the mountains, iron, copper, gold, silver, tin, certain gemstones. The capital city at Val Alorn is a town of some 40,000, walled, stone-constructed, with narrow streets and high-pitched roofs. The people. The Chereks are, of course, the elemental, archetypal Alorns. They are a noisy, boisterous, hard-drinking, rowdy race, with little reverence for proprieties and little patience for subtlety. They are master shipbuilders and superb seamen, but unfortunately have always had little taste for honest commerce, preferring piracy on the high seas to legitimate trade. It has been observed that frequently even the most stable merchant among the Chereks will fall back upon this predilection when the opportunity presents itself, and Tolnedran vessels are therefore always wary when meeting a Cherek vessel at sea. Perhaps because their stock is more undiluted than that of their cousins in Drasnia and Algaria, the Chereks are a taller, somewhat blonder people. Their social structure is clannish, but the clans all pay homage to the throne at Alorn. Such feuds and disputes as periodically erupt are either settled by the king or decided in ritualized single combat. The history of the Chereks. It is evident that the Alorns have occupied the Cherek Peninsula for at least 4 millennia. The great temple of Balar, the bear god of the Alorns, at Alorn, has been reliably dated to the 11th century and is a truly remarkable example of prehistoric architecture. It appears that the Alorns were a fairly extensive tribe of northern nomads who settled in Cherek sometime early in the 1st millennium, and although artifacts of the primitive Alorn culture have been found in northern Drasnia and in the mountains of Nadrak, it is quite evident that the Cherek Peninsula is their ancestral home. Runes dating back into antiquity have indeed identified the country as Aloria, but this name appears to have been changed to Cherek in honor of Cherek Bareshoulders, a great king who reigned over the Alorns at the end of the 2nd millennium. Apparently a man of enormous power, King Cherek held sway over a vast northern empire, extending from the Vale of Aldur to the polar ice, and from the west coast to the far eastern reaches of what is now Nadrak, encompassing all of Algaria, Drasnia, Nadrak, and northern Sendaria, as well as the Cherek Peninsula. The exact cause is unclear, but during the later years of his reign the empire of King Cherek was broken up into 4 separate Alorn Kingdoms, and the Alorns withdrew from the east to the borders of Drasnia. The first contact between Cherek and the Tolnedran Empire came during the 25th and 26th centuries, when Cherek pirates began systematically destroying all Tolnedran vessels which strayed into the Sea of the Winds, and Cherek berserks made landings all up and down the west coast, sacking and burning cities in Sendaria, Arendia, Tolnedra, and Nyissa. The city of Tolvordu at the mouth of the river Arend was burned to the ground 8 times during those 2 centuries. By the beginning of the 4th millennium, Tolnedran emissaries had concluded a series of treaties and trade agreements with the Chereks, and relations began to assume some semblance of normalcy. In 3097, the Accords of Alorn opened the sea lanes to the city of Riva, with certain provisos. See the history of the Isle of the Winds. Following the eventual opening of the Rivan commercial enclave, the city of Alorn began a modest trade with the Isle of the Winds and with Drasnia to the east. The bulk of Cherek commerce, however, derives from the sea transport of goods from the Drasnian port of Kotu through the Gulf of Cherek and the Cherek Bore in the Straits of Sendaria, around the hook of Arendia to the southern ports. Despite the splendid system of highways constructed by Emperor Ranhorb II, see the history of Tolnedra, Cherek vessels, modeled on the long, narrow Cherek warships, move much more rapidly than the caravans of other merchants traveling the 1,000 leagues from Bakhtor at the western terminus of the north caravan route to the Sendarian port of Kamar. Thus, Cherek merchants can easily put their goods on the docks at Tolvordu or Tolhorb, or even on the wharves of Tolhoneth months before similar goods can arrive via the overland route. The Chereks are also able to avoid the innumerable tolls, taxes, duties, port fees, bribes, gratuities, and gifts which are the lifeblood of commerce. And this more than makes up for the occasional vessel lost to weather, uncharted reefs, or bad luck in those occasional encounters at sea of which the Chereks are so fond. Tolnedran merchants have bitterly complained about this advantage to the whole succession of Tolnedran emperors for 2,000 years without notable success, since the wily Cherek negotiators agreed in the Accords of Alorn to a tax of 10% of their net upon any goods sold in Tolnedra to be paid directly into the personal treasury of the emperor. In 4002, apparently in accord with a secret treaty with the Rivans, the entire Cherek fleet sailed southward and participated in the assault upon Nyissa. Since that time, it has been no secret that there exists an Alorn Confederation, an illegal arrangement in direct violation of numerous treaties with Tolnedra, all of which contain a clause of exclusivity, forbidding the signatory nation from concluding treaties or agreements with any other power without Tolnedran consent. It must be conceded, however, that these secret agreements were invaluable during the war against the Angarak hordes of Kaltorak, 4865 until 4875, when the Alorns arose as one people in response to the near destruction of Drasnia and the wasting of the Algarian herds. It was in 4875 that Cherek warships appeared for the first time at Tol Honeth and conveyed virtually the entire imperial garrison north to the river Arend and thence up that river to the vast plain to the west of Bomimbra, that they might fall upon the Angarak right flank. Further, it must be conceded that it was the presence of the Rivan warder which mobilized the entire west against the Angarak threat. His leadership of that unlikely force of Rivans, Chereks, Sendars, and northern Arends who assaulted the rear of the Malloreon horde was the final blow upon that bloody field, since Algar cavalry, the remnants of Drasnian infantry, and Ulgo irregulars had already begun the assault upon the Angarak left. This three-pronged attack, the most concentrated effort in military history, is generally conceded to have been the only thing that could have stemmed the Angarak tide. Cherek has prospered in the years since the defeat of the Angaraks, gaining advantage by assisting the Drasnians in the rebuilding of Bakhtor and Kotu, and in the repair of the causeway across the Aldurfans on the Great North Road. The present king of Cherek is Anheg IX, called by some Anheg the Sly. He has been on the throne in Vale Alorn for 9 years. He is a large, dark-haired man with a brutish face. Though he appears to share the Alorn fondness for rowdy drinking and boastful swagger, he is in fact a highly educated man and a shrewd politician. He is fully aware of the complex politics of the southern nations, as well as the more elemental alliances of the Alorn Kingdoms. He spends much time in study, and is generally held by those who know him to be the equal, at least, of the Tolnedran emperor, who has had the benefit of instruction by an entire university. The king of Cherek, however, conducts his own studies, and, it is rumored, has even learned Old Angarak, so that he might read in the original the forbidden Book of Torak, a work accursed by all civilized nations and religions. The palace of Anheg is a vast warren of unused chambers and dank corridors, befitting, perhaps, a building that has been 3,000 years in construction. His private chambers are given over to study and to obscure experimentation. Anheg's closest friend and advisor is his cousin, Barak, a giant Alorn warrior with the temper of a berserker and the subtlety of a Tolnedran ambassador. Barak has, it is reliably reported, been entrusted with a number of highly delicate missions for his cousin. Our informants in Vale Alorn, however, report that he is generally believed by Cherek nobility to suffer from some obscure stigmata, or doom, as our northern friends call it, and is periodically morose and even melancholic. What the nature of this doom might be is a matter which causes tight lips and white knuckles on the sword hands of our Cherek friends, and an absolute refusal to discuss Barak's affliction, even under the most skillful prodding. Footnote: this description of Barak derives from an earlier character sketch. End of footnote. Cherek. Coinage. Gold. 1. A 1.5 ounce gold coin, called a shield, equals about $200. 2. A 3/4 ounce gold coin, called a half shield, equals about $100. Cherek gold coins are octagonal, and the weights are not very exact. They are usually hoarded and are seldom seen in trade. Silver, the standard of trade in Cherek. A 1-pound silver bar milled on the edges and stamped with the king's rune, called a Silver King, equals $100. 2. A half-pound silver bar called a Silver Queen, equals $50. 3. A 4-ounce silver coin, very big, called a Silver Prince, equals $25. 4. A 1-ounce silver coin called a Silver Princess, equals $6.50. Tolnedran silver noble. Copper. 1. A copper penny, 1 ounce, octagonal, equals 6.5 cents. 2. A copper halfpenny, round, equals 3.25 cents. Note: copper is slightly more valuable in Cherek because of its scarcity in that country. No brass coins in Cherek. Costume. Men. Basically Viking. Lots of furs. Linen tunics. Leggings. Shoes are very crude. Cherek men are armed almost all of the time. Swords, axes, spears, like a boar spear, javelins, daggers. Helmet. Various shapes decorated usually with the clan totem on top. No horn on helmets. Chainmail shirts or heavy bull hide with steel plates sewn on. Beards common. Women. Linen gowns, belted, cross-tied bodice to accentuate the bosom. Cherek women are busty and quite proud of that fact. Hair is braided and frequently bound up into elaborate headdresses. Commerce. Extensive bartering. Marketplace in most towns and villages. Shipbuilding is a major industry around Vale Alorn. Rank. The king. Hereditary. Always wears his crown. Has a crown built onto his helmet for wars. State robes are very fine and trimmed with ermine. The earls. Actually, clan chiefs. Some 30 to 40 of them. Lords. The hereditary nobility, associated with land, can be invested at the king's whim. Warriors. Not exactly noble, but treated with more respect than commoners. Commoners. Unlanded men, farm workers, dockhands, etc., largely drawn from the descendants of thralls. Thraldom was abolished at the end of the 2nd millennium. Footnote: we chose not to follow the institution of thraldom, slavery. It was present in Europe during the Dark Ages, but it would have served no purpose in this story. End of footnote. The social structure of Cherek is quite fluid, and upward mobility is very common. Any man with a sword or axe can rise to warrior status, and can in time be made a lord by the king. Chereks are quite concerned with proprieties of such things. Modes of address. The king is called Your Majesty on formal occasions, but is often called by his first name, even by commoners. Nobles are called Lord John on formal occasions, but again often called just John. Manners. Much care is taken to avoid offense. Chereks are touchy and quarrelsome. Boasting is permitted, but no insult. Chereks sing a great deal, but not very well. Loud. A lot of feasting and drinking in the winter. Fights are common, but the tendency is to use clubs or staves rather than swords to hold down the fatalities. Adultery is not uncommon, but is severely punished when caught. Holidays. Erastide, midwinter. Festival of Balar, spring. King's birthday. Fairies, now midsummer. Cherek's birthday, fall. Victory celebration. For Battle of Vomimbra, midsummer. Population. Probably 2 million total. Footnote: these population numbers were low throughout. We had the Dark Ages in mind, but the societies that developed in the story were noticeably more advanced. End of footnote. Religious observances. Priests are muscular and warlike. bonfires on the altar, choral singing. Sermons are biting attacks on personal sinfulness, like the Scottish Dominie. Incantations for luck. The cult of the bear. A group of warrior monks, like Templars, dedicated to the service of Balar. Chapters in Drasnia, Algaria, Riva, and Sendaria. These form the core of the armies of those nations, fundamentally an anti-Angarak society, arch-conservative. Footnote: the bear cult makes its first appearance here. At the time, we had no idea how important it would turn out to be. End of footnote. Drasnia. Geography. Drasnia is a large northern country lying between the mountains of the east and the Gulf of Cherek. It is, by and large, a plain extending from Aldurfens up through Rin Marsh and thence to the Drasnian moors, which extend northward to the polar ice. The principal Drasnian preoccupation is with the vast herds of reindeer, which provide the mainstay of Drasnian economy. Footnote: the reindeer were later eliminated. End of footnote. Drasnia's strategic position astride the North Caravan route has provided a vast wealth from time immemorial. The two major cities, the capital at Bakhtor, northern terminus of the Great North Road, and western terminus of the North Caravan route out of Gar og Nadrak, and the island seaport of Kotu, at the mouth of the Rin River, have been important commercial centers since before the dawn of recorded history. With the possible exception of the sphinx-like Rivans, the Drasnians are the most enigmatic of the Alorns, perhaps because of their isolated frontier situation and the brute savagery of the Drasnian winter with its winds howling down across the Drasnian moors. They are at once openly friendly, but with a certain reserve, seeming to draw a line beyond which a stranger is not invited. They are hard traders, but are scrupulously honest. Their profits are gained from certain advantageous trade laws and toll arrangements. Like all Alorns, they are warlike, and warriors from the northern reaches of Drasnia, as a result of their lifelong following of the reindeer herds, are the finest infantry in the world, easily able to keep pace with cavalry units on long marches. Like all infantry units, their weapon of choice is the long spear. The Drasnians are not as clannish as other Alorns, their culture appearing to have progressed to the stage where district and regional loyalties are at least on a par with blood ties. The history of Drasnia. Like the Rivans and Algars, Drasnians were separated from the main body of Alorns at the time of the breakup of the empire of King Cherek Bareshoulders at the end of the second millennium. For the first 1,000 years of their history, the Drasnians appear to have been nomadic herdsmen, following the yearly migrations of the reindeer herds. One curious feature of their early history was the existence of a series of fortified camps along the western reaches of the mountain range which marks their border with Gar og Nadrak. The camps seem not to have been continuously occupied, but rather to have been periodically used by any one of a dozen Drasnian tribes. Evidence exists in the form of artifacts and large quantities of skeletal remains that a major battle took place in a narrow valley just before one of these camps. The invading force appears to have been Angarak, judging from the artifacts and the distinctive skull shape of the majority of the remains, and it does appear that the Drasnians won a decisive victory and stemmed what might have been a prelude to a major invasion of the west by a highly organized Angarak force. The event can be roughly dated to the 25th century, and appears to have been a major effort by the Angaraks to penetrate the west, unlike the continuous probes sent down into Algaria throughout the third millennium. Thus it is that all the kingdoms of the west owe a profound debt of gratitude to those unknown Drasnian warriors for stopping an invasion which, given the unorganized state of the west in the third millennium, must certainly have resulted in all of us growing up under an Angarak dictatorship. Footnote: we chose not to follow up on this battle. End of footnote. Once the aggressive push of the Angaraks was quelled by this great but unnamed battle and by a number of similar, though smaller, engagements in Algaria. Trade began with the east, and the Drasnians began construction of their capital at Boktor and their seaport at Kotu. Boktor grew rather naturally at the western end of the north caravan route, which existed long before it was formalized in the agreement reached in 3219 between the kings of Drasnia and Gar-Og Nadrak. Boktor became a major commercial center in the north long before the other Alorn cities had even begun to consider the advantages of trade. Kotu, meanwhile, flourished as the major seaport of the north. By the middle of the 4th millennium, trade agreements had brought Drasnia into the commercial empire of Tolnedra, although the hard-bargaining Drasnians had so twisted the standard agreements that it is difficult to say where the advantage actually lay. Suffice to say that the stipulation that all merchandise transfers at Boktor take place through the agency of a Drasnian intermediary brought tears of chagrin to the eyes of Tolnedran merchants, since it effectively prevented direct trading with eastern merchants at the terminus of the north caravan route. Drasnia prospered throughout the 4th millennium, and by the early years of the 5th, stood as a commercial power rivaling Tolnedra. When the Rivan king was assassinated in 4002, the massed Drasnian infantry made one of the most astounding treks in history, covering the 1,000 leagues from Boktor to the Vale of Aldur in 60 days, to join forces with the Algar cavalry for the overland assault on Nyissa. Footnote: this was written before the scale was established. It is in fact 80 leagues from Boktor to the Vale, and crack infantry could make that far in 8 days. End of footnote. Drasnian infantry was particularly effective against Yissan soldiery, since Yissans traditionally took to the trees when assaulted, and the long Drasnian spears were able to quite easily reach them in the lower branches, where they normally took refuge. Indeed, in certain areas of the jungle of eastern Nyissa, the trees are festooned with human skeletons to this very day. For all their power and courage, the Drasnians were the first to fall when the savage Angarak hordes of Kaltorak spilled down out of the mountains of Nadrak and onto the plains in the spring of 4865. Although they resisted valiantly, the Drasnians were largely destroyed. Their cities were pulled down, and those who were not killed were enslaved. Upon command of the king, a few crack units of the southern Drasnian army escaped into northern Algaria and evaded the southward march of the main body of the Angarak hordes southwestward toward Arendia. These infantry units accompanied the Algarian cavalry across the southern tip of Ulgoland and fell upon the Angarak left flank with particular savagery during the decisive battle of Vomimbra. The units effected the release of the surviving Drasnian captives from the retreating Nadraks, and these sorry remnants formed the basis for the rebirth of the Drasnian nation. Assisted by Chereks and Algars, the new monarch at Boktor, Rodar I, the general who had commanded Drasnian forces during the war, rebuilt the city of Boktor, cleared the rubble and sunken vessels from the harbor at Kotu, and rebuilt the great causeway across the northeastern reaches of Alderferns. For a century following the Angarak invasion, Drasnian border guards systematically and routinely killed all travelers from the east, until continued remonstrances from Tolnedra persuaded them to abandon the practice and to restore normal trade along the north caravan route. In some measure, the decline of Tolnedra can be directly traced to this drying up of northern commerce. The present king of Drasnia, Rodar XVIII, is an immensely fat, jolly man in his mid-60s who appears to be somewhat simple, but is, in fact, a shrewd and clever man who is ever watchful. Drasnian merchants are found throughout the known world, and through their agency, the Drasnian intelligence system is probably the finest in the world. It is said, probably with some measure of truth, that the Tolnedran emperor cannot change his tunic without word of it being delivered to Boktor within the hour. Drasnia. Coinage. Gold. 1. A 2-ounce gold plaque, rectangular, called a gold bull, equals about $250. 2. A 1-ounce gold coin, square, called a gold cow, equals about $125. 3. A half-ounce gold coin, also square, called a gold calf, equals about $62.50. Silver. 1. A 2-ounce silver plaque shaped into an open rectangle called a silver link can be hooked together into chains. 2. 10 links make a chain, equals about $125. 3. A 1-ounce square silver coin called a token, equals about $6.25. Brass and copper. Coins in these metals are, of course, the basis of trade among the common people and are struck in each district, called coppers or brass. All are exactly 1 ounce. Copper has 1/5 the value of brass. Brass has 1/5 the value of silver. Weights of Drasnian coins are extremely precise, and the metals are very pure. In addition, the Drasnians have developed a rudimentary banking system, involving sight drafts between members of the same family, using complicated codes, i.e., John gave me 100 chains here in Bakhtor. You give him 100 chains in Yarmarak. Less 10%, of course. Costume. Footnote. Quite frequently the costumes proved irrelevant. End of footnote. Men. Somewhat Russian. Heavy into furs. Linen tunics belted. Leggings. Soft leather boots with heavy soles. Felt boots in winter and huge fur capes, like blankets. Armor. Steel plates sewn to leather. Helmets squared on top and long nose guard. Merchants wear fur-trimmed gowns, unbelted, and close-fitting caps. Gowns are usually colored to indicate the area of trade. The color coding is quite elaborate. All Drasnian men carry broad daggers, but they are concealed under their clothes. Women. Linen in summer, wool in winter. Gowns very full and not excessively ornamented. Drasnian women wear their hair long and straight down the back. Commerce. Highly developed. Lots of local shops in each neighborhood. Major commercial centers along the docks in Bakhtor and Kotu. Huge amounts of money change hands daily. Keep track on slates and settle at the end of the day. Each major merchant has his own strong room, heavily guarded. Drasnian blacksmiths have devised elaborate locks. Rank. The king. Hereditary. The princes. These are clan chiefs. All are related, distantly, to the king. 20 to 30 in the country. Lords. Hereditary nobility associated with land, similar to Cherek. Chiefs. These are the owners of the reindeer herds and the clan leaders of the tribes which tend them. They are very primitive groups, and the chiefs are to varying degrees powerful, particularly in the north. Each tribe has its own huge pasture lands. The authority of the king is far from absolute in the north. Footnote. This was not retained. End of footnote. Commoners. All others. All Drasnian men are bearers of arms. Military. Units organized on the family tribe basis. Modes of address. Addressed by rank, thus King John, Prince Fred. Commoners called Worthy John or Friend John. Manners. Drasnians are polite and have a great sense of humor. The transition from calling someone Worthy John to calling him Friend John is extremely elaborate, and Drasnians are amused when outsiders attempt to go through the stages of the process. Note, Drasnians have developed an elaborate finger language consisting of barely perceptible gestures, can hold entire conversations with each other, even while talking to some foreign merchant, highly useful in trade negotiations and in their espionage work. Footnote. The secret language proved to be very useful, although it was just an aside in the preliminaries. End of footnote. Holidays. Erastide. Festival of Balar. Dra's birthday. Day of Sorrow, when Angarak's invaded. early June. Lent here. Day of Victory, Battle of Vomimbra, late June. Population approximately 1.5 million. Algaria. Geography. With the exception of the Aldurfens to the north and the area south of the low range of hills that mark the upper reaches of the Aldur River, Algaria is a vast, rolling grassland, lying between the two arms of the mountain range that forms the spine of the continent. The land is fertile and well watered by the Aldur, and could be profitably farmed, but the Algars prefer instead to remain semi-primitive herdsmen. Virgin gold occasionally appears in transactions with the Algars, but no hint of its source can be found. The Algarian herds are the finest in the known world and provide meat for most of the kingdoms of the West. The yearly cattle drive to Murgos in Sendaria along the Great North Road is one of the genuinely magnificent spectacles one may behold. Centuries of carefully controlled breeding have made Algar horses unsurpassed. The people. The Algars, of course, are merely another branch of the numerous Alorn people, and are similar to their northern cousins. They are tall, fair, and generally an open people. Honest in their dealings, and firm in their friendships and alliances. They dwell for the most part in large wagons, in which they follow the wanderings of their herds. An Algarian city can rise in the space of an hour, a well-ordered city of tents and pavilions, neatly laid out on streets, and the whole surrounded by a wall of poles, which are carried under their wagons. Each of these movable cities represents an entire Algarian clan, usually numbering up to 1,000 armed and mounted men and their families. The herds of each clan are vast and are owned in common. As with most Alorns, feuds among them are not uncommon, but the last clan war took place at about the end of the 3rd millennium. Since that time, disputes have been settled by ritualized single combat. There are two major peculiarities about Algarian society. The first is the presence in the hill country at the south of the grassland of a vast stone fortress, known simply as the Stronghold, which is garrisoned but not actually occupied. The second is the continuous mounted patrols maintained around the perimeters of the Vale of Aldur, a beautiful but uninhabited area in the extreme south of the kingdom. Both the garrison at the Stronghold and the patrols in the Vale are comprised of contingents from all of the clans. The history of the Algars. Once again, we see an Alorn people who were separated from their fellows at the time of the disintegration of the Empire of Cherek Bareshoulders. The legendary founder of the nation was Algar Fleetfoot, second son of old King Cherek. Like Drasnia and Riva, Algaria was populated at the end of the 2nd millennium. There appear to have been large herds of wild horses and cattle on the Algarian plains, and the people were soon mounted upon the horses, and their own herds had mingled with the wild cattle, creating a new breed much sturdier than the somewhat scrubby Alorn cattle they had brought with them, while not so totally unmanageable as the wild cattle indigenous to the plains. There is evidence that a prolonged series of skirmishes with Angarak raiding parties took place along the eastern escarpment of Algaria with always the same predictable results. The Angarak columns were, naturally, on foot, and were quite simply cut to pieces by the mounted Algars. The ability of the Algars to move rapidly and to call upon other clans for reinforcements as required made the Angarak penetration suicidal. No hint of motive can be discovered to explain why the Angaraks continued these hopeless expeditions for 1,000 years. During the 4th millennium, Tolnedran emissaries attempted to conclude treaties with the Algars as they had with the other kingdoms of the West, but suffered a full 500 years of frustration, since they were unable even to identify the Algarian king, often negotiating for years with a man who turned out to be a mere clan chief. When they finally did manage to single out the true king of the Algars, the venerable Chodorn the Old, the wily old bandit came to the negotiation pavilion armed with copies of every treaty the emissaries had hammered out over half a millennium of negotiation, and insisted that every concession granted in every treaty be honored, slyly reminding the emissaries that he was the king, and asking them how they could presume to offer him less than they had afforded a mere clan chief. The result was one of the more humiliating treaties ever concluded by the Empire. No Tolnedran garrisons were permitted within the borders of Algaria. No commerce was allowed within the country except for certain limited trade at Aldur in certain precisely specified items, mostly tools and necessities rather than the high-profit luxury items. There was not even the most favored status customarily accorded Tolnedran merchants. This made it necessary for Tolnedran cattle buyers to appear at Murgos in Sendaria and to actually vie with others in the purchase of Algarian cattle, rather than to select, at their own price, the cream of the herd, as was their practice elsewhere. They were also forced to bid their lowest prices on items the Algarian clans purchased in quantity. Algars seldom purchase items individually, invariably in competition with other merchants from other nations. All of this has made the great fair at Murgos and Sendaria one of the major commercial events of the year. Tolnedran merchants have complained bitterly about the treaty with the Algars, but Emperor Ranhorb II had, at the time of its signing, eyes only for the vision of the Great North Road, and each of the concessions granted the Algars forged more miles of that splendid dream. When word reached Algaria in 4002 that the Rivan king had been assassinated, an event took place which had never before been witnessed. The Tolnedran ambassador, Dravor, reported in secret dispatches to Tolhoneth that the entire population gathered at the stronghold, leaving the herds only sparsely attended. There was a great conference of the clan chiefs with King Choram IV, and an army of the finest warriors was conscripted from the assembled clans. Ambassador Dravor reported further that other elements of Algar cavalry were set to patrolling the borders. Then, at the end of 60 days, the multitudes of Drasnian infantry appeared and joined with the Algar cavalry in their trek across the mountains to attack the eastern borders of Nyissa. While this horde was technically in violation of Tolnedran territory, the Emperor, Ranvordu I, prudently chose not to intercept them. Algar cavalry struck terror into the hearts of the Nyissans, and King Choram IV and King Radak XVII of Drasnia developed a series of tactical alternatives involving the cooperation between infantry and cavalry units, which remain classics to this day. Following the destruction of Nyissa, Algaria proposed, although there appears to have been a significant tightening of security along the eastern border. With the invasion of Drasnia by the Angaraks, the Algars attempted to aid their northern cousins, but were repulsed by the sheer numbers of the Angaraks and Malloreon hordes, estimated by some to number as many as 500,000 warriors. For the second time, the Algars gathered at the stronghold, and the population, with the exception of the finest cavalry units, entered the fortress and sealed the gates. Following the destruction of Drasnia, the main body of Angaraks marched southward, systematically destroying Algarian herds as they went. In 4867 began the siege of the Algarian stronghold, a siege that continued for 8 years. With the possible exception of Polgu in Ulgoland and Thol in Cthol Murgos, the Algarian stronghold is probably the most unassailable land fortress in the world. The Angaraks were continually harassed by hit-and-run attacks of nomadic Algar cavalry units. Even when some Angaraks, mostly Murgos, mounted themselves on Algar horses, they were no match for the Algars. In 4874, Kaltorak apparently decided to abandon his effort to reduce the stronghold, and, leaving a token force to maintain the siege, he turned westward across Ulgoland to begin his Arendian campaign. The units of Algar cavalry continued to harass his flanks, but withdrew once his main force had entered the mountains. It is uncertain why Kaltorak chose to expend the time and effort in the prolonged siege at the stronghold, rather than strike immediately along the route of the Great North Road into Sendaria, and thence southward into Arendia and Tolnedra. It may be that he felt his rear would never be secure so long as an intact Algar nation remained behind him, or possibly 2,000 years of humiliating defeats at the hands of the Algars had made the destruction of the horse people one of the paramount goals of the Angarak race. Whatever his motives, the giant Kaltorak was soundly defeated at the Battle of Vomimbra, when Algar cavalry units, accompanied by the survivors of the annihilation of Drasnia, crossed the southern tip of Ulgoland by way of passes known only to the Ulgos, and attacked the Angarak left flank in the concerted effort of the third day of the battle. It is generally conceded that the Algar cavalry charge directed against the Murgos was instrumental in the victory. Following the victory at Vomimbra, the Algars harassed the retreating Angaraks and succeeded in raising the siege of the stronghold. They also pursued the remnants of the Nadrak and Thullish Angaraks to the north, and forced them finally to evacuate all their garrisons in Drasnia. When peace was restored in 4880, the Algars found that their herds had been decimated and scattered, and the rounding up of their livestock and the taking of an accurate count of their losses took the better part of 10 years. During this period they refused to sell any of their cattle, causing what amounted to a meat famine in the west, and the virtual bankruptcy of the merchants who had depended on the fair at Muros for their livelihood. As the herds were gradually rebuilt, trade was again resumed, but has still not been fully restored to its former volume. The current king of the Algars is Chohag VII, a man of 40 who appears to be an able ruler, though the council of the clans is reserving its judgment until he has reigned longer than the 3 years he has sat upon the horsehide throne. Appendix on the Vale of Aldur. Note: information concerning the Vale of Aldur is limited and largely speculative. The reader should always be aware of this fact, and the information contained herein should never be used as the sole basis for policy decisions related to this area. Geography. The Vale of Aldur is an area of forests and meadows lying along the upper reaches of the west fork of the Aldur River, nestling, as it were, in the fork or juncture of the eastern and western arms of the vast mountain range which forms the spine of the continent. It lies at a somewhat greater elevation than the grasslands to the north and receives more rainfall. It is, therefore, more heavily vegetated. It appears to be a pleasant, well-watered area, but is, so far as our investigators have been able to determine, uninhabited. From time immemorial, certain reports have come back from the area, usually from travelers who have lost their way, since the Algars steadfastly refused to permit anyone to cross the Vale. Our informants advise us that there are in fact structures of various kinds in the Vale, structures of enormous antiquity. One Sendarian merchant who had wandered away from the south caravan route found himself in the Vale and discovered several moss-grown ruins in the Vale, and, on the third day of his wanderings, came upon a huge stone tower with no visible door, and reaching very high into the air, higher perhaps than the tallest tree. He was discovered there by a mounted Algar patrol, who quickly escorted him back to the caravan route, but refused to discuss the tower. The folklore of certain rude and unlettered people makes mention of a brotherhood of sorcerers, which is supposedly headquartered in the Vale, but this can probably be discounted. The so-called sorcerers, wizards, magicians, and the like, whom we have all seen either as solitary mendicant vagabonds or associated with traveling circuses, are, of course, all charlatans, whose magic consists of a few crude sleight-of-hand tricks and a few common chemicals for altering the color of water. These tricks, while a source of amusement to the common people, hardly elevate their practitioners to the exalted status to which this folklore would assign them. Since there is no hard evidence that the Vale is inhabited by a separate people, Tolnedra has long taken the position that the Vale is simply an integral part of Algaria. This is particularly evident since Algar horsemen patrol its borders. The ruins which supposedly dot the Vale cannot really be taken to represent the work of a non-Alorn culture, but rather must be viewed as a tantalizing archaeological curiosity. The university has frequently petitioned the emperor to raise the question of permission for an archaeological expedition into the Vale, but the Algars refuse to discuss it or even to admit that the Vale exists. Algaria. Coinage. Algars do not have coins. Their standards are based on livestock. A horse, standard, is worth about $50. Good horses are more expensive. 3 cows make a horse. 5 cow hides equal 1 cow. Algars do, however, trade, using coins of other nations and free gold, nuggets and dust, panned from rivers and streams in the foothills. Costume. Men. All Algar outer garments are leather. Soft boots, baggy-legged trousers, metal-studded vests, much like Tartars or Mongols. Add in winter wool shirts, socks, and undertrousers. Also heavy wool capes. Swords are curved, scimitars or sabers, lances, and a short bow. Ropes are used, in conjunction with a lance-like pole, no lariats. Armor. Steel-plated leather coats. Pot-like helmets with a chainmail head and neck cover. Men's heads are shaved except for a long scalp lock. Mustaches but no beards. Women. Same clothes as men. Hair worn in a ponytail style. Commerce. Strictly barter. Items needed by the clans are purchased by the clan chief and bestowed as gifts. Lively trade between clans in weapons, livestock, breeding stock usually, and useful items. Rank. King. Chief of the clan chiefs. Clan chiefs. Tribal leaders, members of the Council of Clans. 20 in all. Herd masters. Heads of subclans, responsible for segments of the herd. 5 or 6 to a clan. Warriors. All Algar men are warriors. Even the women are warlike. Mode of address. To the king, Cho, an Algar word signifying chief of chiefs. Except for the king, all others are addressed by name, and most courteously. Manners. Algars tend to be a bit more formal than other Alorns. Elaborate etiquette about who eats first, seating, etc. Very touchy about insults. Gifts are the very heart of Algar social relations. Everybody gives gifts to everybody. Population. Scarcely more than 100,000, living in their wagon cities. Holidays. Erastide. Festival of Belar. Breeding time, fall. Gathering of clans for mingling herds. Dropping time, spring. The calving and foaling. Algar's birthday. Sendaria. Footnote. This section is more detailed because our hero is raised in Sendaria and believes that he's a Sendar. End of footnote. Geography. Sendaria, or the Lake Country, is one of the smallest of the 12 kingdoms. It lies on the northwest coast and encompasses those lands to the west of the Algarian grasslands and north of the Greater Kamar River. It is bordered by Arendia and Ulgoland to the south, Algaria to the east, the Gulf of Cherek to the north, and the Sea of the Winds to the west. Although there are mountains along Sendaria's eastern side, they are largely uninhabited, and the bulk of the population lives on the fertile plain extending from their western slopes to the Sea of the Winds. Because of the abundant rainfall and rich soil, Sendaria is the breadbasket of the Western Kingdoms, and her agricultural exports provide one of the pillars of commerce. Sendaria is also one of the more thickly populated kingdoms. It is, above all, a tidy nation, with neat farms and well-scrubbed cities. The population is largely dispersed, and there are more towns and villages in Sendaria than in the other kingdoms. The roads are well maintained, and provide a useful network for the rapid movement of farm produce to market. The two major cities are Kamar, the major seaport of the north, located on the southern border at the mouth of the Kamar River, and Sendar, the capital, located on the coast just below the westward jut of the Saline Peninsula. Like most seaports, Kamar is a brawling, rowdy town, but Sendar is prim and proper and has a great respect for their civilities. There are fairly extensive gold deposits in the mountains which have drawn generations of fortune hunters who have added to the melting pot nature of Sendaria. The people. Perhaps the best way to describe a Sendar is to repeat the old joke wherein one man asks another, "What is a Sendar?" And the other replies by asking, "Indeed, what is he not?" In truth, Sendaria, the crossroads of the north, is home to virtually every racial stock to be found in the west. Because of the enormous fertility of the land, settlers from every kingdom have found their way there. It is even possible in certain remote villages to find certain strikingly pure Angarak strains. The land is settled by Alorns from the northern kingdoms, Arends and Tolnedrans from the south, and even an occasional Yissan. To prevent the kind of bickering and even open bloodshed such a volatile mixture might very well engender, the Sendars have developed an elaborate and strictly observed etiquette. No mention is ever made of a person's race or religion, and the open proselytizing on behalf of one's god is considered the worst form of bad manners. Sendars will discuss crops, weather, taxes, and other practical matters, but will never discuss race or religion. They are hard-headed, practical, and their kingdom operates at a profit, so that taxation, which they all complain about, is extraordinarily light. By some happy chance, the mingling of the peoples in Sendaria has produced a people with the best features of all races, and few of the unpleasant characteristics. Like the Alorns, they are hardy and strong, but unlike them, they are not quarrelsome or unduly boisterous. They have the bravery of the Arends, but not their melancholy or their touchy, stiff-necked pride. They have the business acumen of we Tolnedrans, but not, and let us be honest, our all-consuming urge to maximize profit, which occasionally causes some Tolnedran merchants to enter into practices which are not, strictly speaking, ethical. Sendars, like Drasnians, are scrupulously honest, knowing that their fortuitous geographical location gives them tremendous advantage. The history of Sendaria. Unlike the other kingdoms of the West, Sendarian history does not begin in the dim and uncertain stretches of the distant past. Although the region has been inhabited since time immemorial, and has been claimed at times by Arendia, Algaria, Cherek, and even Tolnedra, the modern nation was created, if you will, by Emperor Ranhorb II of the First Horbite dynasty in the year 3827, as an extension of Tolnedran policy in the north. By creating Sendaria, the emperor established a buffer state between Algaria and Arendia, thus preventing the commercial advantage which would have accrued to the burgeoning Mimbrate mercantile families following the destruction of the Asturian Arends. Without any genuine hereditary nobility dwelling in the area, the Sendars were compelled to hold an election, the first ever held in known history, which involved universal suffrage. After tremendously long and involved arguments about property qualifications and the like for participating in the voting, the ever-practical Sendars decided to let everyone vote. When the question of women voting was raised, community leaders simply extended the vote to everyone. It is generally conceded that parents cast the ballots of their infant children, but this unique experiment appears to have come off with a minimum of election fraud. Unfortunately, the first ballot produced 743 viable candidates, with vote tallies ranging from 8 for a northern farmer named Olrock to several thousand for a number of the more prosperous landholders around Lake Sultern. The balloting continued for 6 years and became a sort of national picnic. With enormous good humor, the Sendars continued to cast ballot after ballot until exhausted candidates began to withdraw their names in disgust. Finally, on the 23rd ballot, in the spring of 3833, everyone was stunned by the fact that someone had actually received a slim majority. National leaders, election officials, and a number of people who hoped for positions in the new court donned their finest garb and journeyed to a small farming village on the east side of Lake Arat in northern Sendaria. There they found their elected king, a rutabaga farmer named Fundor, vigorously fertilizing his fields. The troop of notables trudged across the fields toward their new monarch, and when they reached him, they greeted him with a great cry, "Hail, Fundor the Magnificent, King of Sendaria," and fell upon their knees in his august presence. History mercilessly records the first words of the new king. They were as follows: "I pray you, your eminences, have a care for your finery. I have just well manured the bed you are kneeling in." The assembled notables, it is reported, rose quickly to their feet. They discovered that Fundor's name had been placed in candidacy by his neighbors before the first ballot in order that they might have some recognition of their district in the tremendous proceedings. Fundor had believed that his name was no longer on the ballot after the first vote, and was overcome to learn of his election. To cover his confusion, he invited the whole party into his kitchen for cakes and ale. History reports that Mrs. Fundor, who was to become Queen Anhelda, was none too gracious about a group of manure-smeared strangers in her kitchen. A soothsayer who accompanied the throng pressed the new king for a prediction, believing as they all did that each word the king spoke that day would be of tremendous significance. And the king spake thusly: "I believe it's going to be a good year for rutabagas, if we don't get too much rain." The king and his family were rushed to the capital at Sendar, where he was duly coronated and installed in the royal palace. The rutabaga harvest that year, incidentally, failed miserably. From that date, no one has ever taken the Sendarian monarchy seriously, least of all the Sendarian monarchs. Remarkably enough, however, they are actually very good kings. They are just, even-handed, and open, caring more for the welfare of the people than they do for their own pomp and prestige. They seem to all be possessed of a wry good humor that make the court at Sendar a delight to visit. Sendaria avoided the upheaval which shook the world at the time of the assassination of the Rivan king, and continued her existence in uninterrupted tranquility and prosperity until the invasion of Kaltorak in 4865. The Sendarian monarch at that time, Ormik the Warlike, raised an army of Sendars, a mismatched and motley crowd, neither infantry nor cavalry, with an odd assortment of weapons, and joined the forces marching south under the generalship of the Rivan warder. They fought bravely, however, holding the center against repeated onslaughts of Malloreons at the Battle of Vomimbra. Following the defeat of the Angaraks, Sendaria suffered a temporary economic decline as a result of the closing of the North Caravan route and the cessation of the cattle drives from Algaria to Murgos for the years which were required to restore the Algarian herds. The decline of the Sendarian economy, however, was only temporary and did not have the permanent and disastrous effects we witnessed in Tolnedra. The present monarch of the Sendars is Fulrak the Splendid, a short, rather dumpy man in his mid-50s, who is, like his predecessors, an able administrator, but who has made no truly notable achievement in the 20 years since he ascended the throne. He is good-natured and soft-spoken, and wears a short brown beard. Sendaria. Coinage. Because their kingdom was established by imperial decree at a time when Sendaria was dominated by Tolnedra, Sendarian coins are the same as Tolnedran, except the king's likeness is on the coins, and Sendarian coins suffer a 5 to 7% discount due to impurities in the metal. The term Sendarian is a prefix to their coinage to distinguish between their coins and Tolnedran. Extensive presence of other coins in circulation. Costume: standard medieval, jerkins, tabards, leggings, hose, caps, toques, shoes of soft leather, hooded jackets, etc. among commoners, stout capes for foul weather. Women wear short-sleeved dresses, headdresses for formal occasions, kerchiefs for informal, broad aprons. All wear wooden shoes in muddy fields. Mercantile classes and tradesmen wear clothing associated with their trade or long gowns and bag hats. Their women wear fine gowns, if they can. Young men tend to be a bit foppish, doublets, hose, fancy shoes, and the long visored cap. Members of the nobility wear gowns trimmed with fur, hose, surcoats, woolen or linen shirts. On very formal occasions, the chainmail suit with surcoat, helmet, and sword. Young men are quite foppish, hose, doublets, soft shoes or boots, small swords, less than the broadsword but more than a rapier, similar to sons of tradesmen or merchants but richer, and the sword distinguishes them. Women wear the gown and the wimple, the high-pointed hat. A great deal of bosom is displayed, a great deal of fancy cloth used. Hair is generally worn long in Sendaria, variously coiffed. Women's garb is more likely to reflect the national heritage of the family than that of the men. Except for the nobility, it is not standard practice in Sendaria to go about armed. Not illegal, but not customary. Social organization. Status goes thus: nobility, mercantile, tradesmen, farmers, laborers. It is considered bad manners to snub those of lower rank. Sendars are very polite to each other. The bulk of the land consists of freeholdings, privately owned farms. The large farmers, equivalent to an 18th century squire, have certain legal duties as well, as magistrates. They are called freeholders, a term of respect. Sendaria is divided into districts. Some are almost exclusively occupied by members of one racial grouping, others more homogeneous. Many towns and villages. Districts administered by an earl, chief magistrate. Districts divided into ridings, ridings into townships. These divisions are usually each associated with a town or village. Townsmen and villagers tend to look down on farmers. Sendarian farmsteads are usually constructed in the Central European defensive style, all walls facing out around a courtyard. Crofts are small rented farms. Villagers often farm the nearby fields. Churches are used in common by all religions. Careful scheduling. Rank. The king and queen at the court in Sendar. By custom, they rule jointly. The earls, chief administrators of districts. The counts, chief administrators of ridings. Barons, chief administrators of a township, sometimes. Not all townships have barons. Assorted, lords, marquis, viscounts, baronets, margraves, knights, dukes, etc. These are titles bestowed by the king for service or to honor excellent men. Some are hereditary, some are not. No one is quite sure which ranks higher, and Sendars are too polite to push it. These titles are usually bestowed on court functionaries. The work loaded on them far outweighs the honor of the title. Modes of address. To the king and queen, Your Highness, Your Majesty, Your Royal Highness. To all other nobles, My Lord, or Your Grace. My Lord used among nobles, Your Grace by commoners. The unlettered sometimes say, Your Honor, not knowing what else to say. To burghers, merchants, or freeholders, title Merchant John, Freeholder Fred, or simply Your Honor. All other, Good Man. Manners. Sendars are extremely polite. They are, after all, elemental Englishmen. They have a great deal of interest in local affairs, but are extremely provincial. They are hospitable. They treat their employees well, wages and prices are set on all goods and services in the kingdom. They are watchful of strangers, but are friendly. The nobility is not haughty, and, like the king, look upon their rank as a responsibility, rather than a privilege. More father figures than masters. They are hard-working and thrifty. The freeholding is a large, usually 100 acres or more, farm, neatly kept, and the farm buildings around the central court are extensive, a rabbit warren of single rooms, huge kitchens and a vast dining hall, many workers on such a farm. Since room and board is part of the pay, not too much cash is involved in hiring a worker. There is an effort to have all useful arts represented on the freeholding: blacksmith, cobbler, cooper, wheelwright, carpenter, etc. Married couples usually rent a croft and save up to buy their own freeholding. Marketing is well organized. Customary practice is for buyers to visit the town and village marketplaces and some of the larger freeholdings. They bring their own wagons or rent those of independent wagoneers, a rowdy bunch. Hauled quickly to a major market, resold for delivery to places all up and down the west coast. Tend not to deal in extremely perishable goods, root crops, beans, and moist land grains, because of transit time. Holidays. Erastide, a really big thing in Sendaria, a 2-week orgy of gifts, feasts, dancing, jollity, and sentimental good fellowship. Midwinter. Sendaria Day, the date of the coronation of the first king, a big midsummer holiday. 4th of July. Blessing Day, a spring ritual, the blessing of the fields. Priests of most of the gods go about with a big procession, following, and bless the fields prior to planting. Harvest Day, celebration in the fall at the conclusion of the harvest. Thanksgiving. Religious observances. Priests of most religions in most communities. No grolums. Observances are civilized and engender good feeling. Friends will wait for each other to finish in the church before usual Sabbath frolics. In actuality, 3 gods in Sendaria: Balar, Chaldan, and Nedra. Very few Angaraks, no Marags, of course, and no Yissans. Population. Population about 3 to 4 million. Arendia. Geography. Arendia is the heavily forested area lying between Sendaria to the north and Tolnedra to the south, and stretching from the mountains, where it borders Ulgoland, to the great western sea. Vast fertile plains extend for hundreds of leagues in the southern and western reaches of the kingdom, and those plains are largely given over to the production of wheat. The mineral deposits in the eastern highlands have been largely underdeveloped, but there is a thriving cottage industry in weaving and the inevitable blacksmithery. There are, or rather were, 3 major cities in Arendia: Vomimbra, Voastur, and Vowakun. The latter 2 cities are uninhabited ruins now, as a result of the savagery of the civil wars. Vomimbra is a grim fortress still bearing the scars of the vast battle fought there against the Angaraks of Kaltorak. Of all the kingdoms of the West, Arendia is certainly the most blessed by nature. Her dark and bloody history, however, proves that tragedy is possible even in the brightest of settings. The people. Footnote. Mandaralan and Leldoran grew out of this segment. End of footnote. The Arends are the most stiff-necked people of the 12 kingdoms, intensely proud and with a vast sense of honor. While the common people appear to have normal sense, the nobility, as one Tolnedran ambassador was wont to say, have minds unviolated by thought. The culture is the most fundamentally feudal and conservative in the West. The Arends are shorter and darker than the rangy blonde Alorns to the north, and show certain racial similarities to Tolnedrans and Yissans. They are a humorless people with strong tendencies toward melancholy. Their songs are lugubrious accounts of lost battles and hopeless last stands against overwhelming odds. complete with lengthy casualty lists which include the genealogy of each of the slain. If the songs are to be believed, Arendish maidens are rampantly suicidal, casting themselves off towers or into rivers, or plunging a variety of sharp instruments into themselves on the slightest pretext. Arendish men are savage warriors, but the knights consider the most elemental tactics or strategy beneath their dignity. They are masters of the frontal attack and the last stand. The charge of the Mimbrate knights at the Battle of Vomimbra was truly awe-inspiring, although its purpose was largely diversionary. Cautionary note: Arends are extremely proud and sensitive. The tiniest slight, real or imaginary, will evoke anything from a blow to the side of the head, up to and including a formal challenge to single combat. Always fought to the death in Arendia. Only the most skilled diplomats should ever have dealings with these people. The history of Arendia. Like the other peoples of the Western Kingdoms, the Arends migrated out of the east during the early centuries of the first millennium. By the year 2000, the three major cities, Vomimbra, Vo-Wakun, and Vo-Astur, existed in their present locations, and were the seats of three more or less rival duchies. The Mimbrate house controlled the southern reaches, the Asturians the west, the Wakites the north. The Wakite holdings were located primarily in what is now Sendaria. The institution of knighthood among the Arends has always been a hindrance to the development of the kingdom. By the 23rd century, Arendia was dotted with castles, keeps, forts, and strongholds. The entire energy of the nation has been devoted to war and the preparation for war, and Arendish knights live in an almost perpetual state of armed conflict. The struggles between the contending duchies is duplicated at the local level. A dispute over a pig or a broken fence can set neighbors at each other's throats, and because of the interlocking relationships between the various barons, earls, viscounts, etc., these disputes spread rapidly and can, if unchecked, flare into open civil war. The third millennium marked the period of Arendish expansionism. The Asturians solidified their hold on the west and, in a surprise move, fortified the southern bank of the Astur River against the Wakites and the southern edge of the great Arendish forest against the Mimbrates, effectively cutting Arendia in two by extending a band of control from the borders of Ulgoland on the east to the sea on the west. The Mimbrates and the Wakites naturally both declared war at that point, but the hastily erected wooden blockhouses of the Asturians proved to be substantial enough to repel them. In point of fact, neither of the other duchies could bring their full force to bear on the Asturians, since the Wakites were engaged in a war against Cherek in the northern reaches of Sendaria as a part of their grand plan to extend their power to the north, and the Mimbrates were engaged in their centuries-long dispute with Tolnedra in their attempt to extend their influence to the south. The Duke of Asturia then proclaimed himself King of Arendia, 2618, and called upon his fellow dukes to come to Vo-Astur to pay him homage. It is difficult to determine if this maneuver by the Duke of Asturia was a clever ploy designed to infuriate the other two dukes into a precipitous withdrawal from their foreign wars in order to attack him, or if it was the result of sheer, arrogant stupidity. One is always tempted to believe the worst of an Arend, but we must look at the results rather than the appearance. The War of the Three Kingdoms followed, lasting for approximately 1100 years. The Wakite and the Mimbrate dukes each proclaimed themselves King of Arendia, and issued royal commands similar to that made by the Asturian. Thus, there were three kings in Arendia, all contending. The Chereks quite naturally took advantage of the preoccupation of the Wakite duke and bit off large pieces of northern Sendaria. Similarly, Tolnedran generals took the opportunity to push seriously weakened Mimbrate forces back beyond the river Arend, eliminating for the time the threat of Arendish invasion. The War of the Three Kingdoms was one of the darkest periods in Arendish history. It was a time of alliances broken, of betrayal, of surprise attack, of assassination and ambush. One example should serve to illustrate. In 2890, the Asturians and Mimbrates had formed an alliance against the Wakites, who were dominant at that time. The expedition into Wakun was highly successful, and the Wakite nobility was virtually wiped out. In the latter days of the campaign, in what is now south-central Sendaria, the Asturians suddenly turned on their Mimbrate allies and annihilated them. Thus, with one stroke, the Asturians had very nearly destroyed Wakun and had wiped out a major part of the Mimbrate army. To defend themselves and to prevent the Asturian duke from achieving the monarchy, the Mimbrates immediately formed an alliance with the remnants of the Wakites and concluded treaties with certain Cherek chieftains and some of the western clans in Algaria. These freebooters assaulted Asturia from the seaward and the landward side, while the Mimbrates attacked her southern borders, and the Wakites struck from the north. Asturia quite naturally collapsed and immediately formed an alliance with Wakun to attack the now dominant Mimbrates. As a result of constant attrition, the effect not only of the civil war, but also of the ceaseless attacks by Cherek seafarers and Algar horsemen, the Wakite duchy was finally so weakened that it was possible in 2943 for the Asturians to move decisively against their northern cousins at a time when the Mimbrates were preoccupied by a border war against Tolnedra. The campaign was short and brutal. Wakun was crushed, never to rise again. Wakun was torn down, and all surviving members of the Wakite nobility were sold to Yissan slavers, who carried them off to the south. The savage destruction of Wakun by Asturia shocked the civilized world, and the weight of sympathy of other nations was firmly on the side of the Mimbrate Arends. The consolidation made possible, however, by the elimination of the Wakite nobility and the absorption of the Wakite serfs into the Asturian feudal system, made Asturia virtually impregnable for centuries. Footnote: we expanded on the destruction of Wakun at the beginning of Queen of Sorcery, and during Polgara the Sorceress. End of footnote. It must be candidly admitted, however, that through the closing centuries of the third millennium, and throughout most of the fourth, it was a basic tenet of Tolnedran policy to maintain the balance of power between the contending duchies of Mimbra and Asturia. From a practical standpoint, it was to the enormous advantage of the empire to encourage the friction between the two contending houses, since a strong and unified Arendia would have made the development of the Tolnedran Empire an impossibility. It is, of course, a truism that the Arendish knights are one of the most awesome forces in the West. Had the Arends been united at any time during the third or fourth millennia, the empire would never have been, and the whole history of the West would have changed. The stalemate between Mimbra and Asturia lasted until 3793, when the Mimbrates concluded a secret treaty with Tolnedra. In return for certain military assistance from the empire, largely the removal of restrictions upon Cherek freebooters and Algar raiders, and the northward march of a column of 10 legions from Tolvordu toward Asturia's southern border, the Mimbrates pledged a limited allegiance to the Tolnedran emperor. This opportunity arose when the continual warfare in Arendia had become a nuisance, hindering the construction of the Great West Road and an interference with normal commerce. The four-pronged attack against her so stretched the defensive capability of the Asturians that their supply of manpower dried up, and the nation collapsed into that most useless, and most typically Arendish, defense, the retreat into fortified strongholds. The details are gloomy and need not be repeated. The results were inevitable. Asturia fell. Astur was laid waste. The last Duke of Astur fell in battle, and his family was all but exterminated. Asturia, as a recognizable nation, was no more. It was, however, a weakened Mimbrate duke who was crowned the first unchallenged king of Arendia, and the Tolnedran design in the west was complete. Arendia was no longer a threat. Although a Mimbrate king sat on the throne at Vomimbra, he was in many respects a puppet king, albeit a dangerous one. The most elemental of the rights of sovereignty, that of conducting one's own relations with other nations, was severely curtailed by the provisions of the Treaty of Tol Verdu. Arendish merchants were severely limited in terms of what commodities and goods they could import or export, and Tolnedra profited hugely from the arrangement. The kings at Vomimbra had other problems, however, which did not give them time to brood about the possible injustices implicit in their treaty with Tolnedra. Although the cities and strongholds of the Asturians had been destroyed, the Asturian nobility and yeomanry remained intact, although greatly diminished. The nobles simply retreated into the vast reaches of the Arendish forest, taking the always loyal peasantry with them. What they could not carry off, they burned. Thus the Mimbrate king fell heir to a smoking wasteland, empty and unpeopled. The fiefdoms granted his loyal followers became a punishment instead of a reward, since land without the people to work it is a burden. Whole villages in the duchy of the Mimbrates were uprooted and transplanted into the north to work the holdings of their feudal lords, and their efforts were largely to no avail, since Asturian brigands crept from the forces by night, burning crops and villages with abandon. It was also observed that Asturian bowmen routinely used Mimbrate peasants for target practice. This quite naturally caused the peasants to avoid the edges of those fields which abutted on the forest, and in time this grisly game developed in the Asturian bowmen a capability of phenomenal accuracy at unbelievable ranges. The activities of the Asturian outlaws provided the emperor at Tolhoneth with a pretext for the formation of the kingdom of Sendaria in the north, which stripped the Arendish king of a little more than a third of his nation. As the emperor explained, Sendaria will close the northern door to these outlaws. You may hunt them down now without fear that they will escape to the north. The king of the Arends received this with a glum face, since hunting down well-armed men in a forest which stretches 300 leagues in each direction is rather like hunting down fish in the ocean. For 1,000 years, however, Arendish kings mounted expeditions against the Asturian brigands in the north. Whole generations were swallowed up in the dim, silent stretches of the forest, and old men woke screaming as they remembered the horror of the expeditions of their youth. The forest became a labyrinth of caves and tunnels and hiding holes. Deadfalls and pit traps made the roads impassable, the sole exception being the Great West Road, which was patrolled by Tolnedran legionaries, and which the Asturians, in a secret treaty with Tolhoneth, had agreed to leave open. Asturian archers, already the finest in the world, became even more proficient, and the floor of the forest was littered with mossy bones and rusting armor. Transplanted Mimbrate peasants plowed and planted, and the Asturians came out of the forest and reaped and gathered. Paradoxically, it was frequently necessary to import food into one of the most fertile places on earth. The situation in Arendia remained unchanged until 4875, when Kaltorak came across the mountains of Ulgoland and down onto the Arendish plain. While it might have been expected that the Asturian Arends would simply hide in their forest and watch the destruction of the Mimbrates, such was not the case. Apparently, the persuasive powers of the Rivan warder were sufficient to move the Asturians to join with the Rivans and Sendars on their great march southward to the Battle of Vomimbra. Note: the Battle of Vomimbra is the most celebrated event in the history of the 12 Kingdoms. The details of the strategy, tactics, and the individual heroism of various participants are too well known to make their repetition here necessary. Elsewhere in these studies is a portion of the Arendish epic which deals with the battle. While the work is a bit over-poetic for Tolnedran tastes, it is nonetheless a fairly straightforward account. In this respect, it is unlike certain bardic productions, which literally seethe with enchantments, magic, and unseen monstrosities, all of which may be very well for the entertainment of children and illiterate peasants, but has no place in a work which strives to some seriousness. At the conclusion of the Battle of Vomimbra, by unspoken mutual agreement, the Mimbrate king and the baron who had led the Asturians through the final years of their endless war with the Mimbrates adjourned to a quiet dell just east of the city, and there, without preamble, they fell upon each other with their swords. By the time they were discovered, both were dying from innumerable wounds. The Mimbrate knights and the Asturian foresters would undoubtedly have resumed the eons-old bloodshed between them on the spot had it not been for the timely intervention of Brand the 31st, the towering warder of Riva, who had just overthrown the mighty Kaltorak. The enthusiasm of all the kingdoms of the West over his victory gave his word virtually the weight of law. Summoning both the Mimbrate and Asturian barons before him, he quickly determined that the heir to the Mimbrate throne was a strong young man, and that the last descendant of the Asturian duchy was a young maiden. He thereupon ordered that the two be married, thus joining the two houses in a unified monarchy and ending the war that had lasted for eons. When it was pointed out to him that a marriage between an Asturian and a Mimbrate was more likely to cause a war than end one, he instructed that the two young people be imprisoned alone together in a tower for the space of 1 year. This was done, and for the first several months the shouts of the two as they wrangled and argued could be heard from some distance. In time, however, the shouts subsided, and upon their emergence from the tower, the couple seemed quite content to marry and to rule jointly. It is strongly suspected that this ploy was the invention of the two advisors of the Rivan warder, a strange pair whom history has never identified. Both wore the traditional grey cloaks of the Rivans, but no distinguishing badges or crests. The man was grizzled and grey, and seemed quite fond of sharing a bottle or two with the common soldiery. The woman was strikingly handsome, with an imperious presence. As one Tolnedran general remarked, she carries herself more like an emperor than the emperor himself. Following the unification of the two houses by the marriage of the Mimbrate prince Corodullan and the Asturian princess Myasarana, the nation lived in peace and outward harmony. The Asturians returned to their lands and lived in relative peace with their Mimbrate neighbors. It was during this period that a rather intricate dueling code was developed, whereby disputes could be settled directly between two contending parties without plunging entire districts into war. The time of peace which followed unification profited Arendia enormously. Fortunes have been made from the abundant wheat harvests, and there has been a greater supply of good bread in the nations of the West than ever before. It is, however, characteristic of the people that much of this wealth has been poured into fortifications and arms. Apparently, Arendish nobles believe in their hearts that the peace is only temporary, and, as always, they prepare for war. The present king of Arendia, Corodullan the 23rd, is a somewhat sickly young man who has sat upon the throne at Vomimbra for little more than a year. Note, it has been observed by certain breeders of livestock that a strain is severely weakened by too much inbreeding. It is unfortunately true that the touchy political situation in Arendia makes it mandatory that all members of the royal family of Arendia marry as closely within the bloodline as possible, without violating the universal laws forbidding incest. The centuries of cousin marriage have undoubtedly accentuated defects, which would have been quite easily washed out by the influx of new blood. Arendia. Coinage. Large numbers of gold and silver coins from the period of the civil wars, of varying weights and purity. Practice is to weigh them and check extensive tables for value. One of the provisions of the Treaty of Tolvordu was that Arendia would use Tolnedran coins, which they do. Costume. Solidly medieval. Because of the nature of the country, Arendish noblemen never leave home without being fully armed and at least partially armored. Chainmail and surcoats inside wool or linen or fancier fabrics, elaborate robes, crowns, etc. Armor. Arends are a little heavier into plate armor than other nations. Not quite the freestanding suit, but breastplates and strap-on guards over upper arm, forearm, thigh, shin, front of throat. Full visored helmets, not hinged. Weapons, swords, axes, maces, lances, etc., etc. Women, very medieval. High waist, pointed cap, etc. Lots of brocades, etc. Heavy cloth. Burghers, townsmen, merchants, guild-type hose, jackets baggy, tam-o'-shanters, cloaks, robes, very elaborate marks of rank on robes, etc. Serfs, usual serf stuff, burlap, rags. Horrendous serfs are badly downtrodden. Foresters, Asturians, Robin Hood stuff. Nobles encumbered by their mail, but they wear it. Commerce. The burghers try, but Orendish nobility is so stupid that they keep putting obstacles in the way. Needless embargoes, prohibitions on the removal of gold from the fiefdom, etc. Taxation is brutal in Arendia. Lots of smuggling and tax evasion. Tax collectors are frequently bushwhacked. Standard item of apparel for tax collectors is a thick, close-grained, and well-fitting plank under the mail to protect the back from arrows. Not uncommon to see a tax collector ignoring the 2 or 3 arrows stuck in his back. Social organization. Strictly feudal. Vassals, serfs, etc. Arch-conservative. Nobility very uppity. Tremendous importance of honor. Code of dueling to avoid warfare. Formal meeting of knights. Charge with lances. The fight on foot afterward. Considered bad form for a mounted man to attack a man on foot. Usual King Arthur stuff. Some degree of courtly love, all pretty formal. Political marriages. Women bored to tears. Certain amount of fooling around. Poetry and romance have left Orendish women pretty senseless. Lots of suicides. Rank. The king. Hereditary from the marriage of Cordulan and Maya Serana. The dukes. The king's brothers and cousins. The earls. Other members of the royal family. The barons. Heads of other noble houses. The viscounts. Their brothers and cousins. The counts. Other members of those families. Lords. Feudal lords of specific manors. Knights. Unlanded nobility. Burghers. Town dwellers with some substance. Freemen. Usually town laborers or craftsmen. Serfs. Bound to the land. Modes of address. King. Your Majesty. Even the Queen calls the King this. Queen. Your Highness. Same. King calls her this. Dukes and Earls. Your Grace. Barons. Your Magnificence. Viscounts and Counts. Your Eminence. Lords. Your Lordship. Knight. Sir John. Manners. Arends are formal to the point of being socially incapacitated. Their lives are so circumscribed by custom and the rigid social structure that their entire lives seem to be a kind of stately dance. Lots of bowing and formal address. Honor, which is to say good name, is everything, and almost anything can be considered an affront. The period of the Civil War proves that they can be extremely treacherous, however. The major concern of the monarchy is to head off the Orendish tendency towards civil violence. No private wars. The king's time is taken up adjudicating disputes between the various nobles. Vassals are suitably subservient, but very proud nonetheless. The commoners are servile, knowing that their masters have life or death power over them. Orendish justice is capricious and savage. Serfs are treated badly. Holidays. Erastide. Formal banquets. Festival of Chaldan. Late spring. the most religious holiday. Festival of Corydullan and Maya Surana, a combination of the celebration of the victory at Vomimbra and the unification of the nation. King's Birthday, a patriotic holiday, formal jousting. The Lord's Birthday, local celebrations on each estate. Religious observances, pretty much medieval Catholic. Religious orders abound, supported by the nobility and providing an escape for the serfs, usually established to provide perpetual prayer for victory of some lord. 3 major orders, Mimbrate, Asturian, and Wakite monks. The monks are never molested in war. Bad luck. Footnote: we largely ignored the Arendish church in the story. There were occasional references to monks and monasteries, but we saw no real purpose in getting too deeply involved in the intricacies of a religion resembling medieval Catholicism. End of footnote. Female orders formed for similar purposes. Severely cloistered. They provided outlet for surplus female children of the nobility. Priests, bishops, and the head of the church, the Archbishop of Vomimbra. Ulgoland. Footnote: this is almost entirely misconception, something on the order of those late medieval geographies which announced, in all seriousness, that the natives of Madagascar had a foot growing out of the tops of their heads. End of footnote. Geography. Ulgoland, or simply Ulgo, as the Ulgos themselves call it, is mountainous. Indeed, it consists solely of mountains. It is bounded on the east by Algaria, on the west by Arendia, on the north by Sendaria, and on the south by Tolnedra. There are no known passes through the country, and the only road to the capital at Prolgu was built following the war against the Angaraks at the end of the 5th millennium. There appear to be large amounts of mineral wealth in Ulgoland, but the Ulgos steadfastly refused to permit mining within their boundaries, and, since time immemorial, expeditions of adventurers into the country have vanished without a trace. The Ulgos. These are perhaps the strangest of all the peoples of the West. Not only do they worship a strange god, live in caves deep in the earth, and speak a language unrelated to the civilized tongues of the North or the West, but they are also physically different from any other known race. They are significantly shorter than Alorn or Arend, and their skin is markedly pale, perhaps as a result of generations of cave dwelling. Their hair is without color, and their eyes are quite large and sensitive to light. The extent of their numbers is unknown, since their habitations are below ground, and no outsider has been able to determine the extent of the caverns and galleries beneath their mountains. They are a suspicious and secretive people, and appear to be totally uninterested in commerce or trade. The history of the Ulgos. It is speculated that the Ulgos are the original inhabitants of the continent, although no known document records the first meeting between a civilized man and an Ulgo. It is generally agreed that civilized men migrated to this continent from the east sometime during the 1st millennium, at which time the original 5 kingdoms, Aloria, Arendia, Tolnedra, Nyissa, and Maragor, were established. It appears that the presence of the Ulgos predates that migration. Their secretive ways, however, make it impossible to pinpoint specifics. Because of the inhospitable nature of their country, few travelers entered their land during the first 4 millennia of the present era. Superstitious tales of hideous monsters who attacked travelers without warning were undoubtedly the result of systematic Ulgo terrorism designed to keep their country inviolate. In more modern times, a limited trade has been established, and following the Battle of Vomimbra, a road was pushed through to Prolgu. The first contacts with the Ulgos came about through the efforts of the Tolnedran trade negotiator, Horban, who was the personal representative and cousin of Emperor Ran Horb XVI during the decade of the 4420s. It was Horban who braved the legendary terrors of the Ulgo Mountains and made his way to the forbidden city of Prolgu, with only a small detachment of cavalry as an escort. At first, the Ulgos not only refused to negotiate, but even refused to reveal themselves to him. For 8 months, he camped inside the walls of what appeared to be an abandoned city. He wandered about the moss-grown streets, observing with amazement the incredible antiquity of the place. Late one afternoon in the fall of 4421, Horban was astounded to find himself quite suddenly surrounded by a group of heavily cloaked and hooded men, who took him prisoner and spirited him into a nearby vacant house. He was then taken into a cellar under that house, and a door in the floor was opened to reveal the vast, dimly lighted caverns beneath where the Ulgos reside. Horban attempted to speak with his captors, but without any success. The languages of the West are, of course, all members of the same linguistic family. Thus, a Tolnedran may speak with an Alorn, or an Arend with a Yissan, without significant difficulty, and, with great patience on each side, may even converse rudimentarily with an Angarak, but the language of the Ulgos is totally alien. He was placed in a fairly comfortable chamber, given food and drink, and in time was visited by 3 very old men, who attempted to converse with him. When they discovered that he could not understand them, they set about teaching him their language. After 2 years of instruction, Horban was taken before the king, who by tradition is named Ulgo, or given the title Gorim, apparently a term of respect. The conversation between Horban and the Gorim of the Ulgos is remarkable not merely for what it reveals, but also for what it tantalizingly conceals. In his report to the emperor, Horban provided the following summary. The Gorim first demanded of the emissary what business he had in the land of the Ulgos, and why he had desecrated their holy place at Polgu. Horban replied as diplomatically as possible that since the Ulgos chose to live beneath the ground, it was impossible for outsiders to even know that they existed. He described himself as an investigator sent to confirm or disprove persistent rumors about a people living in the mountains. Then the Gorim asked how Horban had escaped the monsters, and would not elaborate on his cryptic question when Horban professed ignorance of any such creatures. Footnote. Obviously, the Algroths, Rulgan, and Eldraken, among others. End of footnote. And then, in open violation of the most fundamental tenet of good manners, the Gorim asked Horban the name of his god. The question was so startling that Horban was able to quote it verbatim. "And who is your god?" the Gorim said, his face stern. "Is it he who cracked the world?" Horban quickly realized that the Ulgos could not be held to an etiquette which had been developed by civilized men to forestall the inevitable wrangling and probable bloodshed which would accompany theological disputation, and chose, therefore, not to take offense. He replied, as formally as possible, "I have the honor, exalted one, to be a disciple of the great god Nedra." The Gorim nodded. "We know of him," he said, "the eldest save Aldur. A serviceable god, though a bit too stiff and formal for my liking. It is the 3rd god, Torak, the maimed one, who is our enemy. He it was who cracked the earth and unloosed the evil that bestrides the world above. Truly, had you confessed to the worship of Torak, would you have been carried to a pit and cast down into the sea of endless fire that lies infinitely far below." A shaken Horban had then inquired of the Gorim how it was that he appeared to have such intimate knowledge of the 7 gods. The response of the Gorim sparked a theological debate which has lasted for over 900 years. He said, "We know of the 7 gods because Ul has revealed them to us, and Ul knows them better than any, since he is older than they." This simple statement was, of course, a thunderbolt which galvanized the theologians of all the Western nations. They were immediately roused from their involuted efforts to each prove the superiority of his God, and plunged into the most significant debate in 5 millennia. The fundamental question, of course, was, are there 7 gods, as we have always believed, or are there 8? If there are 7, then the Ulgos in heathen idolatry worship a false god and should be converted or exterminated. If there are 8, and this mysterious Ul is also a god, then has he not been excluded from ceremonial offerings for over 5,000 years? And ought we not propitiate him? And if there are 8, might there not be 9, or 900? Alorn theologians confirmed from their sacred writings that the god of the Angaraks, Torak, indeed did crack the world, and that he was maimed. Fascinating as these questions are, it is not our purpose here to expound upon them. It is sufficient to note that the Ulgos are the source of the dispute. At the conclusion of his discussion with the Gorim, Horban concluded a limited trade agreement which allowed 2 caravans per year to make the journey to Polgu and to encamp in the valley beneath the city. A valley known by an Ulgo word which, translated, means where the monsters waited, a quaint term related to their mythology. At that time, the Gorim stated that those of his people who had the inclination might go there and view the goods of the merchants. When Horban pressed for more frequent caravans, or even a permanent commercial community in the valley, the Gorim denied permission, saying, "The limitation is for your own protection," and refused to elaborate. For the first 100 years, the trade with the Ulgos was woefully unprofitable. Many times Tolnedran merchants made the long and arduous caravan journey to Polgu, and waited the appointed 3 weeks without a single customer coming up from the depths of the earth to view their goods. Appeals to the emperor to dispatch a military expedition to force the Ulgos up out of their caves so that the merchants might tempt them with their goods were largely ineffectual, since there was nothing in the treaty requiring the Ulgos to buy, and the city at Polgu, situated as it is on the top of a sheer mountain, is perhaps one of the most totally unassailable places in the world. As one Ranite emperor said, "I could pour the wealth and young manhood of the empire into those barren mountains and gain nothing thereby." In time, our caravans grew smaller and were frequently unaccompanied by troops, and occasionally they disappeared without a trace. The Ulgos vaguely mentioned monsters, but refused to elaborate. During the invasion of the Angaraks in the 4860s and the 70s, the Algar cavalry and Drasnian infantry elements which closed in behind the enemy on the way to the battleground before the horrendous city of Vomimbra were startled by the sudden emergence from their caravans of thousands of curiously armed Ulgos, all, as usual, hooded and with their faces and eyes veiled against the light. It is evident that there is some eons-old dispute between the Ulgos and the Angaraks, the origins of which are lost in antiquity. The Algars and Drasnians soon had no difficulty in following the hordes of Kaltorak, since the trail was littered with the bodies of the unfortunates whom the Ulgos systematically ambushed. Because of the sensitivity of their eyes to the light, Ulgos functioned best at night, and the toll they took of the sleeping Angaraks was ghastly. At the Battle of Vomimbra, the Ulgos participated in the assault upon the Angarak left, with the Algars and the Drasnians. When they shed their robes and hoods for battle, they revealed the traditional armor of the Ulgos, a curious leaf mail, shaped much like the scales of a serpent and overlapping in such fashion that it is virtually impenetrable. The armor is colorfully referred to as dragon skin. During the battle, the Ulgos displayed uncommon valor, closing savagely with the much larger Murgo warriors who held the left flank. And after the battle, when darkness had fallen, Ulgo warriors roamed the battlefield, making certain that no wounded Angarak escaped. When things had returned somewhat to normal following the war, limited trade was resumed, but the Ulgos have retained their secretive ways. The current Gorim of the Ulgos appears to be extremely ancient, though the dimness of the light in their caverns makes such fine distinctions difficult. The mode by which the Ulgos choose their Gorim, or how far back into the dim reaches of the past the line extends, are questions, of course, which are likely never to be answered. Ulgoland. Coinage. Ulgos do not use coins, but rather barter for items both useful and ornamental. Ulgo jewelry is so exquisite and so finely wrought that it is nearly priceless in the West. They will also trade in raw gold and silver, and in cut and uncut gems. Costume. Standard garments. Linen pajama-like affair. Hooded cloaks of the coarse cloth, all dyed quite dark. Linen. Cloth. Wild flax gathered near cave mouths. A coarse cloth woven from the fiber of a tree bark, similarly gathered. Soft leather. Deer hide taken by nocturnal Ulgo hunters. Personages wear robes, quite heavy, one solid piece, white. Armor, overlapping, diamond-shaped steel scales sewn to leather. Weapon, the knife, designed and perfected by Ulgo craftsmen, quite ornamental with lots of hooks and saw edges. Long ice pick, short-handled picks with needle points, etc. Women wear soft robes. Hair is elaborately plaited. Jeweled headbands. Commerce. Strictly barter in useful goods or in services. Ulgos do have fields, planted and harvested at night. Planted at random so as to be undetectable. They also hunt meat. Meat is a rarity in the Ulgo diet. Lots of root vegetables, grains, and nuts. Social organization. Ulgo society is a theocracy. The Gorim is a Moses figure, a lawgiver and a judge. People divided into tribes. Elders of the tribes advise the Gorim. Scholars study the writings of the original Gorim, a very Jewish society in that respect. Ordinary people live in chambers cut out of the stone along the various galleries in the vast limestone caves. Note, the caves of the Ulgos are naturally heated by geothermal forces. Cooking is with small coal fires. Smoke and fumes are carried off in cunningly constructed vents. Light provided by tiny oil lamps or by refracted surface light through glass prisms. Ulgo society is totally involved with religion. Much time is taken up with prayer. Prophecy and the casting of auguries is enormously important. Upon special dates, certain special openings with special glass prisms allow the light of certain stars to enter the caverns. Colors and shadows are then interpreted. Ulgos are master of primitive optics because of their work in glass. They also have extensive knowledge of the monsters and know how to deal with most of them. They are not prolific. Many restraints on population. Infant mortality is quite high among them. A static, unmoving society with no real hope of growth. Philosophical, somewhat melancholy. Much emphasis on scholarship, study, and attaining holiness or righteousness. A mass effort at attaining sainthood. Essene, possibly. Religious ecstasy or religious excess common. Hermits in the farthest caverns. Ulgo artifacts are so beautiful because they are the work of zealots. The Ulgo holy books are the journals of Gorim, kept on his quest in search of the god Ul. These rather pedestrian daybooks have been elevated into something mystical. Holiness is often predicated on some new and unusual interpretation of a quite ordinary event. The Book of Ulgo is a much later poetic version of the original daybooks of Gorim. There have been internecine wars in the caverns of the Ulgos over interpretation of certain obscure and delirious passages from Gorim's journals. A totally closed and inward-looking society, except for their universal hatred of Torak, the one whose action condemned them to the caverns. Ulgo theology is split rather violently. One branch holds that the caves are what Ul intended. The others, that a deliverer shall come and destroy Torak, and the Ulgos will be allowed to return to the surface. Rank: the Gorim, high priest and king. Old men, leaders of each tribe. Tribal elders, 7 in each tribe, 7 tribes of Ulgos, fairly significant racial differences between them. The priests of Ul, very numerous. The selection of Gorim, old men, and elders is a process that is part election, part prophecy, part lottery, and part gut feel. The Gorim is not hereditary. No one but an Ulgo can understand the process. Age is very important in the selection. Modes of address. To the Gorim, my Gorim, Holy One, rarely Holy Ulgo. To the old men, Beloved of Ul, Wisdom. To the elders, Righteousness, Selected of Ul. To the priests, Master. To the scholars, Learned One. To the commoners, Ulgorim John, meaning approximately just and righteous in the sight of Ul. Manners, quite formal modes of address. A great deal of formula recitative and response in conversation. Great is the power of Ul. All praise the name of Ul. Entire conversations can consist of stereotyped phrases. Personal chambers are absolutely private. Temples are huge chambers. Ulgos attend religious services daily. Work in open galleries on studies, artwork, crafts, etc. People are strangely apart from each other. Holidays. The day of acceptance. The day Ul accepted Gorim, the holiest day. The day of despair, when Gorim went to Polgu and cursed his life. The day of following. The day the few followed Gorim. Also some 130 other observances of key dates in the journals of Gorim. Population. Population, perhaps 750,000 total. Nyissa. Geography. The kingdom of Nyissa lies on the southern boundary of Tolnedra, below the River of the Woods. It is bounded on the west by the waters of the Great Western Sea, and on the east by the low range of mountains which mark the doorstep of the vast, uninhabited wilderness of western Cthol Murgos. The southern boundaries of the kingdom are quite indistinct, since there are only trackless jungles in that quarter. It is the claim of the Nyissan court at Thistor that Nyissa has no southern boundary, but continues on to the great southern edge of the world. But few take such grandiose claims seriously, since no kingdom can with any authority claim lands which it cannot occupy. For the most part, Nyissa is densely forested, enveloped, as it were, in a vast, trackless, subtropical jungle. The land is marshy and the soil extremely fertile. Despite this, farming in the land of the Snake People is minimal. The vast effort required to clear and maintain fields appears to be beyond the capabilities of the somewhat sluggish inhabitants. The capital at Thistor would seem to be the only city of any size in the entire kingdom, although it is difficult to verify this, since the Nyissans, always secretive, forbid travel by foreigners into the hinterlands. Casual observation, however, indicates that the bulk of the citizenry reside in small villages, usually located on or near the major river system of the country, aptly named the River of the Serpent. No hard evidence exists of any significant mineral deposits in the kingdom, but again, this is impossible to verify. Thistor itself is a large, well-fortified stone city, some 80 leagues up the River of the Serpent. It is considered a hardship post by members of the Tolnedran diplomatic corps because of the pestilential climate. The people. The Nyissans are similar in stature and complexion to the Tolnedrans and Arends, and are, therefore, quite obviously members of the same broad racial group. As observed previously, they are a secretive and somewhat indolent people, difficult to know and even more difficult to like. Their worship of the serpent god, Nyissa, has led them to adopt certain reptilian mannerisms, which most outsiders consider repugnant. While the nation is referred to as a kingdom in conformity with the practice in other Western countries, this designation is not precisely accurate, since the ruler of the Yissens has always been a queen. The traditional name, Salmisra, appears to have no particular hereditary significance, and the process by which successors are chosen is a closely guarded secret intimately involved in the religious life of the Yissens, since the queen is also the high priestess of the national religion. Footnote: Salmisra is modeled in part on Cleopatra, obviously, and Yissen society is to a degree Egyptian, though not entirely. In the Belgariad, the Yissens are incomprehensible villains, but in the Malloreon, Saadi proved to be an important character, as did Zeth. End of footnote. Because of the abundance of strange flora in the Yissen jungles, the snake people have developed a vast lore having to do with herbal compounds and drugs, and it is generally believed, though probably erroneously, that the entire nation is addicted to one or the other of these compounds. The drugs do, however, play a significant part in Yissen religious observances. It is also unfortunately true that one of the sidelines of Yissen pharmaceutical experiments has been the development of a vast range of poisons and toxins which have intruded upon occasion into the politics of Tolnedra. The removal of a political adversary in Tolnedra has always been too simple a matter, largely because of the lamentable proximity of the Yissen border. Sadly, the basic industry of Yissa has always been the slave trade. The battlefields of the war and the insurrections of the West have for thousands of years been haunted by Yissen slavers. They are indeed sometimes as prevalent as ravens. Although the trade is generally condemned, captives without the means to afford ransom all too frequently end up in chains on Yissen slave ships. The fate of these unfortunates is unknown, but since the Yissen slavers almost invariably pay for their goods and supplies with Angarak gold, which has a distinctive reddish cast by reason of the iron deposits in the vicinity of the mines of Gar Og Nadrak and Cthol Murgos, it is generally assumed that the ultimate destinations of the slaves are the Angarak Kingdoms to the east. One shudders at the thought of what may happen to them once they fall into the hands of the Gromlin priests in those dark lands. The history of the Snake People. Because of the secretive nature of the Yissens, attempts to gather historical data about them are extraordinarily frustrating. Indeed, beyond a few cursory facts, most of which came to light during the Alorn invasion of 4002-3, little is actually known about the country's history. Generally, it is assumed that the Yissens were a part of the vast westward migration, which took place during the first millennium, at which time were also established the kingdoms of Aloria, Arendia, Maragor, and the Empire of Tolnedra. It is a commonplace to observe that history is a byproduct of war, and with the exception of the Alorn invasion mentioned above and a legendary conflict between Nyissa and Maragor late in the second millennium, the Yissens have had almost no conflicts with the other kingdoms of the West. The causes of the Maragor-Yissa war are shrouded in the mists of antiquity, and what few actual records we have of the conflict are at best fragmentary as a result of the excessive zeal of Tolnedran soldiery during the extirpation of the Marags in the third millennium. What remains is a sketchy body of reports, requisitions, diaries, and the like, which provide a shadowy outline of the conflict and little else. Whatever the unknown cause was, it appears that the Marags considered themselves the offended side, and the mounting of their expeditionary force was something in the nature of a holy crusade. At any rate, during the mid-19th century, Marag columns struck down across the northeastern frontier of Yissa and plunged toward Thistor, 250 leagues to the west. Field commanders reported the existence of broad highways through the jungles and mighty cities which were besieged and pulled down. While some of this may be shrugged off as primitive exaggeration, it must be conceded that there may indeed be some grain of truth in those reports. Tolnedran expeditions into northern Nyissa, following the Alorn invasion of the 5th millennium, noted the existence of vast, jungle-choked ruins, and barely perceptible highways through the dense growth. Footnote: an obvious reference to the ruins of Angkor Wat in Cambodia. End of footnote. Whatever the truth may be, the Marags pressed on, pausing only to violate Yissin temples and to perform their own disgusting rites upon the altars of the snake god. At the approach of the Marag columns, Queen Salmisra and her retinue fled the city of Thistor and sought refuge in the jungles to the south. The Marags found that they had conquered an empty city surrounded by unpeopled fields. At that time occurred one of the most monstrous incidents in the history of warfare. After the Marags had occupied the city for perhaps 10 days, the soldiers began to sicken and die in alarming numbers. The frantic pleas for food sent back to Maragor by field commanders camped in the midst of a fertile plain burgeoning with unharvested crops provide poignant substantiation to what had taken place. Before their evacuation of the city, the Yissins had systematically poisoned every scrap of edible food in the vicinity of the capital. They had even, by means known only to them, poisoned fruits and vegetables while they still hung from trees or nestled in the fields. Such cattle as were left for the Marags had, with a technique that staggers the imagination, been poisoned in such a way that, while the cattle remained healthy, all who ate their flesh died. A decimated and delirious column of the few pitiful survivors stumbled out of the jungles and back to Maragor, leaving their trail littered with the bodies of their dead. While it is conjecture only, it is fairly safe to assume that the lessons of the Marag invasion were not lost on the Yissins. The highways, if indeed they were highways, provided easy passage through the jungles for invading troops. So they were permitted to fall into disuse, and the jungles reclaimed them. Since the Yissins are not a prolific people, their use of drugs inhibits reproductive activity severely. Large cities simply provide larger concentrations of people to fall victim to surprise attack, and the limited population can be severely depleted by only a few such attacks. Thus, it became in all probability a matter of state policy to disperse the population broadly in small cities and towns and even villages, except for the capital, of course. And so it is that we see the truth of the adage, history is the product of war. Had there been no Marag invasion, Nyissa might well have developed along entirely different lines. Cities might have arisen and the jungles have been cleared, but it was not to be. The motto which appears above the door of the throne room of Queen Salmisra in Thistor speaks volumes. The serpent and the forest are one. The jungles of Nyissa are the refuge and the defense of the snake people, and we must not expect that they will ever be cleared. During the reign of Ranhorb II of the First Horbite dynasty, sometimes referred to as the architect of empire, a sustained effort was made to conclude the customary trade agreements with the Yissins. Vordal, a noble of the Vordu line of the imperial family, was entrusted with the delicate task of negotiating with Queen Salmisra. His reports provide graphic and chilling details of the lethal intrigues which prevail in the Yissin court. Each noble, functionary, or priest normally employs a sizable staff of herbologists and chemists whose sole purpose is the distillation, compounding, and mixing of new poisons and antidotes. A breakthrough by one of these professional poisoners is usually marked by the sudden and frequently ghastly deaths of all members of an opposing faction. Since most Yissin politicians are able, as a result of heavy preventive dosing with all known antidotes and a brutal regimen of desensitization involving the eating of gradually increased amounts of the toxins themselves, to ingest quantities of poisons sufficient to fell a legion, the new poisons which are developed are of a terrifying potency. Vordal reports that Queen Salmisra watched these lethal games with reptilian amusement, not even turning a hair when her most trusted advisor quite suddenly turned black in the face, fell to the floor in violent convulsions, and died frothing at the mouth like a mad dog. Yissen queens learn quite early to develop no permanent attachments. Their training is so rigorously bound by eons-old tradition, and their lives so circumscribed by ritual, that there is very little in the way of appearance or personality that distinguishes one queen from her predecessors or her successors. At long length, Vordel was able to conclude the treaty with the Yissens, a difficult task since frequently the negotiator with whom he was dealing died quite suddenly in the midst of the most sensitive negotiations. The treaty provided for a commercial compound near the docks at Thistor, and Tolnedran merchants were rigidly restricted to that compound. While it is certainly not the best treaty ever concluded, the Yissens' seemingly inexhaustible supply of good red Angarak gold make it easier to put up with the restrictions. Further, the Yissens' phlegmatic turn of mind renders them indifferent to the intricacies of bargaining, and they will generally pay without question any price that is asked. Thus it is that trade with the Snake People is highly profitable, but few, if any, Tolnedran merchants are ever comfortable in Thistor. Most will limit themselves to 2 or 3 voyages up the River of the Serpent. The profits are enormous, but there is something about the Yissens that compels even the greediest to soon depart. The most celebrated event in the history of Nyissa was the Alorn invasion in 4002-3, as a result of the Yissen assassination of the Rivan king, Gorek the Wise. The motivation behind this apparently senseless act has never been fully disclosed, although the Alorn kings were able to extract it in detail from Queen Salmisra, the 33rd, before she died. It is generally assumed that there was Angarak involvement in the plot, but why the Angaraks would hold such enmity toward the monarch of a remote island is unclear. Beyond this, one wonders what could conceivably have been offered to a Yissen queen to purchase her cooperation. Whatever Salmisra's motives, the act was indisputably hers, and the Alorn retribution was swift and terrible. As previously discussed, the combined forces of Cherek, Drasnia, Algaria, and the Isle of the Winds made quick work of the Yissens. Following their victory, the Alorn systematically and savagely destroyed the entire nation, tearing down the towns and burning the villages. All Yissens who fell into their hands were ruthlessly put to the sword. Once again, it was only the jungles that prevented the Snake People from being totally exterminated. So brutal had been the destruction of Nyissa by the Alorns that for 500 years, and despite frequent searches by Tolnedran expeditions, no sign was visible that any Yissens survived the Holocaust. Then, and only gradually, did the Snake People emerge from the jungles to begin timidly rebuilding the capital at Thistor. Amazingly, it appears that the Queen continued to dominate Yissen life even though her people had been scattered to the winds. Queen Salmisra, the 73rd, emerged from the jungles as imperious as had been her predecessors, and so closely resembling the face on ancient coinage that many had the eerie feeling that she was the same woman. The cause for this resemblance, however, had come to light during one of the Tolnedran expeditions into Nyissa following the Alorn invasion. In the vicinity of the capital were discovered several stately houses, each identical to the others, and in the sealed central hall of each house were discovered the skeletal remains of 19 youthful females. Remnants of clothing indicated that all were identically dressed, and the remains were all precisely the same height. In the surrounding rooms were the remains of numerous other Yissens as well, some in the garb of servants, others in the robes of priests. The reasons for the unbroken line and the uncanny resemblance of each queen to all who had passed before her became abundantly clear. At a certain stage in the life of a queen, a search was made of the country to discover 20 young women who closely resembled her. At the time of the old queen's death, one of the 20 was chosen to succeed her. The rest were summarily put to death, along with their servants, teachers, and priests, in order to prevent any effort to supplant the chosen one. In this manner, the queen is made secure, and the line of succession is guaranteed. Since their one excursion into the realm of international affairs ended so disastrously, the Yissens have remained steadfastly neutral. Much concern existed in the imperial court at Tolnedra during the invasion of the Angaraks under Kaltorak in the 49th century over the possibility that a second column of Angaraks and Malloreons might be proceeding secretly through the jungles of the Snake People to strike across Tolnedra's southern border, and thus crush the West in a vast pincer movement. Given the proximity of Nyissa to the western reaches of Cthol Murgos and the peculiar relationship of the Snake People with the Angaraks, this possibility was all too real. As a result, imperial legions fortified the northern banks of the River of the Woods, and the bulk of Tolnedra's forces were moved to the south and garrisoned at Tol Barun and at Tol Rain in order to counter any such attack. Despite fearful casualties, continuous patrols probed northern Nyissa for any evidence of the expected Angarak approach. Queen Salmisra vigorously protested the Tolnedran violation of the territorial integrity of her realm, but was put off with a series of diplomatically worded notes from the emperor himself. In the end, of course, the expected second front failed to materialize, and we must concede that the diversion of the 37 legions to the south weakened Tolnedra's ability to participate in the decisive Battle of Vomimbra, and may in some measure have contributed to the humiliation of the empire in the infamous accords which followed that battle. Following the Angarak War, Yissens have again resumed the slave trade, although the relative peace which has prevailed in the West since that upheaval has severely limited the number of captives available to them. A few years after the war, Yissen merchants began buying up foodstuffs in the West, always paying the highest prices. This sudden change contributed noticeably to the food shortage, resulting from the destruction of the Algarian herds. It is suspected that the Yissens were acting as agents for the Murgos, and that the food shortage had spread virtually across the entire continent. In recent years, Yissen traders and merchants have been much in evidence in all parts of the West, even more so than during the short period of Yissen commercial dominance, as a result of the closing of both the north and the south caravan routes. As always, the motives of the Serpent Queen and Thistor are a mystery. The present queen, Salmisra the 99th, appears to be a somewhat more strong-minded ruler than have been many of her precursors, who were merely pawns in the control of various court functionaries. Her age, of course, is indeterminate as a result of the use of certain closely guarded herbal compounds reserved for her alone, which have the apparent capability of retarding or halting entirely the more visible ravages of the aging process. Note: from time immemorial, there have been rumors, myths, legends, folklore, and a good deal of just plain nonsense circulated about the Yissen Queen. Many of these are too ludicrous or grotesque to bear repeating. One story has her the same original Salmisra, who is restored every so many years to youth and beauty by feeding, vampire-like, upon various sacrificial victims. There is often gross speculation about her sex life, one group contending she is a virgin, another contending that she is driven by the drugs she uses into abnormal sexual veracity, yet a third contending that as high priestess of the snake cult, she couples only with serpents. Quite obviously, most of this is too ridiculous to merit refutation. These facts we know. The Yissen Queen has never been observed to have had children. The Yissen Queen has never been observed to have had a husband. From this, we must conclude that she is required to maintain the appearance, at least, of celibacy during her reign. Any other speculation is sheer waste of time, and quite certainly is no area of investigation for any proper scholar. Footnote. So much for Prissy. End of footnote. Nyissa. Coinage. Yissen coins are triangular, and their weights are not exact. Yissens routinely shave the edges of coins. Gold. The Golden Queen, a 5-ounce double triangle with a likeness of Salmisra in each quarter, worth about $625. Golden Half Queen, 2½ ounces triangle, worth about $312.50. Golden Quarter Queen, 1¼ ounce triangle, worth about $156.25. Silver, Silver Queen, 5 ounces, worth about $31.25. Silver Half Queen, 2½ ounce, worth about $15.62. Silver Quarter Queen, 1¼ ounce, worth about $7.81. Copper, a large triangular piece worth about 50 cents. Costume. Yissen city dwellers wear loose robes of lightweight silk embroidered and decorated. In the country, shorter robes. Yissen men shave their heads. Yissen women wear elaborate and somewhat revealing gowns, lots of jewelry, and a serpent crown. The fabric of her gown is almost transparent. Hair worn Egyptian style. All body hair removed. Armor, such as it is, chainmail vest. Weapons, short, poisoned knives, short bows with poisoned arrows, ceremonial swords and long-handled axes, like halberd. Commerce. Yissens are much into commerce. A great deal of profit is made in slaves and in trade. They seem indifferent to the finer points of haggling because the Angaraks pay so much for slaves, a form of life insurance. Yissens are deceitful and not above giving short weight and adulterating the product. They don't trust each other much. Social organization. Again, a theocracy. Salmistra is not only queen, but also is high priestess. She is supreme, but the court functionaries wield a great deal of power. Court is rather like a cross between Egyptian and Chinese. Many functionaries are eunuchs. The queen's whim is law. Thus everyone tries to stay on her good side to protect himself. Very political, very conniving. Byzantine. Commoners are simple laborers, but slaves do all the heavy work. Slaves have their tongues removed. Rank. The queen. Supreme queen and high priestess. The high priests. Pretty heavy in the temple, but not so much at court. The high chamberlain. The queen's chief advisor. Depending on the queen, this is the one who more or less runs the country. Most queens are preoccupied with their own diversions, and he has full reign. A few, however, have been strong-minded enough to run things themselves. Assorted functionaries of the court. These are, in effect, bureaucrats who handle various aspects of government. Much jealousy and bickering, and so forth. Modes of address. The queen. Eternal Samisra, beloved of Issa. The high priests. Most high. The high chamberlain. My lord high chamberlain. Others at court. My lord this or that. Title. Commoners. Called by name only. Slaves. You, or slave. Note on the queen. The drug she takes to keep her perpetually young is also a powerful aphrodisiac, and since she must dose with it daily, the queen is in a perpetual state of sexual arousal. It also inhibits, prevents pregnancy. It is this that makes most queens docile. They are too busy satisfying their lusts to have time for government. Part of the duties of court functionaries are to service the queen. She also keeps a stable of slaves for this purpose. Other drugs make them unnaturally potent. Note on drugs. The antidotes to the various poisons are usually addictive. Thus, most Yissens are addicts, euphoric and sometimes half asleep. These addictions are what hold down the Yissen birth rate. The men are too doped up to be much interested in sex. Yissen women frequently turn to slaves for satisfaction, and lesbianism is quite common. Manners. Elaborately formal. No open hostility. Hissing is considered a sign of respect. Holidays. Arastide. Not all that important in Nyissa. Day of the Serpent. Issa's birthday. Day of Salmisra. Traditional birthday of the queen. Festival of the Poison Ones. The day when Salmisra kisses a cobra. A special drug she takes makes her odor pleasing to the snake, so that he will not bite. Religious observances. Lots of snake stuff, snake handling, etc. Day of the Serpent. A naked group grope in the temple in company with a lot of non-venomous snakes. Pet snakes are household gods, etc., etc. Population. About 2 million Yissans, 250,000 in Thistor. The Angarak Kingdoms. Note: because their history is so completely interwoven, it would be largely impractical and repetitious to deal with each of the Angarak kingdoms separately. Indeed, while there are slight cultural differences between Nadraks, Thulls, and Murgos, they are hardly more than those differences one might distinguish between the inhabitants of Tol Rain, Tol Honeth, and Tol Vordu in Tolnedra. Further, because of the unity of their policy, it is perhaps useful to consider these kingdoms as little more than administrative districts of one single national entity. Geography. The Angarak Kingdoms, consisting of Gar Og Nadrak, Mishrak Thull, and Cthol Murgos, lie along the eastern edge of the continent. The most notable features of the kingdoms are the vast stretches of inhospitable mountains, barren steppes, and dreary wastelands. While their lands are rich in mineral wealth, the Angaraks have never fully exploited those riches. Gar Og Nadrak. The northernmost of the kingdoms is covered with vast forests in its central and northern central portions, and with the inevitable and towering mountains to the west and north. To the east and south, moorlands stretch to the shores of the eastern sea. Two major rivers, the Kordu and the Drakondu, flow generally southeasterly, joining at Yar Turak in the central moors to form the greater river Kordu, which empties into the sea at the site of the twin cities of Yar Marak and Thull Zelik, the eastern termini of the North Caravan route. The only other population center of any significance in Gar Og Nadrak, aside from the capital of Yar Nadrak, is the fortified city of Yar Gorak on the northwest border with Drasnia. It is generally believed that to the northeast lies the land bridge to the endless reaches of Malloreon, although the Nadraks refuse to confirm this. The evidence of this bridge and the possibility of another caravan route across it, while largely presumptive, is borne out by the fact that vessels observed in the ports at Yar Marak and in Thull Zelik in Mishrak Thull are coastal scows incapable, or so observers from Cherek have informed us, of sustained ocean voyages. Our friends from Cherek further advise us that the Angaraks are woefully poor seamen and would be unable to sustain any significant transoceanic commerce. Thus, since Malloreon trade articles, silks, spices, and jewelry for the most part, appear regularly in the inventories of Nadrak merchants, it must be assumed that there exists some dependable route to the east. Mishrak Thull. This is the central Angarak kingdom. Again, its western boundary with Algaria is mountainous, and the eastern foothills are tree-covered, a southern continuation of the vast forests of Nadrak. Aside from the northern river Kordu, which forms the northeastern boundary with Gar Og Nadrak, the land of the Thulls is drained only by the river Mardu, and their capital of Thull Mardu is located on an island in that river some 100 leagues inland. Extensive grasslands lie to the north of the river Mardu, and significant cattle herds are grazed in that area of late, probably developed as a result of the serious meat famine which followed the Angarak's disastrous adventure in the west. To the south in the foothills of the mountains, a sparsely timbered belt exists which soon gives way to the empty reaches of the wastes of Murgos. The southern boundary of Mishrak Thull is the Tor River. Cthol Murgos. This southern Angarak kingdom is the most bleak and uninviting. The seaport of Rakgoska at the mouth of the Tor is the only city of any size in Cthol Murgos, aside from the theological capital at Thull, and forms the eastern terminus of the south caravan route. Cthol Murgos is, by any civilized standard, an uninhabitable wasteland. Because of the aridity of the country, agriculture is minimal, and the Murgos must import virtually all their foodstuffs. The bleak coastline is backed for 100 leagues with the bleak wastes of Murgos. There is again, as in Mishrak Thull, a narrow belt of stunted trees, and then there is only the endless barren waste of the southern mountains. Footnote: the Tolnedrans didn't know about southern Cthol Murgos at this point. End of footnote. The only geographic feature worthy of note in those mountains is the vast, flat wasteland of Murgos just to the west of the first range of mountains. The area, perhaps 100 leagues wide and 300 long, appears to have been a huge inland sea at some time in the dim reaches of the prehistoric past. Either the sea was drained during some cataclysmic geological upheaval, or a drastic change in climate to the present aridity caused it to gradually dry up. Whatever the reason, only the seabed remains. Enormous stretches of barren salt flats are interspersed with endless expanses of black sand and ridges of tumbled basalt slabs. Somewhere near the center of the wasteland is the tarn of Thok, a foul-smelling lake seething with chemical salts and so noxious that even the vultures of Cthol Murgos are frequently overcome by the fumes as they fly over it and fall into the water and perish. The marge of the lake is a bubbling quagmire, forever churned by stinking gases rising from the very bowels of the earth. Somewhat to the west of the tarn rises the solitary peak which is the site of Thol, the forbidden theological capital of the Murgos. The sides of the peak are smooth basalt, and the only approach to the city is by way of a narrow, inclined causeway, built in the distant past by unspeakable amounts of human labor. One is sickened at the thought of whole generations of slaves toiling away their lives to lay this pathway to Thol. The walls of the city are as high as the peak itself. What lies within the city is a mystery, since no outsider is permitted to enter. As is the case with Nyissa, which forms the northwestern boundary of this bleak country, the southern border of Cthol Murgos is indistinct. The western reaches of the land of the Murgos are arid mountains, bleak and uninhabited. The people. While they are all Angaraks, there are subtle distinctions between the inhabitants of the 3 eastern kingdoms, and between them and the Malloreons, also Angarak, who dwell in unnumbered hordes in the uncharted lands beyond the eastern sea. The Nadraks. These northernmost Angaraks are more volatile than their brothers to the south. While all Angaraks are warlike, it was the Nadraks who conducted the centuries-long campaign which continually probed the borders of Drasnia and Algaria during the 3rd millennium. Fortunately, the Nadraks are also acquisitive, and it was this characteristic which made possible the opening of the north caravan route from Buktor to Yarmarak. With the growth of trade, there has also been a growth of information, and as a result of more frequent contact, we know more about the Nadraks than we do of Thulls, or Murgos, or Grolums. Nadrak hunters ranged the vast forest to the north, providing the luxuriant furs for which Gar Og Nadrak is so justly famous. Nadrak miners, unlike the Murgos to the south, scorn the use of slave labor and hack gold and gems from the living rock with their own hands. A rowdy group, these foresters, hunters, and miners are susceptible to the pleasures of keg and flagon, and Drasnian agents, posing as merchants, have for centuries used this susceptibility to their own advantage. Much information can be gained concerning concentrations of troops, movements, and even the temper of officials in Nadrak, the capital, for the minor investment in a few kegs of ale in wayside camps and villages. The present king of the Nadraks is Drosta Lekthun, an excitable man in his early 40s who has made some effort to make the court at Nadrak a more courtly and civilized one. But the ambassadors of the western kingdoms realize that beneath his shrill charm, Drosta is a treacherous and dangerous ruler. The Thulls. These central Angaraks are bulkier than the Nadraks to the north, who tend to be nearly as rangy as Alorns. Thulls tend to be broad of shoulder, wide-backed, thick-hipped, and somewhat slow-witted. In battle, we have observed that the Thulls are more likely to rely on brute strength, rather than on any degree of skill or tactics. While it might appear that such people would be easy to best in any kind of trade, merchants renowned throughout the West for their canniness and the sharpness of their dealings have been frustrated by the Thulls who display that suspicion that is frequently a characteristic of the less intelligent. Further, dealing with the Thulls is a dangerous business, since they tend in the direction of homicidal rages at the first hint of chicanery, real or imagined. Perhaps the fairest indication of the Thullish character is the fact that the favorite sport at village fairs in the back country of Mishrak Thull is the head-butting contest, a form of competition that is not infrequently fatal to both participants. The Thulls are prolific, perhaps as a result of the legendary appetite of the generously proportioned Thullish women. The aged king of the Thulls, Cthol still sits firmly on his throne in Cthol Murgos, despite the efforts of his eldest son Cthol to persuade him to retire. Footnote: Cthol was elevated to the throne in the Belgariad. End of footnote. The Murgos. These are the most savage of the Angaraks. All Murgo men are warriors and habitually wear armor as casually as civilized men wear wool or linen. They are stockier than the Nadraks, but not so bulky as the Thulls. The Murgos are close-mouthed to the point of rudeness, which makes trade with them extremely difficult. The bleakness of their homeland has perhaps infected their character. It is not uncommon for a Murgo merchant to conduct negotiations without ever speaking. He will examine the merchandise offered, lay a certain amount of gold on the table, and, if the trader objects to the sum, he will simply pick up his gold and depart. For the trader, for whom haggling is often more important than profit, this can be frustrating in the extreme. Murgos will not discuss their theological capital at Thull, or even admit that it exists, and large portions of their uninhabitable country are absolutely forbidden to outsiders. It has been persistently rumored that the Murgo population is much more extensive than the scanty numbers which are evident along the south caravan route or in the streets of Rakgoska would indicate, and many have suspected the existence of vast Murgo cities lying in the southern mountains of Cthol Murgos below the river Throg. Since those areas are strictly closed, however, the rumors are impossible to substantiate. One note of caution must be sounded in any discussion of the Murgos. Murgo women are kept closely confined and are never seen in public, not even the youngest female children. To the casual observer, it might appear that Cthol Murgos is inhabited entirely by males. This, however, is not the case, and travelers and merchants who visit would be well advised to avoid those portions of Murgo houses normally marked by black doors. For to violate the sanctity of the women's quarters in any Murgo household is to invite instant death. The king of the Murgos is Tor Ugos, a man of uncertain sanity, who holds the country in an iron grip. The Malloreons. Little is known in the West of these strange people. Occasionally, by chance, Malloreon merchants are encountered in Yarmarak, Thulzelik, or Rakgoska. Since they speak an Angarak dialect that is virtually unintelligible to Westerners, direct communication with them is almost impossible. The extent of the Malloreon Empire is unknown, but the traditional words limitless, boundless, vast, and so forth indicate lands of staggering dimensions. Agents of the Drasnian kings, who from the time of the establishment of the North Caravan route have probed the Angarak Kingdoms in the guise of merchants, have devoted centuries to the unraveling of the mystery of the Malloreons, but with only small success. What little we do know of them, however, is a tribute to the patience and perseverance of these Drasnian agents. Physically, the Malloreons appear to be the archetypical Angaraks, neither as tall as the Nadraks, nor as thick-bodied as the Thulls, nor are they quite as muscular as the typical Murgo. Their dispositions would seem to be more open, but the keen-eyed Drasnians have noted a tendency among them to be, if not precisely fearful, at least apprehensive in the presence of Grolim priests. Drasnian intelligence speculates that Malloria is in all probability a theocracy dominated by Grolims who rule by terror in the service of Torak, the Angarak god. Note: the only Malloreon who has played any significant part in the history of the West was the 49th century conqueror, Torak, who led the invasion of the Malloreons and western Angaraks, and who was defeated at the Battle of Vomimbra. The prefix Kal is untranslatable, but would seem to signify that the meaning of the name was arm of Torak, or possibly spirit of Torak. The popular superstition that it was the god Torak himself is, of course, nonsense. The Grolims. These are the ubiquitous Angarak priests who are seen in all parts of the Angarak Kingdoms. Little can be known of them except by implication, since they steadfastly refuse to even speak to non-Angaraks. No hints can be gathered as to their physical appearance due to the shrouding, hooded black robes they customarily wear, and the soul-chilling steel face masks, which are the marks of their priesthood. These masks, supposedly replicas of the face of the god Torak, conceal the entire face, and help to explain the awe with which the Grolims are regarded. It is unknown whether the Grolims are an order, selected from the body of the Angarak populace, or if they are a separate tribe. Drasnian agents have attempted for millennia to unravel this mystery, but without success, since not even the most drunken Nadrak miner will ever discuss the Grolims. Fragmentary reports from the battlefield at Vomimbra hint at the possibility that the Grolims are not exclusively male, but that there were also priestesses among the bodies on that field. But the necessity for rapid disposal of the dead to avoid the possibility of pestilence made verification of this impossible. Whatever their origins and true nature, however, the Grolims dominate Angarak life. The hideous orgies of human sacrifice which characterize the Angarak religion are presided over by Grolims, and the sacrificial victims, despite popular belief in the West, are not drawn exclusively from the ranks of slaves. Even the remotest villages of Nadraks and Thulls have the traditional black altar of Torak, stained with the blood of the unnumbered victims, who for millennia have gone screaming under the knife. No information exists, of course, about the nature of the organization of the Grolim priesthood. One suspects that there exists somewhere, either in Malloria or perhaps Thull, or some other inaccessible place, some high priest or chief priest, or some such figure, but this is sheer speculation. The history of the Angaraks. Little is known of the early millennia of these people. It appears that their migration across the northern land bridge from Malloria took place at the end of the second or the beginning of the third millennium, much later than the western migration of the other peoples of the West. The first western contact with them came, as is almost always the case with primitive peoples, in the form of war. It was the Nadraks who led the probing attacks against Drasnia and Algaria during the third millennium, until the time of the great unnamed battle in eastern Drasnia, which has been roughly dated to the 25th century. It was at that time that a major Angarak penetration occurred. The decisive defeat of the Nadraks at this battle quelled Angarak expansionism in the north until the time of Torak. As relations between Nadrak and Drasnia normalized, roughly by the end of the third millennium, trade between the two nations began, tentatively at first and with great suspicion on each side, but gradually growing until the North Caravan route was established, more by custom than by any formal agreement between the two kingdoms. It was in 3219 that the kings of the two nations met at a great border encampment astride the caravan route to formalize what had simply grown as a result of the human need to trade. Kings Reldik III of Drasnia and Yar Grel Hrun of Gar Nadrak ultimately concluded the treaty that has been the despair of Tolnedran commercial barons for over 2,000 years. Under the terms of the agreement, only Drasnian caravans are permitted access to the Nadrak portions of the North Caravan route, and conversely, only Nadrak caravans may enter Drasnia. Thus, even as Drasnia dominates all western commerce generated by the caravan route, so Nadrak dominates all trade with the other Angarak states. Thus, it is as rare to see a Murgo or a Thull in Bakhtor as it is to see a Sendar or a Tolnedran in Yarmarak, since the fees charged by the rapacious caravan masters of both states quite literally eat up any possible profit. Efforts by Tolnedran negotiators to break the stranglehold Drasnia held over the northern trade at the time of the conferences which brought Drasnia into the Tolnedran commercial empire were totally without success, and at that time Tolnedra began to look for another route to the east. Enlisting the aid of Yissan slavers, who had regular contact with the Murgos, Tolnedran commercial envoys were able to finally institute talks at Rakgoska. The difficulties involved in dealing with the grimly laconic Murgos cannot be exaggerated. The talks, if they could be called such, continued intermittently for 70 years. Infuriatingly, the Murgos appeared indifferent to the fact that between them the Drasnians and the Nadraks had a virtual monopoly on all east-west trade. Finally, however, in 3853 an agreement was finally reached which established the south caravan route between Tolhoneth and Rakgoska. This is a brutal route, and fully half of all caravans which attempt it are lost. The Murgos scrupulously patrol the route, and, while they respect the protected status of the route itself, they regard all who stray from this often poorly marked trail as invaders and fall upon them with great savagery. The only possible alternative route is forever closed, since it would involve crossing the Vale of Aldur on a direct line from Tolhoneth to the borders of Mishrak Thull, and the stubborn Algars steadfastly refuse even to discuss the matter, or to permit any contact with the Angaraks across their eastern frontier. Thus it is that most of the traditional sources of information concerning the history of a people are denied to us in our study of the Angaraks. The merchant has ever been the truest friend of the historian, and in a situation where trade is so severely limited, information is so scanty that much of our understanding of the Angaraks is the result of speculation and guesswork. In essence, then, we have 3 tribes, or 4 if one counts the Grolams as a separate people, who migrated out of the dim reaches of western Malloreon sometime at the end of the 2nd millennium. Some ancient and unknown enmity existed between them and the Alorn peoples of the north, and for 1,000 years they attempted to penetrate Drasnia and Algaria, but were steadfastly repulsed by the legendary warriors of those lands. In time, those hostilities were reduced sufficiently to permit a certain minimal contact between the Angaraks and the peoples of the west. In the 5th millennium, the Malloreon hordes under Kaltorak moved across the land bridge in northeastern Nadrak, and were joined by the Nadraks, Thulls, and Murgos in the invasion of the west. Defeated finally at the Battle of Vomimbra, the surviving western Angaraks fled back to their kingdoms along the shores of the great eastern sea. For a century following the invasion, there existed a state of virtual war along the borders between the Angaraks and the west. Skirmishes and ambushes between the opposing sides made those frontiers the most dangerous places in the known world. Gradually, once again, relations began to normalize, and trade, though severely limited, was resumed along the north caravan route. Almost 500 years, however, were to pass before the stiff-necked Murgos permitted the reopening of the south caravan route. Then, almost overnight, they quite suddenly relented, indeed seemed to welcome the resumption of commerce. Oddly, for the first time, there has been significant caravan traffic from the east, and the sight of mailed Murgo merchants and their Thullish porters in the streets and along the quays of Tolhoneth have become commonplace. Alarmists have contended that these Angaraks are in fact spies probing the west in preparation for yet another invasion, but these are the counsels of timidity. Our own merchants in the south and those of the Drasnians in the north have witnessed no unusual military activity, and the numbers of the western Angaraks are so limited that without the aid of Malloreon, they could not hope to mount a sustained campaign against the west. Kaltorak is dead. His like will never appear again, and without such a leader to spur them on, there is little likelihood that the hordes of Malloria would ever again join with the western Angaraks in those desperate adventures which so nearly exterminated them in the past. Gar Og Nadrak. Coinage. All coins have the likeness of Torak on the face, and all coins, even those stamped in either Gar Og Nadrak or Cthol Murgos, are universal among the Angaraks. Coinage originated in Malloria. Gold. Angaraks use large gold bars or ingots for major transactions. 10-pound bar called a gold 10-weight, worth about $20,000. 5-pound bar called a gold 5-weight, worth about $10,000. 1-pound bar called gold pound, worth about $2,000. Half-pound bar called gold mark, worth about $1,000. Gold coins. 4-ounce coin called a gold piece, worth about $500. 2-ounce coin called a half gold piece, worth about $250. 1-ounce coin called quarter gold piece, worth about $125. Half-ounce coin called gold token, worth about $62.50. Silver. 4-ounce coin, worth about $25. 2-ounce coin, worth about $12.50. 1-ounce coin, worth about $6.25. Half-ounce coin, worth about $3.125. Copper. Coins called coppers, worth 1/100th of a silver token. Costume. Nadraks wear a lot of fur. Men. Pants, jackets of leather, mid-calf boots, fur caps. Pretty Hunnish or Mongolian. Felt overcoats, belted and ankle length. Fur robes in bitter weather. Leather vests in summer. Dress clothing for indoors is wool, linen, or silk. Armor. Breastplates and pointed helmets. Leather jackets with steel plates sewn on cover arms and shoulders. Same with pants. Long, slightly curved swords. Daggers. Nadrak clothing is usually black. Women. Gowns of fairly heavy material, richly ornamented and pretty concealing. Social organization. Freer than other Angarak societies. Hunters, woodsmen, and miners tend to be free spirits. Their own men, subject directly to the king. Others are in clans, subject to chieftains. Reverse dowries for women, you pay a man for his daughter, hence the interest in trade and in profit. Note on slaves. Among the Nadraks, slaves exist only for insurance purposes. Footnote. This was significantly modified as the character Vela was developed. End of footnote. Slaves are substitutes for Nadraks chosen for sacrifice. If you're chosen, buy a slave and send him or her instead. Thus, slaves are worked but not seriously mistreated. The freemen, miners, woodsmen, hunters, etc., are for the most part exempt because sacrifices are chosen from the clans. So many each. Rank. The king. Still subservient to Torak and must obey orders brought to him by Grolams from Malloria. The Jarls, Earls. The clan chiefs subservient to the king. The warlords. Keepers of castles and leaders of groups of warriors, subservient to the Jarls. The warriors, next in line. The peasantry, farm workers, not exactly serfs. They are used as soldiers. Freemen, merchants, woodsmen, hunters, miners. Can be quite wealthy. Mostly town dwellers. Modes of address. The king, august majesty. Other nobles, my lord. Warriors, brave John or mighty John. Freemen, minor John, merchant John, etc. Peasants, John. Slaves, you or slave, never called by name. Manners. Nadraks are bold, warlike, and rowdy. They are the most likable of the Angaraks. They like to drink and they like to make money. They are somewhat less fearful of the Grolams than are other Angaraks. All Angarak societies are cruel, and public executions, as well as the sacrifices, are a common entertainment. They are fanatic warriors, but tend to be a little flighty in combat, high-strung. Nadraks are not really trustworthy. Marriage is by purchase. Women have no rights. Holidays. Note: Arastide is not celebrated in the Angarak Kingdoms. Festival of Torak, Torak's supposed birthday, a few sacrifices. Day of the Grief Place, date of a major battle in Drasnia, an orgy of sacrifice. Day of the Wounding, the day when Torak was burned by the orb, several sacrifices. Day of the Casting Out, the day when Belgariad, Cherek, and the boys retrieved the orb from Thull Mishrak and Torak destroyed the city, many sacrifices. Population: probably 3.5 to 4 million Nadraks. Mishrak Cthol. Coinage: see Gar Og Nadrak. Much barter among the Thulls. Costume: the standard costume of the Thulls is a knee-length belted tunic with elbow-length sleeves, male and female, made of various fabrics. Soft leather shoes. Armor is a chainmail complete with helmet. Weapons are broadswords, maces, and axes. Weapons of strength. In winter, fur cloaks and felt boots. Social organization. Thulls tend to be stupid. Village life is about all they are really capable of. Their cities consist of neighborhoods that are little more than villages. Their farms are poor because of the thin topsoil, and the Thulls produce food only through great amounts of back-breaking labor. There is a certain amount of rough, somewhat childish good humor among them, which tends toward the earthy, even obscene. The major source of income among them is the hiring out as porters to Murgos and Nadraks. This is customary and traditional. Though they will fight when banded into military companies under their own leaders, by custom, when they are serving as porters, they are not required to fight. This is the responsibility of the other Angaraks who have hired them. Thullish women are sexually voracious, and infidelity is so common that it is not even taken seriously. They are somewhat driven to this by the heavy burden of sacrifice laid upon them by Torak. The Thulls are sacrificed in numbers sometimes 10 times as large as are the Nadraks and Murgos. Since a pregnant woman is exempt, it is prudent for a Thullish woman to keep herself in that condition. As with the Nadraks, slaves are used as substitutes in sacrifices. Several Thulls, smarter than the average, have established vast slave pens to the south of Mishrak Mardu. Worn-out, old, or feeble slaves are bought cheap in large numbers from the Murgos and are held in the pens until required. They are sold to Thulls who might need them. It is customary for long caravans of these unfortunates to be driven along behind the Grolams who go about the country selecting sacrificial victims. As soon as he is chosen, a Thull goes to the slave broker and buys a substitute. Because of the ever-present fear of being chosen, Thulls live in more or less constant fear. Their sometimes homicidal fury is the reaction to this fear. In their dealings, Thulls have to make a profit in order to build up a bankroll to buy substitutes. They run away from sacrifice often. Rank: the king, hereditary. Lords of the marks, greater or lesser nobles depending on wealth. Warriors: the standing army of the Thulls, fairly large, used to track down runaway sacrificial victims. Gupters, a Thullish word meaning a wealthy man. Commons, farmers, porters, etc. Slaves, never used for work. Thulls do all their own. Slaves have only one purpose. Mode of address: the king, your majesty. The lords, your lordship. Warriors, your honor. Gupters, your honor. Commons, by name. Slaves, never addressed at all, simply goaded or whipped into motion. Manners: Thulls are not bright enough to have very much in the way of elaborate etiquette. They tend to be morose and sour. sullen. The good humor mentioned previously is a kind of release. They fear the Grolams. Thullish women will quite literally couple at a moment's notice, always on the lookout for a chance at sex. The court at Cthol Murgos is little more than a large household with the king giving orders like a Sendarian farmer. There is a great lack of formality among them. Holidays and religious observances. See Gar Og Nadrak. Population, probably 5 million Thulls. Cthol Murgos. Coinage. See Gar Og Nadrak. Costume. Murgo men always wear armor. Mail shirts to the knee, breastplates, pointed helmets, all painted red, covered with black surcoats to mid-calf, substantial boots. Big broadswords and maces in combat, small sword otherwise, also daggers. Some ornamentation on helmet and surcoat to indicate rank. Murgo women are always kept in harems. Clothing is filmy and diaphanous. Social organization. This is a military society and is rigidly organized, divided into companies, battalions, regiments, etc. All rank is military. The society in the known part of Cthol Murgos is in actuality a sham set up to resemble a semi-normal society. This is also true of Murgo merchants. They are all spies. The seeming society in Rakgoska is a complete stage setting. Murgos are trained there for excursion into the west. All work in Murgos society is done by slaves. The real cities of the Murgos lie to the south and are unknown to Westerners. They are actually base housing type cities, military posts. Murgo men have more than one wife, up to 4. One route to promotion is to produce lots of kids. There are other peoples, unknown to the west, to the south of Cthol Murgos. These peoples are quite primitive and provide slaves. There was an effort during the Angarak invasion of the 4860s to move a huge column of Murgos through the southern mountains to strike into southern Tolnedra, but the column started out too early and was overwhelmed by a spring blizzard in the mountains. If they had made it, the west would have fallen. There are literally millions of Murgos. Note on Rakthol. This ceremonial capital of Murgos is the ultimate bastion of Angaraks in the west. The Murgos are in charge, and the kings of Gar Og Nadrak and Mishrak Thull are subject to the king of Cthol Murgos. He gives the orders. These are conveyed to him by Grolams, who are not only priests, but messengers of Torak as well. Large numbers of Grolams are quartered in Rakthol, as well as the crack ceremonial divisions of the king of the Murgos. The ultimate temple of Torak in the west is in Rakthol, as well as the court of the king. It is hallowed by the fact that Torak stayed here while planning the invasion of the west. His normal residence is in Malloreon. Here it is that Zedar had his base of operations. Footnote. In the books, there are the additional characters Tuchchik and Urvan. End of footnote. As personal advisor to Cal Torak, Zedar had a great deal of power. He must, however, badger and force the Murgo General King into doing his bidding. Also, at Rakthol, selected Grolams study sorcery under Zedar's instruction. Ranks: the King, Commander-in-Chief, Generals, Colonels, Captains, Lieutenants, etc. Titles of nobility are assigned to various of them for contact with Westerners. Those titles have no meanings to the Murgos. Modes of address: from the King, my General, my Colonel, etc. Sir. To the King, mighty arm of Torak, Your Highness. Ordinary warriors, addressed by rank. Slaves are merely driven like cattle. Holidays and religious observances. See Gar Og Nadrak. Murgos are fanatic zealots. Population: probably 10 million Murgos altogether, maybe 70,000 in Rakgoska, 500,000 total in Rakthol, the rest to the south. Malloreon. Coinage: varied. Only rarely does a Malloreon coin appear in the West. Costume. Again, it varies depending on the latitudes. Mostly Thull-like tunics. Further north, more clothing, unisex garb. Malloreons wear plate armor, breastplates, upper and lower arm guards, upper and lower leg guards, helmets with visors, buckle on, large shields, broad-bladed spears, broadsword. Social organization. Malloria is a theocracy totally dominated by the Grolams. Torak's ego is such that he refused to permit the Malloreon Angaraks any nobles or aristocracy. They are all commoners. There are no cities in Malloria. They all live on farmsteads or in villages. Footnote. This changed. Malzeth is probably bigger than Tolhonath. End of footnote. The Grolams are administrators of districts and of the large cities. The vast bulk of Malloreons live in semi-serfdom. Nobility. See the Grolams. The only rank in Malloria is in the army. Malloreons are permitted to hold military rank. General, head of a division. Colonel, head of a regiment. Captain, head of a company. Mode of address. To a general, my Lord General. To a colonel, Great Colonel. To a captain, Master. Manners. Malloreons are brusque and even brutal to subordinates and are fawning toward their superiors. They are a cruel people, a reflection of their religion. When they have a chance to come into contact with strangers, they tend to be polite, even friendly, largely because they do not know the precise rank of the stranger. Commerce. The goods from Malloria are essentially the kinds of goods associated with the Orient. Spices, silks, tapestries, carpets, candied fruits, etc. Sugar is a big trade item. There is a great deal of work in fine jewelry. Holidays and religious observances. See Gar Og Nadrak. There are also additional holidays in Malloria, and there is no substitution of victims in that land. Population. Malloria is about as large as the western subcontinent, and there are approximately 25 million Malloreons. They could quite easily overwhelm the West by sheer numbers, but the logistics of moving an entire population into position are beyond the capabilities of the Grolams, who are not really very good administrators. The Grolams. Wealth. The order, or race, since they are a tribe, is enormously wealthy, since taxation, tithing, in Angarak countries is heavy, and it all goes to the Grolams. Costume. Monk's robe, black. Hood is always up. Steel mask, polished. The face of Torak. Mask is a complete helmet, hinged and latched. They frequently wear mail undershirts and carry daggers or swords. Organization. In Malloria and southern Cthol Murgos, there are Grolam communities forbidden to others where the Grolams raise and educate their children and continue their studies. In the western Angarak Kingdoms, Grolams have large houses where they can live in some semblance of normalcy. The Grolams have a Catholic structure with equivalents to Pope, the ultimate high priest, 12 cardinals, administrators of large regions, Archbishop, administrators of large districts, Bishop, administrators of smaller districts, Monsignor, administrators of major towns or cities, Priest, priest or priestess. These last are the workers. They control villages, also travel as messengers, etc., perform the sacrifices, select the victims, etc., keep the Angaraks in line. Some are in the intelligence service, adopt the garb of the people, and spy on them or on the West. Religious observances. Angaraks are fearful of their religion, with good reason. The call to the temple is a call to be sacrificed, a sorrowful, horrifying part of their lives. Their relationship to Torak is that of driven slaves. The Grolams, who select those to be sacrificed, are not above using this power for personal revenge. Some Grolams can be bribed. a religion based on fear. Theological offenses are also punishable by death. Speaking unworshipfully of Torak, striking a Grolem, etc. The sacrifice. After suitable invocation to Torak by the priest, the victim is placed naked on the altar, sliced open, and the heart is removed, offered to Torak, and then burned in a brazier of hot coals on the altar. Great pits nearby are stoked up with huge fires, and the bodies are then burned in the pits. The altars are never washed, and the combination of rotten blood and burned flesh makes Angarak temples stink like charnel houses. They are avoided by the people. They are large buildings of black stone and totally deserted, except during the ceremonies. Rank. The high priest, Pope, is the vicar of Torak. He is a dark sorcerer on a par with Belgariad, Zedar, and the others, and is also immortal. His name is Tuchek. He was selected by Torak after the orb burned him, taken as his servant and his pupil. Knows the secret of the will and the word, but uses more mumbo-jumbo. Calls up demons and monsters to do his bidding. Has found ways to circumvent the restriction on the power of the word. He can destroy by creating fire in the body of the victim or creating a spear in his chest, etc. Footnote. This was greatly modified in the writing. End of footnote. The chosen ones. The 12, cardinals, are also sorcerers, though not as powerful. They can alter themselves. A good trick is to expand, move their molecules apart until they're 10 times larger. They live for about 1,000 years. The Grolems all dabble in some degree of sorcery. Most are limited to simple tricks, but some of the higher ranks have fearful powers. The Grolems have gained control of many of the monsters, though not all. Use monsters as required. The Grolems are Torak's Gestapo, agents, police, servants, etc. Use as required. Physical. The Grolem tribe is tall, lean, swarthy, with piercing eyes. Voices behind the masks are hollow, chilling. Rank is probably indicated by tattoos in some inconspicuous place. No rank on the robes. Population. All told, there are probably 3 to 4 million Grolems, widely scattered.